Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here. Hold on a second. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here with the. Hold on. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, and we're just 4 minutes away from the Campfire chat start for Season Nine's launch. So, before we get started with the live reaction here, I wanted to kind of talk about some of the changes that are expected to be coming in from season 8 to season 9, and also kind of the state that they were in leaving the PTR. So, in season 8, right now, giving a short summary, there were these boss powers. There's pretty much always powers nowadays. I think that's been a an ongoing complaint that right now a lot of the new content has to do with powers. But whether you like it or not, the current season we have the boss powers, so you can select 3 modifier powers, and then you have 1 main power. And then in the new season, we're switching over to Herodric powers, where you're kind of crafting your own skill with their own effects, and you can activate this spell by attaching it to one of your existing skills. I talked about this a little bit more in depth in my recent video, Diablo 4 Season 9 Explained. If you're curious about or more about the mechanics on how this works, do feel free to check that out. But that is for the powers. Now, if we look at the meta right now, the meta in the current season, Season 8, is that Lightning Spear has been dominant for Sorcerer, or rather, Lightning Spear is the #1 pit pusher across all classes. But of course, all the other classes are kind of they're about within one pit tier of each other. Of course, Death Trap Rogue is currently a season-wide favorite, even though it is the fastest speed farmer, or one of the fastest speed farmers available. When it comes to actually put pushing, a Rogue is actually at the bottom. Previously, the Spiritborn was the one that was at the bottom, but apparently there was a bugged build that has come to light recently that has put Spiritborn up to a higher pit clear than the other classes, barring the Sorcerer, Lightning Spear Sorcerer. And the way it does this is with this bugged sort of tech. Now, hopefully, in the coming days, they will address that, because Season 9 is right around the corner, and if people are abusing this known bug, then that probably wouldn't be too good for the integrity of the game. But either way, we have the sorcerer in first place, a spiritborn second place, and then all the other classes kind of follow that, at least when it comes to the pit pushing. And I think that the majority of the builds right now are utilizing overpower, right? So in this new season, the tier list right now, Lightning Spear is has had a number of changes, so that's expected to kind of get pushed down a little bit. When I say a little bit, I mean like 10, maybe 15, or maybe even more than that pit tiers. And I think that the flavor of the season, or at least the expected flavor of the season right now, is going to be the Hydra Sorcerer with the new unique, the new amulet. And second to that, there's a new set of unique pants for the Spiritborn for Thorns. That's also expected to be really strong. And then, of course, the Druid has uh, some new unique also with this poison puzzle, uh, I- poison puddle mechanic, and after the PTR, it's been reworked, so now it'll be overpowering, and it also has a lot more damage than it did in the PTR. So right now, I think these three builds are expected to be the strongest, but with the patch notes, I'm going to be doing a live react here and kind of sharing my thoughts as uh, we go along. We as in you, the viewer, and I myself. Oh, and I'm going to...
This developer update stream. Today we're going to be getting into everything coming with Season 9, Sins of the Haradrim in Diablo 4.
So yeah, that's just the recap for what has gone down between season 8 and season 9. The last thing I wanted to add was that Overpower has been shafted really, really hard. Now, in the past 3 seasons, of course, and again, I talked about this in Diablo 4 Season 9 and explained the video, these builds in the higher end for pit pushing and for well, yeah, just end game pit pushing and clearing tormented bosses. Usually, we're utilizing either a bugged interaction or overpower. Overwhelmingly, it was overpower. So they did actually nerf overpower on the PTR by 80%. I'm curious to see if they're going to keep that overpower nerf or if they're going to backtrack on it. And also, one other thing in the PTR, there were some powers that were seen to be really strong, and those have been nerfed a little bit too. So I think I can't remember the name of it, but there was one where successful executions would reset the skill, and that would allow you to kind of teleport around nonstop. But yeah, now let's see what they have to say on this developer update. I'm gonna be quiet until I find something that I want to discuss, and then I can kind of talk about that. And I'll also be writing a summary on the left hand side too.
Cat fan like myself, you can watch this stream or any other eligible stream in the Diablo 4 category for 30 minutes, and you'll be able to claim that. We do have some FAQs for Twitch drops on our blog that announce the stream, so if you're having any issues, go and check it out. And no, you cannot watch the stream muted. You have to have us unmuted and listen to our beautiful voices to collect that stuff. So enjoy. To give you a little overview of the stream, it's been a while since we chatted since the Season 9 PTR. We're going to give you a bit of a refresher on the overview. What does Sins of the Haradrim bring? We're going to go through some class balance updates, some PTR changes, and then we're going to get into some Q&A towards the end of the stream. And so in terms of what questions we're kind of looking for the Q&A section, you know, something like what are the goals of seasonal class updates is a great question. Anything that's really speaking broadly to like the why of how we do things. You know, if you want the nitty gritty changes, you can go check it out in the patch notes. But we're looking for, you know, nice and broad questions. I asked Dan what kind of question he might want to hear from chat, and he said, you know, do they prefer affix or affix? So, you know, some other things to chew on for that. But yeah, stick around towards the end of the stream. The community team will be grabbing your questions, and we'll look forward to answering those.
Absolutely.
So yeah, but without further ado, Sins of the Haradrim, they've been sinning. How have they sinned? We're going to find out. Dan Tangway is going to walk us through everything coming with the season and tell us what the Haradrim have been up to and why are we dealing with their past choices.
Yeah, let's do that. So, graphic here, and this graphic be pretty familiar to a lot of you, but that's going to cover all of what Season 9 contains, and it is a lot. So, Season 9, Sins of the Haradrim. First up, you're going to get a new quest line, new seasonal quest line. I'm going to go over a little bit about the premise behind that after I get through this massive list of things. Next up, seasonal content. So, as you saw in the PTR, we've got Herodric Spellcraft and we've got Herodric Jewels. Both of those systems are pretty deep, and I'm going to kick it over to Aislinn after I'm done to chat through those. We also have a new season journey pet named Dante. He's a good dog, but he certainly doesn't look good. But he'll be available, as will new reliquary rewards, which I feel are pretty self-explanatory. But then we're really excited to bring to you some permanent updates to the game as well. This is something we've heard a lot of feedback from y'all on, and we want to make sure that we were delivering it moving forward. And that's making sure that whenever we make updates to major systems, that those updates appear in both the seasonal and the eternal realms. Sometimes we'll call this evergreen, but at any rate, a lot of updates to Nightmare Dungeons that apply to both realms. We're going to talk a bit about Herodric Strong Rooms. We're going to talk a bit about escalating nightmares and some new Nightmare Dungeon affixes as well. And of course, we will talk about the Astaroth boss battle. Now, finally, we've got a lot of new loot and class updates that are coming to Season 9.
So, looking
That's
just
something
at
that
the
Charles
infographic
is
they've
much better
provided, this kind of
suited than
lines
I
up
am.
with what
So
I
I'll kick
had
it over to him,
tried out in the
and we're
PTR.
probably
There's
going
going
to
to be a
shuffle
lot of
some
changes to
quality of
Nightmare
life items.
Dungeons this
So
upcoming season, in case anyone's not already
let's
aware.
jump into story.
And
Let's see. I think we got a graphic.
these Nightmare
Yes,
Dungeons are going to
we've got
have
Astaroth.
affixes, or like new affixes where you can get like more XP, more loot, so on. And I'm just going to wheel this back. Yeah, you can see uh, along with the Nightmare Dungeons, there's also going to be the Nightmare Escalations, where it's going to be like three Nightmare Dungeons in one, and then of course there's going to be facing Astaroth. And obviously there's a new seasonal quest line, so that's something that people can dive in onto.
Scosglen wants to make it as his own private hell. Now, clearly, the Druids of Scosglen will not put up for that. And so they partner up with a Herodric mage named Donan, which we will see in our next slide here. Now, Donan, here he is with those Herodric mages, or rather, with those druids. He's the mage.
Hey, Lee Burgess.
They
Looking
band
for Nightmare
together and
Dungeons? Yeah, I'm looking forward to
ultimately
Nightmare
defeat
Dungeons too.
Astaroth. Now, well, sort of.
I know that there's plenty
Because
of people who are
much as
naysaying
what
about it,
happens with
but
powerful
I
demons,
myself am kind of looking forward to
Donan
having that as
decides
an
to
alternative
trap
method of leveling.
Astaroth in a soul stone and buries that soul stone deep inside the earth. And as we all know, soul stones are ticking time bombs. And so by the start of Diablo 4, that is the situation we're looking at. Needless to say, Astaroth escapes. We defeat Astaroth as the Wanderer. Donan suffers some pretty tragic losses, including his life. And so in Season 9, this is our starting point, and there's something else going on. Something else is stirring in Scosglen, and it's up to us to discover what's going on. So we are going to partner up with Briona. I believe we've got a image of Briona next. Now, Briona is a druid. She's got some history with Donan. She doesn't particularly like him. And so you'll learn more about why that is as you're traveling with her. And your first stop on your travels is up to Eldheim Keep, where there's been a lot of demon activity and you need to save some villagers. And at Eldheim Keep, you're going to make some pretty important discoveries for this season. I think we have some footage of that. So up in Eldheim Keep, you're going to be entering the keep, and on the floor where there's some demons fighting over it, you're going to see what is known as a Herodric Wayfinder. And this Herodric Wayfinder is pretty special. It's going to help you figure out where there
Uh,
are Herodric secrets buried deep within Nightmare
Lee, you were
Dungeons.
saying
And
Druid
it's
got
going to
big
tug
buff.
you
Yeah,
in those
I
directions and provide you
I
clues
saw
and
it was a
hints.
pretty massive
So we'll
buff.
see
I
a
think.
little bit of that in
So
action
we'll
right
see
now.
how Druid plays next season. I think everyone's gonna end up playing Poison Puddles for Druid at least.
Now, as you get closer, a
Sorry, by the way, if
Herodric
I'm not
totem
being
is
immediately
going to reveal
responsive.
itself,
I'm
a
trying to do
gateway.
a bit of a react and
And
listen to
upon
what
clicking it,
they're
you've got
talking
to
about
fight
in
a
here.
couple of enemies that are guarding it. but ultimately you're going to discover
Are you listening
that
to the
it
campfire
opens a
chat too,
portal
Lee?
to an unknown part of this particular dungeon. So once we're defeating these enemies, we'll see the portal, and then we're going to jump right through. And so now we're inside what is known as a Herodric Strong Room. Now, first up, you're going to learn a little bit of the Herodric Strong Room mechanics. We've got a pillar here, and this pillar is going to help you gain more of what is known as attunement. And attunement is the score, essentially, for the strong room. And as you gather more, it's going to boost your rewards. But before you get into the actual strong room, you've got to choose what kind of test you want to take. And in fact, you can choose up to 3 tests. These tests are going to modify the strong room in some way, whether boosting attunement or giving you swiftness or very.
Yeah, it is too bad that they nerfed your Thorn Spiritborn build. It did look like a lot of fun, but I mean, it'll still be really strong, though, I imagine.
So we're going to jump in, and now we've got a timer.
I don't even mind that they nerfed Spiritborn nearly so much as the fact that they buffed Hydra, when Hydra was already clearly going to be like the #1 spot, unless they're actually doing further adjustments, which they should be talking about in this PTR or in this campfire chat, like what changes that they've got in mind.
And you notice on the side, the UI, we've got a great new UI here now. There are 6 levels of attunement that you can achieve, and each of those increases the amount of rewards that you get at the end. So obviously you're trying to not only kill as many enemies as possible, but maximize that attunement through clever use of those
I
pillars we mentioned before,
I gotta be
the
honest,
shrines, the tests you selected at the beginning, and so forth.
I get that they're
Now,
try to
at the
show us
end,
the
you're going to fight
gameplay,
a
but I
boss. In
really
this
wish they
case, we're
would
fighting the
speed
Pyro
this part
class,
up. I mean,
and that's just a final skill check before
they've
we spawn
already.
the Grand Herodric Cache.
I feel like
The
they've
Grand
gone over
Herodric
this
Cache
before
has a
already,
lot of cool
haven't they?
legendaries,
And this is
and
stuff
it
that we should be
also has a
finding
buff
out
on
when the
it
season
that
begins.
will encourage you to finish the rest of that Nightmare Dungeon.
Oh
But
wow, that is a lot
also
of good loot.
importantly for our conversation, it's going to have something else. And that something else is an escalation sigil, which you'll see in your inventory here. Now, this escalation sigil is
Obviously,
important
mine.
because this is the other big gameplay system that we've introduced permanently for Season 9. So let's talk about the escalation sigil for a bit. Now, this is going to spawn a series of dungeons. And at the end of that series of dungeons will be a boss if you're in the Torment tiers. So let's talk a little bit about the affixes because we've done a lot of work on those. You see our starting affixes here. You get 1 positive and 1 negative. Now the positive one is Equipment Delve. This is going to give you better loot drops as you go through. Also got Hunters. Hunters is a new affix, probably a little refurbished. I forget what it was called before, but this increases the monster speed of traversal and of attack against you. So that's not going to be too fun. Now, when you get to the end of that dungeon, because I believe in you, you guys can get to the end of that dungeon. In addition to Equipment Delve and Hunters, you're going to get Forgotten Wisdom and Waller Elites. Now, Waller Elites we all know and probably hate. I don't like them that much. Forgotten Wisdom is actually going to spawn XP wells around the dungeons. So
Uh, you're still playing with Spiritborn or Sorcerer, I know yet. Season 9 looking good. Well, okay, so there's two different ways to break this comment down. So Spiritborn or Sorcerer, yeah, those are two pretty solid options. I am not too surprised that you would be interested in playing
this particular
one of
run,
those two
and it's also
classes.
got Khosra
But
Hordes. Now, Khosra Hordes is actually
you
modifying
also
the
said
enemies in
that
this
Season 9 is
case.
looking
There's
good.
a lot more
I
Khosra. They've taken this up as their home, and they're a lot more powerful in this dungeon.
I don't know if well, I
And
would say that it's
so
looking
you,
good,
of
but
course,
I'm sure
defeat
I'll
the
enjoy
Khosra
it.
Abomination at
Um,
the end. And
but
note that we've spawned a portal. So
you
you
said
don't need to
that
go back
some
to
players
town.
saying
You
Season
don't need
9
to
is not
go
going to
into your
be
inventory to
that good.
continue to
Well,
redeem
it
your
depends where
skills. You
you
can come
look.
right
I
here.
mean, on my
And when you click
channel,
on it, you
like
see what
I
you're going to get
generally
next.
enjoy the game,
So we're going to
but I
jump
think that it
right
can
in
always
and
be,
load up the next
you know,
dungeon
made
here.
better, right? But
And as we jump in,
there's a lot of
we're
negative
going to
sentiment
find,
towards
you
the game,
know,
which I
we were
completely
reading the thing
understand
before, that
because
there's actually a
when the game first launched, it was actually such a mess. Oops, my bad. Yeah, when the game first like launched, it was kind of messy, and I think that the ongoings and I mean, not just when it launched, but the way they've been maintaining the game has been, mm, for lack of better words, it's been lazy in some regards. So I understand the frustration that a lot of people have had regarding the game, and I think that proliferates to season 9 because uh if you look at, like, let's say Rob, right? Rob is generally a very outspoken but generally like cautiously optimistic sort of YouTuber for the game and streamer too, I guess. But if you look at the comment section, you're going to see a lot of people who are going to be naysaying, right? That's how it's going to be for everything, like ever, really, anything in life. But especially so for Diablo 4, that you're going to have some people who are very skeptical or just outright hate something even before they try it, and other people who are looking forward to what is cooked up, right? And Diablo 4 Season 9 is no stranger to this, especially because all they're really doing is reskinning or like reworking these nightmare dungeons, which it makes sense, but it would be nice if they did more than just that, I think is the ongoing sentiment.
Thing that you haven't seen before. And with that, I think I am done covering the Nightmare Dungeon section of this update. So I'm going to kick
So
it over to Aislinn, and Aislinn is going to go pretty deep into spellcraft and jewels.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Dan. And I'm so excited to go into those nightmare dungeons, those strong rooms, and especially the escalating sigil dungeons because it's going to be a freaking huge burst of rewards. It's going to be great. It's going to be hard too. Those Waller elites are going to be a pain.
Yeah, especially when the affix stack up run over run throughout the escalating nightmares. It's going to be quite intense by the end.
It can get
Yeah.
very intense.
That boss fight will be crazy.
So yeah, now these are going to present their own sets of challenges. So of course we need to utilize the Herodrim's power in order to overcome those challenges. So with Season 9 we have Herodric Spellcraft. So there's a lot of different components to Herodric Spellcraft. So we're going to go over a quick overview and then dive a little deeper into how exactly it works. There are 3 different things that comprise the entirety of your Herodric spell. You're going to be crafting a Herodric spell in Season 9. You're going to need a catalyst. The catalyst is effectively the core of the spell. It tells the spell that it's going to be a celestial storm of stars, or it's going to be a beam of arcane energy that disintegrates your foes. And then secondarily, that catalyst needs to have a damage type. So you need to infuse it with one of 5 different elemental damage types. These can be fire, lightning, frost, and poison, and I'm not going to remember the last one. And yeah, so that determines the elemental damage type of the spell, and it also gives it some nifty extra effects too. And then finally, there's Arcana, which are just like extra bits and baubles you can add to go even further into customization. So like you can probably imagine, this is the build your own spell kind of power. And each one has a ton of unique utility as well. You're going to be able to disable various enemies' elite affixes. You're going to be able to garner powerful effects for your own build, like vulnerable or crowd control. There's tons of stuff you can do with it. So without further ado, let's jump into how exactly that works and how you'll be slotting it. So on the left side here, we have Celestial Surge. That is the tooltip for one of the 5 catalysts that you can actually equip. It is the one that causes a star storm to fall on enemies. On the right-hand side, we have the Smoldering Ember, which is an infusion. So this will make Celestial Surge a fire version of the catalyst.
I don't know
So
if
you will
I
slot Celestial Surge, and you're going to have to assign it to one of
I
the
really
skills on your
do wish that
hotbar.
they would skip forward. I
So in
feel
the
like they've
middle
already
section,
covered
and
this
we'll have a
before,
video
even in the
kind of
PTR,
show this,
didn't they?
but basically you
I mean,
assign
I get that
Celestial
they
Surge
probably
to
have
one of your
to
own skills,
reiterate
and
it,
when you
but
use that
I
skill, it
have already done a
invokes
video
Celestial
covering all
Surge
this. I
with the Smoldering Ember
really
infusion applied to
personally
it.
feel like it would
So
just
let's take a look at what that actually looks like.
it's really just the powers
So
specifically
here we are,
that I care
kind of
the
tinkering
most,
with
or not the
Herodric
powers,
Spellcraft
sorry,
in the
the
UI.
changes
We're
they've
going to
made.
equip Celestial Surge,
Anyway,
and we're going to assign it to our rightmost
I'll let them keep
skill.
talking here.
This
Lee,
is
you
Lightning
did
Storm
Druid
infusion.
Stoneburst
So after
build
we
last night. The build
Lightning
is
Storm,
busted. It's
the
busted,
Celestial
really.
Surge is off
Like busted,
cooldown.
like
We
as
are
in it's
going
like way
to
too
add
strong or what?
Celestial Surge in a different
I
channel
do
enemy.
Stoneburst at the start of the
We can't
season to
use
aid my
Celestial Surge, like I
leveling,
said,
but I don't
because
really use it past the
an
first
infusion
couple
is quite
levels at
so
some
we are
point.
also
I've always been
Those
meaning to
exploring embers,
revisit
and to
Stoneburst
make
ever
that
since they
full
added
mature
Overpower to
fire
it,
version of
but
itself. And
now they're nerfing
lucky for
Overpower, so
you,
I don't know what
this
I would
makes
do
it
with
so
it
it
anymore.
destroys Waller elites as well. So for anyone else out there that also dislikes Waller elites, this will cause Celestial Surge to break those walls down, which is pretty great. It will also turn off Chilling Winds as well. So yeah, now we have a functional spell. So let's go in. We're casting Lightning Storm, and we also see these stars falling. Not a very fun time for them, but a pretty great time for us. Everyone explodes, and we have a good day. Awesome. Now, there is a third component to Heraldric spells. It is called Arcana. So with Arcana, you don't need Arcana equipped for your Heraldric spellcraft to function, but it gives it a bunch of awesome extra effects. So we have 3 examples here. I'll go over them just really quickly. We have the Sapping Crux. It causes your Catalyst to also apply Vulnerable for a pretty substantial amount of time, so you can effectively solve Vulnerable through this system. We have Reactive Ooze, which causes you to generate a pretty substantial amount of your resource every second for the next 10 seconds, so you can potentially solve your resource through that. And then we also have Sharpening Gizmo, which will blast people for quite a bit of physical damage and increase the lucky hit chance of your Catalyst. Spoiler, your Catalyst has a lucky hit chance, which can be really, really useful. Now, we also have some fancier Arcana. These examples are Magic and Rare Arcana, but the Nightmare Orb is Legendary. So Legendary Arcana is a bit different in that each of their effects Ooze, which causes you to generate a pretty substantial amount of your resource every second for the next 10 seconds, so you can potentially solve your resource through that. And then we also have Sharpening Gizmo, which will blast people for quite a bit of physical damage and increase the lucky hit chance of your
So
Catalyst.
this is
Spoiler,
one that I don't
lucky hit
understand.
chance,
I
which
don't
can be
know
really, really
why
useful.
they chose
Now,
to
we also
rework
have
Sharpening
some
Gizmo.
fancier Arcana.
And this
These
is something I didn't get a
examples are
chance to talk
Magic and
about. In
Rare
the
Arcana,
PTR,
but the Nightmare Orb is
the rest of these I
Legendary.
don't think I
So
care too
Legendary
much about.
Arcana is a bit different.
Sharpening Gizmo in the PTR used to consume your dot and then do a lot of extra damage, and I thought that was a really cool mechanic, and I don't know why they opted to completely rework Sharpening Gizmo. Sharpening Gizmo was actually the Arcana that I was looking forward to the most by far, because there are a lot of builds that could have been centered around Sharpening Gizmo, and I don't it was a cool concept. Like, yeah, Blizzard could have used it, Incinerate could use it. I don't know if I really got around to using it too much on Incinerate, but there's like plenty of poison builds that could use it, right? Like Poison Imbuement on like Dance of Knives is what I had in mind, and now all those builds are like down the drain because now they've made it just do physical damage, which is kind of just physical damage, which is sort of lame in comparison, right? So I am really hoping to hopefully during this campfire get some sort of answer to that question. I feel like there's got to be a number of other people who are at least kind of curious about this change too.
There's so many different combinatorics, so many different possibilities. So go wild, go crazy, try everything. It's a blast.
Yeah, I really love how you can customize it, not only in like the effect of the spell, but also like how you use it, right? They do have cooldowns, but then you can assign it to any one of the skills on your hotbar.
You did so it's
if
very
you
strong.
just like want to
How
save
far
it
did you
for
make
a
it?
specific utility mode, you
What
customize
pit
it
were
in
you
such a
able to
way that,
clear
hey, it
with
solves
Stoneburst?
those
I haven't actually
effectively,
played
right?
Stoneburst
And
for
that's what you
endgame
want to
pit
use it
pushing,
for.
so I wouldn't know.
You can make sure it's assigned to a cooldown that you're going to save for that right moment. Or if you're just trying to really optimize its damage output and its DPS, you just put it on your basic or core skill that you know it's going to come up very often. And you don't need to really think too hard about it. It's just going to trigger when it triggers.
Yep.
It's true. Like the crazy get your hands on and then really start to tinker with because there are so many possibilities. So
Yeah.
if you have played the PTR and you know these systems, then you've already got that advantage of knowing how intricate these systems are. So.
It's true. It's true. And there's not just that. You know, you thought that was enough Heraldric magic. There's more.
Throw another layer on it. Why not?
Yes, there's also Heraldric jewels. So Heraldric jewels are powerful gems that you can use to augment your Heraldric spellcraft and your character's build even further. So when you go into these strong rooms, once you're in Torment difficulty, whenever you complete one, you're going to find a Heraldric tome. And this is knowledge that the Heraldrim have stored away to craft these really powerful, unique Heraldric jewels. Once you find the tome and you use it, you can go to a crafting station and then with gem fragments and the seasonal currency, craft Heraldric jewels. They're, crafted with heraldic vials and gem fragments. It's not as many gem fragments as it was to craft occult gems, so it's not quite as a massive grind as it was before. And they're specifically socketed into amulets and rings. So you have 3 sockets that are specifically designated for this, which means that you can have up to 3 heraldric jewels. And here we have an example of a heraldric jewel. You know, it gives you some good stuff, core stat, max life, and you're going to be hunted in Sanctuary's darkest places. Well, that doesn't sound great.
I don't think you need to worry about that, no.
Yeah.
No,
Shouldn't be anything. I'm sure that's just flavor text, right? That's all that is.
Yeah. No,
I am
that
still
makes sense.
masterworking my
Anyway,
gear. I did not try the pits
so
out
we
yet.
talked about
That's
the,
fair.
how
That's
you craft
understandable.
heraldric jewels with a little short video to
Okay, well, I'm
show
glad that
us
you're
what that
enjoying
is.
yourself with Stoneburst.
So we
Druid
have
does
the
have a lot of
heraldric
really fun
lapidary
builds to
here,
play.
which is where you're
Stoneburst
gonna
would be
go
like
to
in my top
actually
5 for
craft
sure.
the jewels. We're going to navigate
After
to the
like
craft
Tornado
jewels,
and some of the other
section.
ones.
We have them neatly organized among different categories to help you just, sift through it all pretty easily. And we have quite a few of these. I think there's I want to say 16 in total. There's 16 heraldric jewels. So whenever you go into a strong room, you're going to find more tomes, which is going to let you craft more, and then yada yada. So here with our wonderful Stalvar, the Awakened Arbiter, we want to craft an idol from below. So we need 15,000 of 3 different gem fragments, and then 3,000 of the seasonal currency, and voila, we have our idol from below, which is fine because there's nothing wrong with this and nothing bad is going to happen from this gem at all, so it's no problem. You'll also notice that it gives you bonus armor and resistances, so you're not actually missing out on any of the bonuses you would typically get to your defense from normal gems being socketed in those slots. But yeah, so wait, what's this? It sounds like the idol from below is actually
I'm hearing
not
that's
great.
not actually just flavor text. It
What?
might be functional.
Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, so when you have the idol from below equipped, sometimes mummies will spawn. They're the jewel guardians that are guarding this jewel, and they will attack you, and they can be very scary. So be very careful if you decide to equip this jewel, especially if you're playing hardcore. My goodness, please don't equip this jewel if you're playing hardcore or expect to die.
Yeah, they don't just spawn when you're alone in an empty room. Sometimes you're in the midst of an already big pack or a boss fight even,
Yes.
and these guys will come out trying to get their jewel back from you.
Yep, it's pretty spooky. But you can do some very clever things with these guys. Sometimes it's actually really good to have extra bodies to be able to hit for like whatever skills or triggers you have, which is pretty neat. So yeah, let's move on to our final section here for the overview, which is PTR learnings. So we
PTR learnings.
learned
Okay.
so much from PTR.
Finally,
We
the
talked about
good stuff.
Every single thing because it's tremendous.
Ah.
It is.
But we do have some highlights we wanted to talk to you guys about. So first of all,
I'm
going over heraldic
waiting.
spellcraft. So
Okay.
we have made it so all of the deactivation effects that you get from infusions and various things, 3 seconds longer. So when you do actually deactivate an enemy affix like Waller or Chilling Winds, etc., it's going to last 8 seconds, up from 5. This is because we want to make sure that it feels as punchy as possible. When you do get that deactivation, you have a good amount of time to take them out and counterattack them. Secondly, we want to talk about the change of Siphoning Gizmo to Sharpened Gizmo.
Yes.
So we found that Sharpened Gizmo was challenging for us in the sense that we want to maintain the competitive integrity of the game. That's really important for us.
To
and Sharpened
main-
Gizmo was
Siphoning Gizmo. Siphoning Gizmo
Siphoning
was on the
Gizmo. Yes,
PTR.
sorry.
Was problematic in a variety of ways.
Yes, it was problematic in a variety of ways. And we also saw the Sharpened Gizmo, which is the new one, as an opportunity for a more physical-focused Arcana, because we knew that was kind of missing from the PTR, and we heard a lot of feedback about that. The next thing I want to talk about is the Propulsion teleport change. So
Propulsion
this effect
teleport.
caused you to be able to teleport effectively infinitely in a lot of builds. And it was transformative, and so transformative to the point that it was actually stomping on build identity in many cases. And we really want you to experience the full breadth of what different characters can offer in Diablo 4. We don't want it to all be condensed down to one thing, right?
Yeah, when you're playing a different class and a different build, you want your gameplay to feel meaningfully different. And these, the heraldric spellcraft here is kind of a complement on top of what you're already doing. It's a unique utility. It's an interesting wrinkle to your build.
Yes.
And on the PTR, we found that this particular teleport propulsion interaction was basically eclipsing everything else.
Yep.
And every single build, if you just looked at a clip of different people playing different classes, it looked identical.
Yeah.
Okay. This I don't think people would be ready to hear this, but I actually don't disagree with them for when it comes to the propulsion teleport. Because, yeah, it's really fun. So, yeah, Blizzard being the fun police that they are, would nerf it into the ground, right? That's what some people would say. And I can actually get behind that point of view. But let's be honest here. If the season actually launched and this propulsion change, or if this change wasn't made to like the propulsion teleport or whatever, all people would do is just spam teleport with this one skill from Torment. Well, from when you unlock it, probably well before level 60, all the way up until Torment 4. And that's all you're going to be doing on every single build. Just teleport spam with propulsion and then use whatever skill you have. And yeah, not everyone's going to agree with me on this, but I don't actually disagree with this change. I'm way more upset about the sharpening to siphoning gizmo change.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly the kind of gameplay that we think is healthy for Diablo 4.
Yeah, we want to make sure every build has a different silhouette and feels very different and textured. So that's really important to us. Another thing I want to talk about is that Disintegrate has a much wider area now. So before it was kind of a tiny little beam between you and the
Okay. Probably end up using it. Okay, so that's for the propulsion teleport change. I want to go backwards though, and here.
identity in
No,
in a variety of ways. So we
no.
found that Sharpened Gizmo was challenging for us in the sense that like
Okay,
we want to
this one I can't
maintain
get behind
the
though.
competitive integrity of the game. That's like really important
Okay, let me listen to this one more time.
for us in the sense that like we want to maintain the competitive integrity of the game. That's like really important for us. And Sharpened Gizmo was
Siphoning Gizmo. Siphoning Gizmo
Siphoning
was on the
Gizmo.
PTR.
Yes, sorry.
Was problematic in a variety of ways.
Yes, it was problematic in a variety of ways. And we also saw the Sharpened Gizmo, which is the new one, as an opportunity for a more physical focused Arcana, because we knew that that was kind of missing from the PTR, and we heard a lot of feedback about that. The next thing I want to
So here they're discussing that their decision was essentially a 2-in-1. That it was, and they're being very vague about this, problematic to balance. I think it was a sharpened gizmo, and there wasn't enough physical based. Uh, there's not like enough like physical damage or physical element based interactions with the seasonal powers and all that. So the physical powers really just feel, or like the physical aspect just feels like an afterthought. There's only two things this season that really work with physical damage so far that I've seen. One being the new Herodic Jewel that they just had to add, and the second being this sharpened gizmo, or what is it now? Siphoning gizmo? Yeah, siphoning gizmo. They changed it from sharpened to siphon, but who cares about that? So this was. I don't really care much for the physical damage. I don't think most people will either. It's very clear that most of the interactions for this season is centered around elemental damage anyway, and adding like these two things as afterthoughts isn't really going to do much for physical damage build, at least as far as I would picture. I think that the real reason why they could not, like, this is maybe me putting on the tinfoil hat, but I genuinely think that sharpened gizmo, they probably removed it because they had no idea how to properly balance or fix the behavior of sharpened gizmo. Fix as in like, I think that there were probably unintended bugs that they don't want to openly come out and admit. uh like, for example, Flaybarb was able to push Pit 150 with infinitely scaling damage and all those interactions, and I just don't think they were able to fix it in time, is my guess as to what was going on. Which I think is a shame, really, because again, I don't know. I feel like Sharpened Gizmo was like a big reason why I wanted to play the game, and I think it's a huge L that they're removing it. I wish that they would have tried to fix it rather than just say, ah, nah, let's just let it go and let's just replace it with plain physical damage because that's like the lamest change. I then that's as nicely as I can put it too. So that is very very big. Um, that's really unfortunate. That's all I'm going to say about that. Okay, I'm gonna keep the footage
Talk
rolling
about
here.
is the propulsion. I want to make sure every build has a different silhouette and
In blue are all changes that have been made since the
Okay, here.
with it, which is great. And then beyond that, there are tons of miscellaneous changes to Herodric Spellcraft. So go read the patch notes after this and check it all out.
Yeah, if you've never read the patch notes before, and especially in the blog as well.
Lee, you were saying I agree with you. Yeah, that's
The PTR. So
honestly,
we
yeah.
walked through
Like, not everyone is going to be in the same boat, right? But I think that siphoning Gizmo should have stayed. I think the propulsion teleport needs to be removed. I don't know if they did anything with the floaty bubble blink that I did where I could infinitely teleport.
Added an entirely new Herodric jewel. It's called the Will Breaker.
Yeah, they added a new Herodric jewel. Yeah, I don't. Here, let me add that in too. I gotta write that in.
Season 9 is focused on elemental damage, which is amazing and awesome and wonderful. But we also wanted to give physical builds some love and some tools to play around with. So the Will Breaker does specifically that. So if you want to smash people with your hammer or blow people up with, bones of the necromancer or whatever,
Okay.
that's for you. And then secondarily, Liminal Echo, which is the cheat death jewel, will not be dropping in hardcore. We heard a lot of feedback from the hardcore community that it maybe went against the philosophy and the spirit of hardcore. So we really wanted to respect went against hardcore. We heard a lot of feedback from the hardcore community that it. And then secondarily, Liminal Echo, which is
Liminal
the
Echo.
cheat death jewel, will not be dropping in hardcore. We heard a lot of feedback from the hardcore community that it maybe went against the philosophy and the spirit of hardcore. So we really wanted to respect that. And this is also an ongoing conversation
Sure.
about like what is the spirit of hardcore. So please keep giving us feedback about that. It's been super helpful, and we want to hear more from you. And then finally, of course, there are also many more Herodric jewel changes, more miscellaneous stuff.
Great.
So
Okay.
again, after this, go read the patch notes. And with that, I believe I'll be passing it over to Dan to talk about a myriad of changes.
Yes.
With
Yes.
everything else.
Changes. Okay.
Yeah, a myriad. So y'all had a lot of feedback on the Nightmare Dungeon updates. So I need a piece of paper to
Okay.
read them
Hold
all
on a
off. I
second. I'm
can't
gonna
keep
make
them all in my head.
subsections. Sorry,
So,
Lee. I
first
need
up,
a second. I'm
let's
still
talk about the
listening. I'll try to
Herodric
reply to you in a
Strongrooms
second.
bit. So the Herodric Strongroom UI was not clear enough. And so we added a new UI to the Herodric Strongrooms. We added extra kill count messaging and extra timer warning. So it plays much, much tighter now. And when you enter it, you should be able to pretty much pick up what's going on. Now, we're not going to tell you how to get those high scores, but the fact that you should be getting a high score should be pretty apparent now. Pillars didn't feel great. You had to stand in one spot for a long time in order to get the bonus. So, we've
I
made the
don't
pillars faster to complete,
know if I
made the
care so
radius a
much
bit
about this
larger.
part. So I'll
And
I'll talk
now
over
all
this
can be available
what
as
he's
well.
discussing right now. I'm really just waiting for the class changes. That's what I care about the most. So
We
let's
also
go through
have
these
a lot of
comments
new
one by one.
strong rooms
So first
released
thing you
since the
said,
last video.
I don't know why lots of players don't play with Druid. I see why you play with Druid class. It's very fun to play with. I think all the classes are really fun to play with. There isn't one single class where I play. I'm like, oh, this is a slog. If I'm being completely honest, Rogue is probably my least favorite if they remove Dance of Knives. The fact that they remove Dance of Knives is the only reason I care to play Rogue every season. But and now they added Flurry, which is or the new unique for Flurry, which I think is kind of cool. I would consider playing Flurry. But I think that at the end of the day, Dance of Knives, like Rogue, is the least interesting to me of all the classes easily at this point. Maybe even more so than Spiritborn. I'm not gonna get into that. That's not really important, but yeah, Druid class is fun. There's a lot of really cool, fun builds that you can play. Druid, I don't really actually care too much for Druid as a class. I guess it's mostly just companion Druid. Like my whole shtick for this for like my content is centered around a companion Druid first, right? And I have you know this. I love my companion Druid. It's my favorite build in the game. But I understand that I think the reason why a lot of people don't play Druid, like there's a couple of reasons. One is that when the game first launched, Druid was seen as like the weakest or one of the weakest classes, the infamous 17 damage clip, I think, because, well, yeah, Druids, at least Wolves, were really weak.
By far, the biggest amount of feedback was feels pretty rewarding, but way, way, way too easy. So we have gone and made it more difficult. We have scaled the difficulty by several pit tiers every floor you advance. So just naturally, things are going to get harder, and you're going to have to push a little bit more and more. We've increased the
Okay.
amount of health and
I
damage for Exalted Astaroth and the Amalgam. We have made some of those existing negative affixes a bit meaner.
I think
We've
that makes
also
sense.
resurrected and tweaked some of the previous negative affixes that
That,
launched with the base
like,
game. And
Nightmare
finally, I mean, really, we just
Escalations
did a whole
just felt
audit
like three
on
Nightmare
our negative
dungeons stuffed on
affixes,
top
but
of
we
each other.
created a bunch of new negative affixes as well, including some pretty fun ones, we think.
Okay, sure.
So, yeah, let
I
us know what you think, of course,
I think
about
that's
the
a W
difficulty
change.
of that
That
moving
change is a
forward in
W.
any of these, because again, these
It's a
are
W
permanent updates,
because
and we want to make sure that
previously,
they, really
like,
feel
why don't I
good.
just run three Nightmare dungeons in a row? That's all it
Other
was.
things,
But
real quick, that
now
we did.
it gets
So we
progressively
boosted the
tougher.
scalable rewards to match the increase in difficulty.
But yeah, now you get
So
more rewards
as
too.
things are
Okay.
getting more difficult, we still want to make sure that the rewards are keeping up, that we don't tip in the other direction. It was a little hard to notice the gizmo that's on the floor that allows you to jump to the next dungeon. So we just opened the portal automatically, which you saw in the
Okay,
footage.
sure. Yeah, I can make
The
sense of that.
escalating
Like
sigil
sometimes
didn't
it
stand
was
out enough,
troublesome
so
to
it's
click
got a
on it
beam now. It's got its own
or to
art,
click on some of
so that
the
feels pretty good. And then finally, we
mechanics
had
for
asked a
these
question during the
sigils.
PTR. Do folks want to have to wait until Torment 1 in order to be able to do escalating nightmares? And we heard from you, and you said, no, we don't want to wait. And we agreed.
Good.
So we actually created a pre Torment version of the escalating sigil. It's not as rewarding because you're not in Torment. And it won't
Sure, that's
feature the
fine.
Astaroth boss fight at the end. The Astaroth boss fight, the Exalted version, has been tuned specifically for Torment. So we wanted to make sure that that was preserved. But still, you should get a good sense of escalation pre Torment if you're lucky enough to encounter one of those as you're leveling up to 60.
Good.
And that's it for the list here. Um, Again, please keep giving us feedback. We love to hear from you, and we want to keep improving the game. So back over to you.
Okay. So, well, let me go through this real quick so it's a little easier for me to discuss. So yeah, going back to what I was saying about Druid, I think that the problem is, one, they're seen as weaker, and two, no one wants to. So Druid, the thing about Druid, unlike a lot of the other classes, is you have to generate spirit in order to use their core skills. No one wants to do something to generate resource and then spend it, right? For a number of reasons, but one of the big ones is that slows you down by a lot, whether you're leveling or going through torment. So yeah, it's a combination of those factors. And they're also quite slow. So they're slow. Like they don't have very good mobility skills aside from trample. They don't do very much damage, or at least that's the ongoing sentiment. And things have changed in recent seasons, so they're a lot stronger now. Like pretty much every build is way stronger than what they were back all the way in season 2. And then, of course, they are also a little bit annoying to play. Not difficult to play, just annoying because you have to keep generating resources in order to use their skills. This includes Stone Burst, this includes Lightning Storms, this includes like pretty much everything. Now it's not as bad because they added a Spirit Boon that allows you to get Spirit per second, but still, that to hopefully answers your question as to why not as many people play Druid. Who's stronger to class in game season 9? I do still think it's going to be Sorcerer and either Druid or Spiritborn. I mean, with the nerf to the Spiritborn's pants, I do think it would be Druid though, with the poison puddles, because that's a pretty massive change. I think it's going to be Sorcerer and Druid, Hydra Sorcerer, and unless they nerf it, as we're going to see in a second. And then, of course, the poison puddle change too. Rogue Death Trap build is still going to be good. It's still going to be the best of all Rogue builds. Wow, what a surprise. Unless, again, that gets nerfed. They need to buff Dancing Knives build. I agree with that. That's why I held out until this Campfire chat to, do Dance of Knives, because I'm really hoping for some Dance of Knives changes. And yes, basic skills have indeed been buffed. That's right. That's
You
good.
guys in Irvine.
Fantastic. Thanks for walking us through that, Dan. And yeah, I mean, it's been what we had the PTR early in June, so it's been a while since we had it. But yeah, we received such a ton of great feedback.
Oh, yeah.
And
Good.
And yeah, Dan, like it sounds awesome. Like the strong rooms are punchier. The escalating nightmares are more nightmarish, and Dan made a great point too. Like those are going to be permanent additions to both, excuse me, eternal and seasonal realms. So we do really want your feedback on that because it is going to be an iterative and then permanent permanent part of the game. So we do want to tweak it where possible and get those in there.
Yeah, it's super important that we get the new Nightmare Dungeon stuff and the escalating nightmares really down well, because we want it to be a repeatable thing that you're doing pretty consistently in your experience. So when you are doing that kind of stuff fairly consistently, it needs to feel like really punchy. It needs to feel really smooth. So it will be a very iterative process. We will be taking a look at more feedback coming in and probably making additional improvements to it over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan will be coming back for Q&A at the end of the stream, so we will be grabbing your questions then. And I did want to call out Mac Hayes from chat when Dan was going through the Horagic Strom rooms. Said, "Blast me up, Dan." So love to see that. Love to see that in chat.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, in terms of more changes coming down the pipe, probably our biggest, most substantial part of the patch notes is always the balance changes that we have coming in. So, Charles Dunn, take us to the promised land. What balance changes do you have for us?
Yeah. I'd love to
Oh,
talk about
yes,
the,
balance
class
changes.
updates that we did for Season 9. And so my section, I'll be talking about some of the new stuff that came in that you may have seen on the PTR, but also talking about some of the adjustments we've made since the PTR. Some of the learnings, some of the feedback we've gotten, and how we've iterated since then. So at a high level, there's a few broader initiatives that we've done that really affect all classes in some ways that we're doing here for Season 9. The first one you probably saw a lot on the PTR was a basic skill buff. Listed about basically every basic skill in the game, and most of them were buffed rather dramatically. Some of them 2 or 3x their damage increase. The impetus here was that we wanted to look kind of comprehensively at the game as a whole, the wider balance, and think, are basic skills really fitting where they should in terms of their overall damage output and how they fit into builds? And really, they were just like well behind the curve.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is true. Again, I talked about this in my most recent video about Diablo 4 Season 9 Explained, and I did mention that, yeah, basic skills were being left in the dust, and for good reason. And they're saying that, or the developers here are saying that basic skills have been buffed by 2 or 3 times. I think that they need a substantially bigger nerf or buff than that for most of the classes. But yeah, I'm curious to see if they made any further adjustments. I do think it's a little strange that they buff the base power of the basic skills and then they nerf the uniques, because then they just bring it back to where it was in the first place, right? Aside from leveling, but they apparently want basic skills to be a bit more viable. I don't know if that's just for leveling or for endgame, but whatever. I'll see what they have to say here.
We want them to feel much more impactful, be a bit more, feel better when you first get them, but also be easier to kind of build around as you go and build up your character. We buffed up the baseline versions of a lot of these skills, but we did take a look at some of the legendary and unique aspects that interacted with them. Our goal wasn't to be like, oh, basic skill builds, kind of like we saw with Spiritborn and Barb in the past. We didn't want those to be like, oh, here, this is we're making them the new meta.
Yeah.
This is a more
Why not? Like, actually, why not?
around like rebalancing the whole game as a whole. And we started with basic skills, trying to establish a firm power budget for them. And we're going to be looking and doing these kind of passes on other categories of skills, such as core skills, ultimates, etc., in future seasons. That's going to be like an area of focus for us moving forward. We're just starting here with basic skills.
It's
Okay.
like a health pass, really.
Sure.
Basic
I'm
skills,
curious to
and
see
then
what
taking
they
more
come up
looks at
with
more
for that. But
Right. With the from the PTR, one big thing we noticed was that Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, one of the unique items that really empowers these basic skill builds, was definitely not living up to its billing. It didn't crit or overpower whenever its damage kind of echoed out, and it's supposed to be like a multiplier on your basic skill damage, but really it fell a lot short. So we've made an update so that now Pain Gorger's Gauntlets is going to be able to crit and overpower just like
finally,
skill damage.
yes,
So that should definitely be
it took.
a huge boon to those types of builds.
I don't know how long that
Speaking
unique
of
has been in the
overpower,
game
though,
for,
overpower
but no one
was
cared.
overpowered,
For a
and
reason.
we have done some nerfs to it.
Okay,
For
overpower
the
nerfs.
past
Let's
few
talk about that.
seasons, overpower-based builds have been definitely dominating the top of the meta, and it was definitely crowding out builds that really couldn't utilize that, things like dot-based builds or others.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, on the PTR, we tested an 80% reduction in the additive damage calculation of overpower.
They're gonna scale
not
it
to get
back.
too in the weeds here, but there's kind of like an additive amount of damage that's based on how much fortified life and maximum life you have built up. We've just removed that completely. We tried an 80% reduction in what it was, and we decided it's still too strong, it's still too complicated, and we just removed that portion. So now when you overpower, you're going to do up to 50% bonus damage, just like a critical strike, but that's kind of going to be the end of the calculation there. We still anticipate, if you really want to, the biggest damage number hits are still going to be when you crit and overpower at the same time, but it's not going to be that you must overpower or else nothing else matters.
Right.
It's just going to be
So they
Yeah, there's a certain point where something becomes so powerful that occurs, where it's like, if you didn't do that, then nothing else matters. And that.
So they just the whole point of overpower was that it was dependent on how much life you have to scale your damage upward. And like there was a point in time where overpower actually wasn't like completely dominate. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this, and I'd like to go back and re-listen to this, but I don't like they're just killing overpower completely. I mean, I feel like yeah, I get overpower is too strong, and if anything, yeah, 80% nerf. Okay, take it or leave it, right? But I don't know if the right call here is to just say, well, it was too much of a pain to balance. Let's just like overpower is supposed to differentiate itself from crit in a way where like crit is like, oh, I'm gonna scale it up with crit strike damage. Overpower, you scale up with overpower damage and with life. The more life you have, you get more damage. That part is fine. It was just a question of how much life you're getting out of it. At least give people the option to get more life. Don't just remove it completely. That defeats the purpose of overpower as a whole. That is, I am I misunderstanding? I'll have to go back and take a look at the patch notes, but or like re-listen to this. But that I don't know. I feel like it's the same situation as siphoning Gizmo. They're these are like mechanics that are actually really interesting and arguably unique compared to other damage mechanics in the game. And they're just, rather than make an effort to balance it, they're just removing it entirely, which is just not the right direction that they should be going in. At least I would think so. Maybe some of you disagree, but I don't think anyone was complaining that overpower existed. It was just a question of just how much power overpower was giving.
That starts to kind of erode the whole game experience.
Yes. And finally, we did a pass on all the key passives in the game. Much like the basic skill kind of audit that we did, we looked at all the key passives and really wanted to look at some of the ones that were like outliers. They caused some of our builds that were 10, 100x stronger than other builds. A lot of times that came down to key passives that were scaling or interacting in ways that gave you far more benefit than some other key passives on other classes. And so some of those ones that had kind of that uncapped scaling, we added in caps to make sure that they don't get completely out of control. And ones that were like definitely underperforming, we did some rather substantial buffs to them to help bring them up to kind of parity across the board. So definitely I'll be touched on that a little bit later as we get into individual classes.
So I can make sense of that part. I can actually make sense of some of the key passives having these like uncapped scaling, and they wanted to put a cap because how ridiculous is it that, oh, I have one key passive that's giving me like 1,000% damage. I think it was what, combustion on sorcerer that had, well, there's like a lot of passives that were in this boat. I have seen some people who make the argument that just capping these damage modifiers seems quite lazy. They should at least give it like diminishing returns or something. I can actually get behind that, but I also do think that probably having these uncapped scalers was unhealthy for the game because that's exactly what was causing builds like Lightning Spear and Earthquake to just do stupid amounts of damage. You just pump up whatever the uncapped damage scaling thing is, and then suddenly your build is doing 10 to 100 times more damage than every other build that actually has capped scaling. So something had to be done about some of these key passives. But again, I feel like there's a better way to approach it than just putting on a hard limit. Kind of like what they did to ultimate skills. Like, oh, 200%, that's as far as it goes. I don't know. I think they could do better than that, but whatever.
So let's get on to the individual classes, starting with Barbarian.
Oh, nice, finally.
So our goals for Barbarian this season is definitely a meta refresh on exactly the Barbarian meta. For the past few seasons, we've seen a lot of earthquakes, a lot of dust up.
Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna take a moment here to just write some things down. So basic skill buffs, overpower nerfs. Um, removal of life into damage component. I guess. Key passive changes, so capped scaling. Basic skill buffs. So this includes, what was it? Pain gorgers. Okay. And then now balance changes. So this is for barbarian. Okay. So here, let's listen to what they had to say here.
Levels, a lot of the summons being really dominant, and those are cool. But a lot of the Barbarian's core fantasy is around hitting people with weapons, and so we decided, okay, we need to do some nerfs to earthquakes and some of those other effects that aren't quite as physical, hitting with weapons, and buff up things like Whirlwind and Hammer of the Ancients that are a lot more core to Barbarian's base fantasy.
Absolutely.
Okay, it's about time.
With that in mind, we also got the new unique item, the Hooves of the Mountain God. Let's take a look at that here. This is the new unique boots item that is going to allow your basic skills, which I just talked about, to cleave. So once you hit maximum fury, you're going to start rapidly draining that fury, and while you're in kind of this draining state, your basic skills are going to cleave and do massively increased damage. And luckily, you're spamming out your basic skills. That is going to restore your fury and is allow you to keep in this state as long as you stay in combat and stay fighting enemies.
Yeah, and what I really love about this specific unique is that typically you try to solve your resource in a build, but with this, you try to stack as much of it as possible, so you can stay in the mountain god state or whatever you want to call it as long as possible.
Yeah, and you got to stay in combat. You got to stay hitting people with your basic skills to keep it going. It's really quite powerful, and I think it'll really enable some of those basic skill builds that we were talking about, especially with the updated Pain Gorgeous gauntlets.
Yes.
We've got a clip of this in action. Barb walks up to a big old pack of skeletons, hits them with bash. Good old bash skill cleaving through the hordes and throwing them against the side of the canyon here. Yes, very good. A new unique to enable basic skill builds. Not just bash, all of the basic skills will cleave with this. So find out which one works best for you.
Yeah, frenzy. Can I hear any frenzy enjoyers?
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's move on to Druid here. So the Druid updates this season were mainly focused around Pulverize as a kind of a main
All right,
skill
sure.
we wanted to look at. I'll get more into that as we talk about the Rotting Lightbringer in a moment, the new unique that talks with Pulverize. But ever since the PTR, we also realized that it was still underperforming a baseline, so we've done some buffs to Pulverize just its raw damage output, as well as refactored some of the upgrades on it just to move around that to better work with the build with Rotting Lightbringer. But it wasn't just that. We also did a variety of other buffs on Druid. We know that Druid has historically, for the past handful of seasons, been probably the worst class in the game, certainly in terms of representation, how many people are playing it, how late into the end game, how strong they're getting. It's definitely fallen behind the pack.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. No one wants to just stack overpower into Cataclysm. And that's the way that everyone was playing Druid pretty much. Like, yeah, you get the occasional, like, oddball who is playing, like, I don't know, Companion Druid or something. But Druid was pretty much, like, if you're not running Cataclysm, it's not worth playing the class. Like, all the other builds were so far and behind Cataclysm. And it's been like that, I think, all the way since Season 6. So it took them, like, 3 seasons to kind of hopefully address this. At the very least, Cataclysm should be weaker now, but I'm kind of curious to see what kind of buffs they come up with now.
And so with that in mind, we've done buffs to a wide variety of the Druid builds. I can't just say any particular buff. It's a handful of legendaries and uniques and skills that got buffed up just to bring the whole class up a little bit. So let's take a look at that Rotting Lightbringer, that new unique. We did see this on the PTR, but it has been rather substantially reworked since then. We heard a lot of feedback that it wasn't quite as usable, it wasn't as good as it could be. So the new version of Rotting Lightbringer says that if no puddle is around you, then Pulverize is going to form a puddle of poison that guarantees its own overpower and deals a massive amount of its normal damage as poisoning over time.
Yeah, this is really excellent because you can just go around and just make a bunch.
Yes, it is no longer tied. It used to have like a 10-second cooldown, which felt really bad, where you would try to pulverize and you're like, oh, the cooldown's not up, and then you move to the next pack and it doesn't work. It was very, it didn't work as well as you had hoped.
Yeah.
So with this new update, it should definitely work quite a bit better. And every time you do pulverize, all of the puddles around you are going to splash some of their damage, because what's better than splashing poison all around? Let's take a look at this new version of Rotting Lightbringer in action. So you run up, you form a puddle, you move off to the side, you make a second puddle, you can form more than just two, and every time that you pulverize, all of your existing puddles are going to do that little splash of
So
AoE
I don't
around them and
actually
take some more damage.
Yeah,
know
so there
anymore.
are
I was
some
almost certain that
monsters
overpower,
with,
like,
a strong
since
room, for
puddles
example,
can
you can just go
overpower, that
around
they
and
would
make
be
a
a lot
bunch and
stronger.
Have some fun in the sun.
I honestly thought that, yeah, it was gonna be a lot stronger, these puddles, because they can overpower, but then they changed the way overpower works fundamentally,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
Like we
no,
just
wonderful.
saw that like a moment
Okay, let's
ago,
move on to
where now you can't
Necromancer.
scale it with life. It's just
The
50%.
Necromancer, similar to Druid.
So I'm not sure how strong it'll be. That is a pretty massive damage boost. That was like 600% extra damage. But I don't know what the base damage on those poison puddles will be. So I have a hunch that it'll either be really ridiculously strong, or it's going to fade into obscurity. Kind of like with the new Necro unique from like last season, right? Like the Blade of Zir. Some people were pretty hyped for that, but then turns out that doesn't do nearly as much damage as anyone was expecting it to. We might have a similar situation with poison puddles, especially with the way that overpower was reworked. That's my bet. It's either going to be really strong or useless, pretty much. So next is Necro.
Had a variety of buffs, specifically to Golem builds, Bone builds, and Shadow builds. Some of these builds were definitely falling behind the rest of the pack on Necromancer and compared to other classes in the game. So we've done a handful of buffs to those builds since the PTR to bring them up and really help to make them a bit more competitive. Two of the outliers on Necromancer from last season were Soul Rift and Bloodwave, two of their ultimate skills that just were, Soul Rift in particular just did way too much for any one skill. Obviously it dealt damage, but then it gave you a barrier, it gave you resource, it gave you damage, increased all of your other damage output, refilled your potions, and feared enemies. So that's a lot of things for one skill to do. And we love ultimates doing a lot, but that was kind of one thing too many.
Yeah.
So on this season, we've removed the barrier generation from Soul Rift, and so if you want to get really tanky as a Necromancer, you're going to have to look for some alternate sources to make yourself a little tankier, alternate barrier sources as well.
Yeah, we want to give you all the tools you need to solve your problems, but we don't want you to solve all your problems through one of your tools.
Right. Yeah, Soul Rift was just doing a little bit too much for that.
Hold on, I gotta write some stuff out here. So Druid, let me just. So what changes did they do for Druid again? Oh yeah, yeah. They just mentioned rework skills, but they didn't go in depth really. Rework skills. Actually, yeah, they said that it was worst performer in terms of how many people playing it. So and then of course new unique for poison puddles, and then also the skills too. Okay, and then now we're on Necro. So Soul Rift too strong. Too many effects, I guess I'll write in. Okay, let's see
and
what
that's
else.
why it was kind of so dominant, so popular.
Yeah.
Blood Wave, another ultimate skill as well. That just did a ton of damage. Its damage output was exceptionally high.
Yes.
I think part of that was due to the overpower being so overpowered, and so some of the nerfs there would probably bring that down to size. So we expect Blood Wave to hopefully not be the absolute dominant way of playing Necromancer, and we hope that some of those other builds like Golem, Bone, and Shadow have a few other ways of playing.
So I agree that Blood Wave was way too strong. A lot of necro-oriented builds were relying on Blood Wave. This is true, but their I guess their philosophy regarding how to balance Blood Wave was uh was to kill overpower, or essentially, or that um Blood Wave itself was really strong because of overpower. So their reasoning is that because they cut down on how strong overpower is, that Blood Wave will now be balanced. Okay, that much I can understand, but I guess what I can't understand is that, like, this would have a profound impact on all the other builds that were relying on overpower that weren't nearly as strong as Bloodwave. So I certainly hope that again, by removing this component of overpower that a lot of builds were relying on, that they're that that the balance team has actually given some changes to other builds to, I guess, compensate for these nerfs, because otherwise a lot of those builds are gonna be like DOA when the season comes in.
We've also got the new unique, the Hand of Nas. This is a pretty cool new way of playing the class, specifically Minion Necromancer. Let's take a look. So the Hand of Nas gives you more skeleton mages. So if you go all in on your mages, you sacrifice your warriors, you sacrifice your golems, you can now summon so the cool new way of playing the class. Your warriors, you sacrifice your golems, you can now summon additional mages for each minion that you sacrificed. So you can have far more mages than before.
Yes.
And just like any good RPG, your skeleton mages can get experience and level up.
Yeah,
So
let's go.
they attack 25 times, then they get to level up to a skeleton archmage. And when they're in the archmage form, they are harder to kill. They're going to teleport around to safety if they get attacked, and their attacks are going to occasionally shatter and deal bonus damage to the target and nearby enemies. We can take a look at this in action. You've got your big ol' backline of a ton of mages. You won't have your skeleton warriors, you won't have your golem if you really want to maximize your mages. So that really puts you, the Necromancer, as kind of being the front line for your army of minions. Kind of turns the traditional minion necro on its head a bit, whereas your minions are often the front line for you, and then you pump out the damage. In this kind of build, you're going to be the front lines trying to keep the enemies off your mages while they pump out the DPS from the back line.
Yeah, really, this makes it so you have a college of mages, one could say. And mages aren't the greatest at tanking, so you got to figure that out yourself.
All right, we've got the Rogue up next. So the Rogue, we did some updates to Death Trap and Shadow
Yes,
in this season.
as it should be.
Much like Necromancer, where they had a couple of ultimate skills that were really dominant in the meta, specifically Death Trap and Shadow Clone on the Rogue. Death Trap was kind of like Soul Rift in a lot of ways, where it did a little bit too much of everything, did pull in, did damage, other damage increases. And the big problem with that from a balance standpoint was that it was very easy to be able to just hold down the Death Trap button and spam cast it.
Yeah.
That was due to a number of effects interacting to give you cooldown reduction on it and reset its cooldown, including whenever you overpowered or killed an enemy with it. It would help tick off some of that cooldown reduction. We've removed that functionality, so it's a little bit harder to get to that full zero cooldown Death Trap. If you are still really building your character out, you'll still be able to get there. It'll just be a little bit harder of a journey, similar to the philosophy on Soul Rift. We want you to be able to solve these problems, but it was a little too easy to do it on Death Trap and really short-circuited the progression cycle of building up your character and feeling that growth and that strength.
Okay, so what do they do to change it?
Was doing a ton of damage, much like Blood Wave, and it kind of went a little bit against the fantasy of your Shadow Clone should be augmenting your strength, and it should be
this I agree with.
your damage output. What in reality, based on what it was doing, was like you did a little bit of damage, and the Shadow Clone dealt a ton of damage.
Yeah, it felt more like you were the Shadow Clone.
Yes.
I don't play Rogue enough compared to the other classes, but yeah, that's sort of how I felt when I was playing Dance of Knives. I would have to spawn my shadow clone, and suddenly I was doing more than double the damage, or rather, my shadow clone was doing more damage than I was. Right? Death Trap. I mean, I'm not gonna make a video covering this topic. There's already been so many videos done by other more knowledgeable YouTubers when it comes to Death Trap and rogues and all that. But Death Trap was far and away like way too strong in comparison to the other builds by like about like 5 to 10 pit tiers. It wasn't even close. So yeah, they kind of had to bring down the power of Death Trap. They had already reworked the pants, but even with that nerf, just remove the pants and the Death Trap is still fine. Thankfully, they're I guess taking other steps to maybe try and not make it
It
as
did feel like that.
imbalanced.
Shadow Clone mimics your effects, but it also changes some of the skill tags that it works with. So a Shadow Clone is an ultimate skill. It is a cutthroat skill. So no matter what it's casting, that skill is an ultimate and cutthroat skill. It basically allowed it to access some extra multipliers, some extra bonuses. Um, Baseline, there is a kind of damage penalty on the Shadow Clone, and we've kind of increased that so it doesn't deal quite as much percentage damage, but is still a good modifier to your damage output. And we've also added some damage reduction component to it. So the Shadow Clone kind of takes some of the hits for you, right? Takes some of your damage and gives you that damage reduction instead. We talked about key passive earlier. Victimize is a key passive on Rogue that while we have reworked, it was one of those ones that was either like super weak or super strong, depending on the precise tuning. And it really was struggled to get that into to balance it well.
They buffed loot drops. They said that they buffed loot drops in the PTR, but I don't think I was able to tell the difference, and neither was anybody else, as far as I can tell.
Do a burst of damage, but then you also deal multiplicative increased damage to those targets after you burst. You trigger that victimize effect on them. And we think this will get it to a much healthier state where it's like more consistently useful rather than all or nothing. And the new unique for Rogue this season is the Death Mask of Nirmatruk. And this one works with your flurry builds. Let's take a look here. So the Death Mask, you can now overexert yourself while casting Flurry. And what does that mean? That is a new term to Diablo 4. It means that if you don't have enough energy, you're going to spend life instead to cast your Flurry. And when you do spend life to cast Flurry, it's going to increase its damage and your attack speed rather substantially for a period of time. So you do get to go real fast, attack real quick, but be warned, the faster you attack without any energy, the more life you're spending, the closer to death you're going to get.
It's called a death mask for a reason.
Right, we've got a clip of this in action. So you are running through, you are dashing to enemies around, and casting Flurry super fast, even when you are out of energy, and now your life total is going to start draining the more flurries you cast.
I never get tired of this clip. It's perfect.
It's so ludicrous.
It is a great clip. Really embodies that like fast, stabby, frantic style that rogues are known for.
Yeah.
And definitely, I love how this like turns your build crafting options on its head. Typically, you want to get give me tons of resource generation. But you don't necessarily want that here, right? You want to be on low resource so that you can trigger the spending life. Because this effect basically does nothing if you're not spending life.
I mean, this isn't anything that we haven't already seen, so I don't think I care too much about the rehash comment regarding Death Mask of the Death Mask.
It will certainly help you die.
Hazen, you were talking about running this on hardcore.
I don't even think that they adjusted any of the affixes on this unique.
Crazy.
Did they do anything with Dance of Knives?
Let's move on to the Sorceress. So the Sorceress.
Nothing about Dance of Knives? They didn't mention anything about Dance of Knives or the change to concealment, which is, again, very surprising. I'm really trying to wrap my head around whether or not... I'm trying to figure out here whether or not they're trying to discuss changes from PTR to the new season or from Season 8 to Season 9. I mean, I guess both, but that's like a kind of a big deal that they changed concealment. They didn't even talk about that. And yeah, Dance of Knives, like some people are going to say it's amazing for leveling, so it doesn't need a buff, but I mean, try running it in Torment. I dare you, like, as like a Torment 1 to Torment 4. Good luck. In comparison to the other builds, nah, man. It just ain't it.
we've got updates here to Lightning Spear was one of the big ones. Lightning Spear had been kind of dominating the source.
Okay, yeah. I mean, anyone with two eyes could see that lightning spear was just so far beyond every other, not just every other sorcerer build in the game, but pretty much every other build in the game. Like full stop. And it was not even close. Again, this is kind of in line with why I was talking about overpower in some way needed to be adjusted, and I think that the uncapped scaling on some of these aspects, including the one for Lightning Spear, also needed to be adjusted, right? Because it was taking advantage of these two things, and that's where it's like massive damage numbers were coming out from. So, yeah, let's see what they have to say here.
Sorceress meta for quite a while. It was like really the premier build for a long time. And
Yeah,
this
for
had a
like
really interesting
2
situation
seasons,
where out of
3
the box,
seasons, I
Lightning
think.
Spear was kind of terrible, right?
Yeah.
You look at the skill and you're like, okay, how much damage does it do? How many enemies does it hit? What's its cooldown? And you're like, oh, this is awful. Like it doesn't do anything. And then you get Splintering Energy, the legendary aspect, and suddenly it goes from nothing to best skill in the game.
Yeah, and we don't
Pretty
want
much,
skills out
yeah.
of the box to feel useless. We
Right.
want them to feel powerful and good. And we also don't want aspects to have to carry that much weight on their
Yep.
shoulders. It's not good for either the base skill or the aspect.
So in this season, we've buffed up the base values of Lightning Spear rather substantially. I think it was like a 4 or 5 times increased damage. But we've looked at the Splintering Energy legendary and brought that down rather substantially. To be clear here, our goal is still that Lightning Spear, we do not want it to be the best way of playing Sorceress. It has had its time in the sun for a few seasons now. It's really been, I think it's time for some other options to rise up and be like some of the stronger builds on Sorceress. We still want it to be a viable way to play. We don't want to completely kill it to nothing, but it shouldn't be the absolute dominant or strongest way to play here Sorceress moving forward. To that
Yeah.
point, we've updated Icefall and Firestarter. Icefall is a legendary Paragon node that works with your Frost skills.
What's
Cold
Firestarter?
skills are going to do quite a bit more damage with this. It's just some numerical buffs there. And the Firestarter, that's a legendary aspect that works with your flame skills. You know, the other 2 builds outside of Lightning on Sorceress. Firestarter previously just did kind of a chunk of moderate fire damage, but wasn't anything special. Now it also gives you multiplicative fire damage, which is really good if you are picking, say, the Fire Infusion Catalyst for your Heraldic Spellcraft.
Oh,
Hold on, I gotta go
Moderate
back and...
fire damage, but wasn't anything special. You know, the other 2 builds outside of Lightning on Sorceress. Firestarter previously just did kind of a chunk of moderate fire damage, but wasn't anything special. Now it also gives you multiplicative fire damage, which is really good if you are picking, say, the Fire Infusion Catalyst for your Heraldic Spellcraft.
oh, true. Or some crazy new unique that might be making its way into the
Yeah, a crazy unique like
Firestarter.
the Ophidian Iris.
Oh, whoa.
Let's take a look at the Ophidian Iris. This is the new unique amulet that works with your Hydra skill. It makes Hydra into a core skill, and it's always going to summon
Right.
a 3-headed Hydra, and those Hydra's attacks explode on impact. Now, previously, you could build up effects that gave you more heads to your Hydra, and for every head above 3 that your Hydra would have had, instead it grows in size and deals multiplicatively more damage. We tested this out on the PTR, and one of the big points of feedback was that there's kind of 2 ways of building Hydra. You can build with more crit focus, like crit and fire, or more burning damage focus.
Yeah.
And previously, the affixes on the Ophidian Iris really tried to force you into the critical strike version of the build. And we've updated them here, so we removed that critical strike chance and added attack speed, which is good for both. And changed the ranks of the passive over to Primordial Binding, which is once again good for both, rather than giving you the critical strike pyromancy effect. Just being a bit more generic and allow you to play it whichever way you like and kind of equally support it. Let's take a look at this clip of the before and after in this terms of size. So on the left, you got your little...
So, I mean, I'm not sure what to really say here. I think that probably, I mean, the change to the unique itself is good because it allows people to play Hydra either as a dot build or as a direct damage build. That part's fine. But I certainly hope, like, right now, if we look just at the PTR, Hydra, again, we have a similar situation as with Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear was dominating by like, what, 10, maybe 20 or more even pit tiers as compared to other sorcerer builds. and several pit tiers higher than I think the second closest build, which right now is Spiritborn. And we're probably going to end up having a similar situation, except just replace the words Lightning Spear with Hydra if they leave it as is. They're buffing Ophidian Iris, I think that's the name of this new unique. And Hydra is, well, it's not really a buff, but this unique itself hasn't changed. So I certainly hope that the level of power on Hydra itself is coming down, because regardless of what other people are going to say here, yeah, like Hydra being like pit 120 versus everything else being barely able to scrap by like a pit 110 or 105 or 100 is, I think, still too massive a gap. Why are you gonna take down Lightning Spear and then say, oh yeah, let's throw Hydra up as king? But like they're basically just swapping out Lightning Spear for Hydra, except this time it's not with overpower, and we have all the same problems that they were trying to avoid in the first place. So I can't fully agree with, like, I'm disappointed to hear that there haven't been any additional changes to Hydra. Who knows? Maybe the patch notes will kind of cover some base Hydra damage nerfs or something. We'll have to wait and see.
Little piddly normal sized Hydra. If you build up a whole bunch of bonus Hydra heads, you get the big boy Hydras on the right, whose attacks explode on impact. Obviously, they deal a ton more damage. They kill the enemies much faster, and it just looks a lot bigger and a lot more visually impressive.
They are absolute units.
They really are. You get to become a Hydra parent. And also, honestly, I've never felt bad for a Khazra test dummy before, but I feel kind of bad for this guy.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to playing with this one
Yes.
next season.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'll be running for season 9, Charles.
That's sweet. All right, let's move on to the final class, Spiritborn. So for Spiritborn this season, we've looked at updating the Razor Wings build. That's a build
Finally, yeah,
had some
okay.
support, but never really quite got there. We've made some adjustments to some of the legendaries and that affect that build to really hope bring it up and make it a bit more robustly supported. I want to talk a little bit about the Hunter. That's the Jaguar ultimate skill. We tested a change on the PTR where so currently on season 8, and ever since it's launched, it had this mechanic where if you kill an enemy while the Hunter is active, it has a chance to reset its cooldown completely. So if you get lucky and you get a lot of kills, you can kind of spam cast Hunter until you miss, basically.
Right.
We tested out a change on the PTR where instead of doing that, it would just give a more consistent amount of cooldown reduction. And this was, we heard loud and clear that is not fun. It was really not what you wanted. Players really liked that kind of feast or famine version of Hunter, where it had that gameplay texture of constantly resetting and that mini game of making sure you maximize the number of kills for the short duration that it's active.
Yeah, it had really evolved.
So Hunter was already like the best ultimate. I don't really think most people are running the other ultimates. Oh, wait, no, it says other ultimates buff. Okay, I'll wait until I hear the rest of this, because I got some thoughts on Spiritborn as a whole here.
Spirit of the Jaguar, and we don't want to have to take that away.
Right. So this is one of the great things about testing these types of changes on PTR is that we're allowed to make these bit like more dramatic changes, and then if they don't work out, we'll revert them. And so in this case, we decided to revert those changes back to what it was before. Now, for context, the reason we tried to do that change in the first place was that the Hunter was by far the most popular ultimate skill on Spiritborn.
Well, yeah, of course.
90+% of Spiritborn players are using the Hunter.
Yes, of course everyone's going to use the Hunter.
Diversity. And we thought, okay, if we adjust its cooldown mechanic, that will be what we need to change. So instead, we looked at some numerical adjustments to it, so it doesn't have quite as many bonuses whenever it does function, but it still functions the same as before.
Yeah.
And in order to promote a bit more diversity, we've buffed up the other ultimate skill options. The other 3 Spirit Guardians now will give you other ways of giving multiplicative damage whenever you have them active. The Devourer will give you multiplicative poison damage. The Gorilla Ultimate, the Protector, will give you bonus damage while you stand in his area that he's pounding down on, gives you that area of power. And the Seeker, the Eagle Ultimate, will give you guaranteed critical strikes while it's active.
All right. There's a there's a few thoughts I got here. So, the TLDR, the Hunter, everyone was complaining about it, understandably in the PTR, because it did indeed feel pretty awful. But originally, the reason why they changed the Hunter was because everyone was using the Hunter. Like pretty much every build was using the hunter, right? And that's not healthy for the game. I completely can get behind that. I so their choice here to buff the other ultimates is the right call. They're saying that yeah, the Devourer now gives you more poison damage while it's active. The Seeker gives you like all your hits are guaranteed crits, and then Gorilla gives you more damage or something like that. I think that buffing the other ultimates is the right call. I think the thing that I'm a little bit more skeptical about is I just wish that their way of, I guess, balancing wasn't just to throw more damage at the problem. Like it would have been nice to see, like they said that oh yeah, with your Devourer, if you have your Devourer up, then you do more poisoning damage. Well, one of the things I would have liked to see is what if I could have multiple charges of the Devourer, or what if there's like more of a reset mechanic on the Devourer, or what if, well, okay, I mean what if there's like more base damage? I know I just said there shouldn't be more damage, but I mean like multiplicative damage bonuses. Like they could have buffed up the base damage on Devour because that's laughable right now how little damage it does in comparison to Hunter and even the other ultimates really, right? And the Seeker, okay, making all of your hits guaranteed crits is interesting. It's cool, but what if you were already able to get your max crit? Then that's kind of pointless, right? So I'm a little skeptical about their approach to buffing the other ultimates, but I think this is better than what they had on the PTR, where the other ultimates were largely unchanged from Season 8, and then Hunter itself was just way too strong in comparison that no one in their right mind would choose to use anything other than the Hunter. As for the Razor Wings buff, they were talking about earlier, yeah, they didn't really go in depth. I'd have to take a look at the patch notes to get a better look, but they're buffing Razor Wings across the board in terms of, I think it's base damage and also the legendary aspects that are tied to it. And I'll be honest, yeah, I was playing Season 8, right? And the last thing that I'm doing in Season 8 is putting together a Razor Wings build and the Seeker build. The Seeker is the Eagle Ultimate for Spiritborn. And the Seeker doesn't need more damage. It actually has nothing but damage. And it also, it giving crit doesn't really help me. But Razor Wings specifically was like, I was struggling just to clear T3 with Razor Wings in comparison to like all the other Spirit Board builds I played. So overall, I feel like overall this is a W. I think that I would like if I was behind the wheel, I would probably choose to balance it in different ways. But overall, I think this is a step in the right direction for sure. So good on them for this set of changes.
Awesome.
And finally, we've got the new unique item, a Balazan's Max Latel. We've got, I've been working on that. Pronunciation.
Nice.
So good.
Been working on that one. Nailed it. All right, so Balazan's Max Latel. We've got, let's take a look at that. This is the new pants unique. It triggers when you attack enemies who are close, it'll trigger your thorns damage as poisoning damage. So it's like poison and thorns combination here. And every time that you've retaliated with thorns, so you've gotten hit recently, then that poisoning damage is going to increase.
I really love this unique because it speaks to the spirit of thorns, which is like I must be hit and then I retaliate.
Right.
But like expands on that, which is really cool.
Yeah, and it gives you more consistent value. Like if you're not getting hit, your thorns was worthless. Now you building up thorns is still positive offensive value, even if you're not getting hit. But of course, getting hit and triggering those thorns is going to get you even stronger. On the PTR, this was definitely very powerful.
Very powerful.
Very, very strong. We did adjust its numbers down quite substantially. The percentage of thorns converted has been reduced. We still expect this to be a very powerful build, but it's gotten brought down a notch or two because it was by far the most powerful build that we saw on the PTR.
Yeah.
I am a little like what? So I can understand them saying that Thorn Spiritborn was way too strong. I think that in comparison to a lot of the other builds in like A tier and so on, yeah, like Thorn Spiritborn was pushing like or punching up to like pit 115. But their reasoning here is that oh, it was way too strong, so we had to like reduce the numbers down a little bit. That's sure fine. And they're saying that it's the strongest build that they saw, even though there's very clearly Hydra Sorcerer that was clearing for pit like 120 and above, or I think it was like pit 120 and above. So I'm really struggling to see why or how or where they missed Hydra, but they for some reason didn't miss Thorns. Again, I need to see the patch notes to know for sure, but yeah, that's my take so far.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a clip of this in action here, right? So you're standing in the middle, you're getting hit, you're clicking your defensive skill so that you can survive, and then once you get hit and stack that up, you can go around and apply bonus poisoning thorns damage to all of the enemies around you.
Those idiots. Why are they even hitting you?
I don't know. All right, and so that covers all of the class updates. Once again, make sure you check out the patch notes after the live stream here. Check out the blog. It's got all of the details. I kind of glossed over some of them because there's so many details to go into. Go and check those out for all of the very specific changes that we're making come Season 9. And can't wait for you to see, to try out all of these new effects.
Woo! Thank you for that, Charles. Take a bow. Yeah, the patch notes are absolutely massive this season. They won't be hitting in all languages following the stream. We're looking to have those published just prior to the start of the season on July 1st. So some languages will be available, but expect most of them towards the start of the season because the patch notes are absolutely massive. So like Charles said, dive into them, get those changes. And Charles, can we get that Spiritborn unique name one more time?
Balazan's Max Latel.
Balazan's Max Latel. Heard it here
No, I gotta
first.
give it to him. He pronounced that like a champ.
So as we've gone through the stream, we've got all these great components from Season 9 coming through. We've got the Project Strong Rooms, we've got Escalating Nightmares, we have all these excellent balance changes and class updates coming in. So it feels like we've got this nice cake, and we just need a little bit of frosting and some sprinkles just to finish it off. So I know, Aislinn, you've got some nice little tidbits to get into towards the end in terms of system updates. So what can we look forward to in Season 9?
Yeah, so not only have we done all these awesome, specific Season 9 things, we've also done our best to improve the game eternally or in an evergreen fashion or permanently, however you want to say it. So yeah, a big thing that we learned from Season 8 is that we really like it when we feel like we have different ways we can play the season. So in Season 8 specifically, you went into the Apparition Incursions, and it sometimes ended up feeling while you were leveling like you had to do it a bit more than you actually wanted to. Like you'd rather go do some other things. And so the way we want to change that in Season 9 and going forward forever is elites and bosses are now going to grant seasonal reputation regardless of what the season is.
Yes, that's how it should be. Sorry, I'm like trying to write some of this information because I'm gonna have to cover this like later in a separate video. But right now, the way the game works is that if if you're trying to complete your seasonal reputation, you should not be pigeonholed into doing one specific activity in order to do so. Nightmare dungeons are the thing for this season. I'll so help me if I'd only have to run Nightmare Dungeons for the rest of the season just to fill out my seasonal reputation. I don't want to do that. I don't think anyone does either. That would be yeah, that is not enjoyable. That is as easily as I can put it. And then this is similar thing with the seasonal currency. I don't want to only have to run reputation or no, I don't want to have to just run Nightmare Dungeons over and over and over again. It's nice to have some alternatives. It doesn't even have to give as much as the main activity for which we would get them, right? Like, yeah, if I clear a lair horde and I get like maybe 100 of the seasonal currency, I think it's Herodic Files this season, right? The Nightmare Dungeons can give me 200. I'm okay with that. There just needs to be some alternative because I don't want to just be doing the same thing over and over and over again. Now, this is a step in the right direction when it comes to the seasonal content. I just wish that they would extend this more generally to most of the other activities in the game. I think one of my biggest, I think one of the biggest offenders of this would be leveling glyphs. I would be so happy if Pit was not, and well, no, not just leveling glyphs, but XP too. So XP, leveling glyphs, and boss mats. Yeah, those three things, I really do wish they would extend it to be more general, like that you could get them from doing more than just one specific activity. I think that would make the game way more fun, since then people could just choose whichever thing that they want to do. But hey, that's my take on it, and they have their own way of trying to go about doing these sorts of things.
you can always make progress towards reputation by killing those strong enemies. So that should make it so, it doesn't matter if you're going to the seasonal activity, you're still going to make progress. The seasonal activity or whatever exists in a season will still be a really fantastic source of that specific seasonal power and rep and currency and what have you. But we want you to feel like you can just take some detours and explore the game at your own pace and in your own way, and the season still recognizes that. And similarly, we had Layer Hordes grant seasonal currency in Season 8 specifically because it was the Season of Bosses, but we decided to just keep that going forward because basically all roads lead to layer bosses now. Like, you're going to find layer keys by doing a variety of activities. And so it felt like a very ubiquitous place for us to imbue seasonal currency into the game.
I don't even know what that word means.
And this isn't to say, like, this isn't an exhaustive list, right? Oh, I got to wave over here. This isn't an exhaustive list. You are still going to be earning extra seasonal reputation and seasonal currency from doing seasonal specific stuff too. So it should just be a much larger pool of ways to play. But yeah, so with that said, let's jump into some of the permanent details or permanent changes and details of the Nightmare Dungeon and Escalation Nightmare systems. So Dan already went over this quite a bit, but I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the why and the how of this all.
Okay.
So we added a bunch of new affixes, positive affixes to Nightmare Dungeons. And the reason why we wanted to do this is because we wanted to make sure that when you're sifting through your different Nightmare Dungeons, it feels like you have different options for how you can make progress for your economy. So you'll notice that these blue affixes, like the Herodic Materials...
Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead.
Replayability and variety, entirely new one. So be a bunch of new ones, like Dark Omen is specifically an entirely new one.
So okay, this is kind of interesting. Okay, hold on. Let me rewind this a little bit, and I'll listen to this.
Our time, we kind of rebranded, rethemed a bunch of the affixes. We added a bunch of new ones, like Dark Omen is specifically an entirely new one. So be careful going into one of those dungeons. And we also added many more of the potential elite affix. The elite affixes that can appear on Nightmare Dungeons, like, for example, Waller, Vampiric is another one. And this is all just, again, to make Nightmare Dungeons feel like there's more variety as you're playing through all of them.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, I think...
Yeah, I think that's okay. They're adding new ways to customize the Nightmare Dungeon. At the end of the day, I don't know how much people are really going to pay too much attention to Profane Ages or Dark Omen. That remains to be seen. I don't even know what they are. I hope that there's an explanation that's given in-game rather than we go in and find out. It'd be nice to know before we go into it. I think that would just be better. But I think here, just the way they've the way that they've made their presentation, it's just not like written on these Nightmare sigils that we can see on the screen here. But yeah, I'm kind of curious what Dark Omen and Profane Aegis are. Although, frankly, I care most about the positive affix here. Herodic Materials Reserve. Forgotten Wisdom, of course, is the really, really big one. But yeah, it remains to be seen how that's going to turn out.
Go forward here and check out what a actual Herodic Reserve looks like. Just as a PSA, so if you go in and you're chomping through a Nightmare Dungeon, that's what a Herodic Reserve will look like. So there will be a bunch of those throughout a Nightmare Dungeon. Make sure to open all those to get your nifty new positive affix rewards. And then on top of that, of course, we have the new permanent addition, the Escalating Sigils, which are just Nightmare Dungeons, but even punchier. So as Dan was saying, we made it so you're getting even more rewards from these things as you're escalating. They're going to raise in difficulty as you go through each escalation, which I would like to point out does mean that you can surpass Torment 4 with these now, which can get very terrifying. And there's also unique affixes that can only appear on escalating sigils. And here we have the actual Astaroth affix, or rather the Astaroth list of affixes that we're going to be dealing with when we fight Astaroth. So Dan kind of alluded to this, but we can see that one of the negative affixes here is Meteor Storm. That's an Astaroth-specific affix, and that actually changes the way the Astaroth fight works. And there are quite a few of these. So every time you go in and fight Astaroth, it's going to feel a little different. There's going to be different challenges you have to face. And there's also going to be a lot of really fantastic rewards that he drops too. Like, for example, the Riches of Keys gives you, I think, like Infernal Compasses and Undercity Tributes. And Lord Zier's Offering gives you quite a few keys to go and fight Lord Zier. And, it's all modular, it's all randomized, and it's a lot. It's a lot of rewards, which is great. But it's a lot harder too, which is also fun. But yeah, so that's the overall on these Nightmare Dungeon and Escalating Sigil things. And I just want to say, as one last thing, like I mentioned before, this is something that we want to continuously improve upon because it is such a major new thing. And like, we knew that Nightmare Dungeons needed some love, and we're really happy we got the opportunity to do that here. And we want to continue to foster and cultivate the system going forward. So please, any more feedback you have, shoot it our way. All right, and with all that said, let's move on to some more general quality of life updates to the game as a whole. So first of all, here we have the legendary item drop updates.
Okay.
So, typically in Diablo 4, what we've done is when you go up in Torment tiers, you find more items, but we've decided to make it so you also find a higher quality of items when you go up in Torment tiers as well. This means that as you go from Torment 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you are going to find more ancestral items and thus also more greater affixes. We wanted to do this because we were finding that people on higher Torment tiers, as characters were getting to 2 and 3, etc., the loot wasn't quite keeping up with the state their character was in and what they expected to receive. And so we're trying this out, and let us know what you think. And I just wanted to do a quick call out that this also applies to lair bosses. Like, it applies to everything, but I wanted to specifically call out that it applies to lair bosses, which is great because now we're going to be finding more ancestral versions of lair boss unique items too. All right. Let's move on to the resource economy. There's quite a few of these here.
Torment progression changes. Wait. What is that about?
With the state their character was in and what they we wanted to do this because and a higher quality of items when you go up in Torment tiers as well.
Right.
This means that as you go from Torment 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you are going to find more ancestral items and thus also more greater affixes. We wanted to do this because we were finding that people on higher Torment tiers, as characters were getting to 2 and 3, etc., the loot wasn't quite keeping up with the state their character was in and what they expected to receive. And so we're trying this out, and let us know what you think. And I just wanted to do a quick call out that this also applies to lair bosses. Like, it applies to everything, but I wanted to specifically call out that it applies to lair bosses, which is great because now we're going to be finding more ancestral versions of lair boss unique items too. All right.
Okay, that's the right call.
Let's move on.
That's actually the right call, because how ridiculous is it that I decided to try to clear a boss on, let's say, Torment 2, and maybe they'll pretty much drop me nothing but like 750 item power, like Storm's Companion, for example. And I could run bosses. I could run, like, let's say 10, I don't know, Beast of the Ice, and he might not drop me even a single ancestral Storm's Companion. That makes no sense. Or unless I were to run Belial, then Belial is known for giving a lot better rewards, ancestral equipment. But that's just not how it should be. You should not have to run Belial to get ancestrals. You should be able to more easily get ancestral uniques from the original bosses that they were a part of. I like, why would it make sense that you're not rocking like ancestrals in like once you start pushing up like Torment 2, 3, and 4, right? So this is the right call, I think, for sure.
Onto the resource economy. There's quite a few of these here. So first of all, we saw that people were not finding as many legendary runes as they would like. It felt too sluggish to get through that journey. So we've kind of done quite a few changes to that overall. Now the Tribute of Harmony, which is specifically the tribute that grants quite a few runes, will grant even more and a higher quality of runes. All Undercity tributes, not just the Tribute of Harmony, will also grant runes. So if you're finding yourself light on runes, going to Undercity is typically a really good place. And then finally, we also increased the quality chance the chance for legendary runes to drop from fighting layer bosses and their layer boss horde too. So just kind of all throughout the game, that's just a bit better. We've made quite a few improvements to whisper caches, so like the gold caches.
Yeah, this is how it should have been. This is indeed how it should be. Legendary rune drops increase. Yeah. I've been playing the whole season. Pushing Paragon 250 almost. And I have found maybe like 3 or 4 legendary runes. In total. Not 4 of each, but 4 in total. At Paragon 250, and that makes no sense. Now, there are going to be some players who say, oh yeah, I do have like tons and tons of runes. And that is either because there's only one of 3 explanations I can think of for this, okay? Either they were actively trading with other people, or no, wait. Either they were duping the runes, they were trading with other people who had gotten duped runes because they either duped it themselves or got it from other people who got it from other people who duped it, or they're just built different. It's one of those 3 options. The average player in the current season could not get like there is not even a point in trying to have it so you can craft your own mythic with like 6 legendary runes when the only way you could feasibly do this is by having like a like if you're like a legit player or something. Like I don't even think legit player is the right word for it. If you're like like an average Joe, I mean, it's not even really an average Joe, but sure, I'll just call it that. If you're an average Joe, you would need to play with like at least a dozen other people or something, and then you all pool in all your legendary rune drops, and then wow, you can craft 1 mythic with that. That just made no sense. So yeah, they had to make this adjustment for sure. There's no way they could leave legendary rune drops the way they were. It was completely pointless, especially if you're like playing solo. Like it's just completely hopeless. If I didn't get if Medivh didn't bail me out on legendary runes, I would have 0 legendary rune drops this season, without a doubt. So this is the right call.
Much more lucrative. The material cache is more lucrative. The gem caches are more lucrative. A lot of ancillary stuff just feels better and are better choices than they used to be. We want to make sure that when you're actually looking at the potential whisper caches, that each of them feels like it would actually make a difference. And so that's the big impetus there. We have made our jewelers across Sanctuary adopt more business-friendly practices. Their
Yeah, heard this
cash
one
is
before.
no longer quite as ludicrously expensive, and it also drops significantly more rings. And
Hold on,
amulets.
hold
So
on. Let me go back a second.
stuff just feels better and are better choices than they used to be. We want to make sure that when you're actually looking at the potential whisper caches, that each of them feels like it would actually make a difference. And so that's the big impetus there. We have made
Sure.
our jewelers across Sanctuary adopt more business-friendly practices. Their cash is no longer quite as ludicrously expensive, and it also drops significantly more rings and amulets. So they're a little bit nicer now. And then Infernal Hordes also is going to be dropping more gems. And then finally, something we wanted to add here is there's going to be increased drop rate for Scrolls of Escape, specifically in hardcore.
This is for
We found
hardcore,
that
but that's
you weren't
fine.
getting
Sure.
quite as many as we would like you to in that mode, and so we want to make sure that you have just enough to go and test yourself against those really challenging layer boss fights when you feel like your build is ready. All right, and let's dive into some
Q&A.
into our next slide here. So
I'm this is like the 3rd time we've seen this in this campfire chat. They talked about it at the very beginning. They talked about this 2 slides ago. I know because I'm writing notes for all of these right now, and I want to talk about it a little later.
this is just to go
And I don't know, are they adding more information here? I'm not sure.
basically, this is a lot of information. So let's just talk briefly about what is permanent and what is exclusive to season 9.
Oh.
As a recap. So
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, sure. Fine. So this would be NMD updates. I'll just put all NMD. I mean, this is what I would have expected anyway, but sure. Uniques are permanent. For Roderick, Spellcraft, jewels, reputation, quest line. I'll just put, yeah. Quest line, spellcraft, jewels, and Roderick knowledge, seasonal reputation. Are not sure. Okay, summed up in one line. Why don't I just skip
The
forward? I think
Arcana.
no,
I'll
no,
go
I
over
don't.
them again. They're on to
Don't
kind
think I
of
need to
touch
listen
on
to that.
the
Okay.
PTR and the learnings and kind of our thoughts and our culture on PTR. So we already kind of went over the systems updates that were changed since PTR. I'll go over them again very briefly. So lair bosses now have an increased chance to drop legendary runes. There's a increased drop rate to Scrolls of Escape in Hardcore, and there was the massive pass on all things Nightmare Dungeon to improve the tuning and make affixes meaner and stuff like that. But I just wanted to take a moment to say that
So summary. Okay.
the PTR for us as a team is just amazing. We really cannot stress this enough. Like when the PTR goes live and you guys start talking about the game, the air in the office is electrifying. We're
Duh. I I don't know. I mean, yeah. It works both ways, right? I mean, I think I'm preaching to the choir here, but of course, like the PTR helps us and it helps them. It helps us because we get a chance to actually see for ourselves what is coming in the next season, so we have a chance to be hyped about it. And then the people who are working on the game actually get very valuable and useful feedback. Like if we rewinded the clock all the way back to season 3 where there was no PTR, then it is very apparent, like for anyone who's new to the game, it would become very quickly it would become apparent why the PTR was necessary with some of the bugs that were present in season 3, season 2, season 1. eh, yeah, the game is in, for all of its flaws, a much better state than it was way back when the game launched, without a shadow of a doubt. So
We're
no,
all
no
so
surprise there.
excited to see what you guys have to say, and we're
Yes.
just, we're running around, we're talking to each other,
Right.
etc. And it's just great. It's great for the vibe. Thank you from us to you for helping us make Diablo as good as it can possibly.
You're welcome. Okay.
Amazing to see players like trying out the new stuff.
Yeah, of course.
This season was wild for
Be able to
Wait,
do
what?
that.
Okay.
It
Here.
absolutely is, and like this season was wild for PTR updates. We
Yeah.
made so many changes, and it was just super helpful to hear everything.
Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense,
Okay.
sure.
We can take a confident step forward, knowing that our players who are just diehard Diablo 4 fans have given us their greatest feedback,
Yes.
and it does make. Are they partition bound?
Oh, okay, Q&A.
Some
Oh, here it is.
excellent- The first thing that we do want to ask our devs here is for the Herodic Spellcraft, are those powers account bound? Are they partition bound? Or do you need to level them up specifically for each alt?
Yeah, so they're going to be partition bound. So on,
Partition
for
bound?
example, seasonal softcore, if you make a new character, you'll have all your progress from your previous seasonal softcore character. So it's partition bound. If you make a new seasonal hardcore character, you would have to find the new Herodic Spellcraft, but then any future seasonal hardcore character you make would have access to that same progression.
Awesome. Nice. Okay, we've got our first question coming in from the Sanctuary Discord. Getty asks, how does the team currently feel about boss design? Are invulnerable phases something you're looking to continue with in future bosses? And that's an interesting one because
Powers are shared
the
between all
Azeroth
characters
fight
on
that
an
just came
account.
back does have some interesting mechanics that aren't quite invulnerability, but it's
Between
more of like
all
a segmented
softcore
phase, so.
or all hardcore characters on an account.
That's
Yeah,
something
okay.
that we've been talking about a lot internally,
That's-
with the new changes to the layer bosses.
That's pretty obvious to me personally at this point, but hey, not everyone. It might be the case that not everyone knows that necessarily, right?
I think it's something that we. Sometimes it's important, like it's cool for like the vibes of the fight if a boss has an invulnerability phase. But we also
Oh,
recognize
invulnerability
that, like,
phase.
once you get to a point where you feel like you can beat a boss, sometimes the invulnerability phase can feel like an obstacle, potentially an unwanted obstacle. And so the team has definitely been exploring some ways that we can create that similar feeling without necessarily putting a hard stop on a fight.
Yeah, there's definitely some examples even already in the game where it's like, hey, if you're able to kind of beat a DPS check and you're able to get the boss like down to a certain amount or kill it before the phase, then you're able to do that. That's definitely one good example that we're definitely looking at.
So devs
coming
are
up
looking at
with some
alternatives
other,
for immune
boss fights.
phases.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. Charmed Chaos. Does the strong room time count against the dungeon's completion time, or are they separate?
Dungeon's completion
Dan,
time.
you want to take that one?
I'm thinking about this right now, and I am not entirely certain. um, my guess is that it does count towards the dungeon completion time.
Dungeon complete, like, who cares about the dungeon completion time? Unless I'm missing something. Did they add in a dungeon completion time? Because Nightmare Dungeon, like, you start a Nightmare Dungeon and you just do it from start to finish. You can take 20 minutes or you could take 20 hours, and it doesn't make a difference, right? So who cares? I'm a little confused by that.
Time. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to, go back to the team and post an update online about that.
Cool. I guess it's a philosophical question of, is the strong room its own realm? Like, are you,
Yeah.
defying the logic of where you are in the dungeon? Or, I mean, you do blast through it pretty quick, which is good. But then, you might take your time leaving it or going back in to find some more goodies. So, yeah, that's an excellent question. I've got another one from Why So Blue Panda Bear. Don't be sad, Panda Bear. At Diablo, do we still get Obdicite in these escalation nightmare dungeon runs?
Oh, yeah, you do. There's also even there is an affix that increases the amount of Obdicite you get. And again, also the escalating Nightmare dungeon runs scale. So scale with rewards, and difficulty. But as you go up and up and up, you just get more Obdicite and the affixes become better. So
Sorry, I think I zoned out there. Hold on. Let me
Obdicite
go
in
back
these
here.
escalation nightmare dungeon runs.
Oh, yeah, you do. There's also even there is an affix that increases the amount of Obdicite you get. And again, also the escalating Nightmare dungeon runs scale. So scale with rewards, and difficulty. But as you go up and up and up, you just get more Obdicite and the affixes become better. So if you find like the extra Obdicite affix later on, it's like showering Obdicite. It's a lot.
That's unreal. That's absolutely unreal. This one's for you. Might be for Aislinn. The Bird King. Has anything been confirmed about GA or general greater affix rates going up at higher torment tiers?
Oh, yeah. So that slide we had talking about the increased quality per torment, they will be going up, yes. You're going to be finding more ancestral items, and so consequentially, you're going to be finding more greater affix items and items with more greater affixes as well.
Unreal. Thank you for that, Aislinn. Scream Hard. At Diablo.
That slide we had talking about the increased quality per torment, they will be going up, yes. So that slide we had talking about the...
Has anything been confirmed about GA or general greater affix rates going up at higher torment tiers?
Oh, yeah. So that slide we had talking about the increased quality per torment, they will be going up, yes. You're going to be finding more ancestral items, and so consequentially, you're going to be finding more greater affix items and items with more greater affixes as well.
Unreal. Thank you for that, Aislinn. Scream Hard. At Diablo, question for Q&A. Will we start to see seasonal power systems incorporated into the base game? There have been several that I was fond of that could add depth.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. Obviously, every season when we make some of these powers, like the Heraldic Spellcraft or the Witchcraft powers and the boss powers in the past, they were exclusive to that season.
Yep.
That being said, we are a team with a bunch of designers who are always looking for good ideas, and especially good ideas that have proven to work in the game. And so
I see this question get asked a lot. Like, the people really enjoyed, let's say, vampiric powers. And, what if we could have vampiric powers plus the witch powers plus the boss powers plus maybe like some of these Heraldric jewels that are coming up, right? Like some combination of that. I think that's what this question being asked is talking about. And yeah, well, that would be fun. That would be a nightmare to balance. So I don't ever expect them to release something like that. But on the other hand, I really do wish, like, there's some features for which they kind of like have this habit of like taking two steps forward and one step back, and they regress certain systems, right? We used to have leaderboard for Gauntlet. I know it was Gauntlet. They should have just done it for Pit, but whatever, sure. And they also, but I mean, just as an example, right? But the one that I'm really bummed out about is season 7 Whispers. I think it was a huge regression that is, season 7 had these whispers. They also had witch tides, like the green hell tides, but I'm not gonna go into that. They should just have had the seasonal, like those whispers, the way that they were. They should just stay. Anytime that there is a region with whispers, it should just have all of the whispers from season 7. Who cares if it's out of season? Who cares? It just, it augments the base game, and it's 100 times more fun to have the option to run those whispers as opposed to not have them. I don't know how else to put it. And then there was one other like, the whispers was a big one, but I can't think, there was one other adjustment that was made. I can't remember which season it was, but that was kind of it was too bad to kind of see. Oh yeah, Herodric Vaults. That was the other one. A lot of people hated Herodric Vaults. Or what was it called? Herodric Vaults? Anyway, the Vaults. Nightmare Vaults. Yeah, it's called Nightmare Vaults. Nightmare Vaults. That was one which a lot of people hated. That's fine. They could just leave it in the game. Just let people have the option to play around with those. Those are activities that should not be removed, at least in my opinion. And same with root holds too. Root holds were pretty cool. So they should just keep these mechanics that are like introduced in a season. Some of them, maybe not necessarily all of them, right? But yeah, like I can understand the reluctance to keep powers because it would indeed be a nightmare to balance. But I really do wish that they would have kept like Roderick, um, like the vaults. They would keep the whispers. They would keep root holds and so on. And I think it's a huge missed opportunity not to have that. But anyway, yeah. Uh, yeah, Lee, you were saying I like this too. Yeah, I think this. Sorry, I've been neglecting you. You're the only one who's actually been commenting in chat, so I just want to give a shout out to Lee Burgess. I really appreciate it. If not for the fact that you're here, I probably would have shut off my stream like a while back because I'm kind of just talking at the air at this point. But I wanted to kind of like share my own thoughts. I know no one really, aside from you, there's not really anyone who cares much for my opinion, right? I'm not Rax, I'm not Rob, I'm not Wadijo, whatever, any of these big D4 streamers, but uh, as like I'm not a blaster like they are, but I'm also not like a filthy casual. Like somewhere in between, I'm just kind of sharing my thoughts and yeah, I think that some of these would be a safe step in the right direction. That's just my opinion. Like who would complain that there's vaults available, right? And what if those vaults could actually help upgrade sigils? I'd love that. Then I could play Thorn's Barb and just have a lot of fun with it, right? Anyway, that's just my two cents on the matter. And you also said that, yeah, you're right. I think if you were saying that with regards to yeah, the nightmare or like, powers, there's no way they could keep powers for every season, but some of the other mechanics could stay. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people would complain about that, but anyway.
We definitely, when we're looking at making future systems and future improvements to the game, we are absolutely looking at some of the best performing seasonal powers and thinking about how we can integrate that into the game. So it's very likely you'll see some of the better received and more popular seasonal powers potentially return in the future. But for the time being, they do still exist just in their season. But they are absolutely still on our radar to bring back in other forms and other ways for future content.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do love, like, I mean, even for the season overall, instead of, having seasonal powers that we have and then look at the favorite ones, like, such a massive part of the mechanics of this season are just already going to be permanent and in eternal and seasonal realms, which is so nice. So
Okay, yeah, as it should be.
Really just those power systems are really the seasonal parts. And a lot of our focus on seasonal development is plussing up base aspects of the game, like the Nightmare Dungeon system as a whole. We're looking at making sure that part of the game is improved and is evergreen. And then a lot of the powers are things that are exclusive for the season, but we are still looking out for good designs and ways of bringing back the popular ones for the future.
Hell yeah, absolutely, Charles. Mippy, at Diablo, are the escalating nightmare...
I mean, they're kind of dodging the question on this one. Of course, the answer is no. It's a whole lot of words, but the reality is no, they are not. Like, Yeah, because the original question was just, yeah, are they planning to like carry over these like power systems from season to season? They haven't ever done it. Like yeah, they added in as like a legendary aspect or maybe a unique or something like that. But of course, the power system itself is not going to stay. And yeah, they can't openly go out and say no, but uh hold on. Yeah, but of course the devs can't like these guys can't actually say that, oh yeah, we can't like it would be a nightmare to balance. So they do have to point out that yeah, they're like trying to like incorporate some of the best received powers, but obviously it's not going to be the exact same. Anyway, whatever. I understand. I can guess their perspective on it, their actual perspective on it, and well, I mean, they can't openly say that, so fine.
Nightmare sigils craftable or only droppable? Important question for leveling. I think
Oh,
I might send that one
yes,
to you,
leveling.
Dan.
All right, let's hear it.
Hmm.
That's right up my alley.
Yeah, that's another one I'm not sure about, unfortunately.
So I believe they should only be able to
Yeah.
drop from the Herodric strong rooms. That's
What? Okay, hold on.
Diablo, are the escalating nightmare sigils craftable or only droppable? Important question for leveling.
Sigils
I think I might send that
craftable
one to you,
or
Dan.
droppable.
Hmm. Yeah, that's another one I'm not sure about, unfortunately.
So I believe they should only be able to
Yeah.
drop from the Herodric strong rooms. That's what.
What are these people called again? They're not. These guys aren't. Maybe they're considered developers, some of them, but I think these are what the show hosts. I'll just call them commentators or unsure. Sure, close enough. Yeah, sorry. I see that there's messages in chat, but I just want to get through the rest of this and then talk to you folks and then actually go through the patch notes. And we can do that together again if anyone cares. And I did actually, and I'm not trying to like rage bait anybody, by the way. Like it's like I'm not. I just don't really have any. I'm happy to do this just for my own sake, for amusement's sake. But you know, I like sharing it with other people, and if people want to tune in, then great. So I'm not trying to like be all like woe is me. I don't want to give that impression. It's just making an observation, honest observation.
Yeah.
Escalation sigils.
Right. And I think in
So I
That's
just
fine.
to the point, if you want to try to be farming them, you can craft nightmare sigils.
I should address this now. I don't want to keep you waiting, Chris Peg. How do you say this? I don't want to get your name wrong here. I'll stick with Chris, but I'll try my best at saying this out. Chris Pegalo, or is it Pegalo? I think it's Pegalo in this case, but I could be wrong. So, first of all, welcome to today's stream. I hope that you've enjoyed me sharing my thoughts on this campfire chat so far. This is actually my first time doing something like this, where I do like a live react to one of these. Usually I listen to it in the comfort of my own home in silence, but I did want to have a chance to try this out and kind of share my own personal thoughts on this and kind of see how it works. That's all I had in mind. Um, I'm really glad though to hear that you enjoy my content and playstyle though. It really does mean a lot to me, man. I mean I mean this with all sincerity. I don't know if you can tell in my voice. I'm very bad at you know putting sincerity in my voice here, but I really do appreciate it. Like that means a lot to me because yeah, like there are some people watching, but of course, actually hearing it hearing these words that yeah you enjoy my content and you're enjoying my playstyle and that it's not just like oh you just threw me on in the background because well I guess YouTube autoplay threw you into my channel that's actually really nice to hear and it actually motivates me to put out more content so thank you very very much uh for this. Oh shoot, one sec, sorry. And then yeah, blasters play a game I do not in a sense. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I'm with you on that, right? Like I try to like don't get me wrong, I am not like I just said, I'm not a blaster like those guys are. But I'm not like a noob either, okay? I don't have my I think it's fair to say I'm not like I'm not I don't have my delusions one way or the other. It's not like I'm a blaster pretending to be a noob, and I'm not a noob pretending to be a blaster. I'm somewhere in the middle, like the majority, I think, of other people. And so, but I'm of course, I'm not gonna say like I'm super knowledgeable or anything like that. But I do know a fair bit about the game. But where I don't shine compared to others, I guess, is that other people sink like they play like 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, and they play like 7 days a week. Some people, and others are actually getting or like either actively making trades with uh members of the Diablo 4 community, or they're getting handouts from other people. Now, that's not to say I've never gotten handouts, right? But like I'm not really sitting on like stacks of 99 Belial husks or anything like that, right? I usually, when I'm trying to do like a 1 to Torment 4 on a character, I'm just trying to go as far as I can with what I found. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad that you enjoy my content. I'm glad you enjoy my playstyle, and yeah, I'll try my best to keep it going. Although this season I'm going to change things up with my playstyle. I'll talk about that when the time comes, but I'll probably try to go full force and try to clear things as quickly as I can rather than trying to like, oh yeah, would I have access to this level of power and so on. I think, yeah, I'd like to switch things up, but I'll talk about that in the future. Okay, let's get through the rest of this Q&A.
Trying to find ones that have the Herodic Strong Room
Yes.
guaranteed on there.
Right.
And then run the ones with the strong room. So it's a little bit, you can't maybe craft them directly, but you can craft ways of farming them.
You can definitely go out of your way to find Herodic Strong Rooms, which then brings you to Escalation Nightmares.
Yeah, and if you're looking for those pre-torment Nightmare Escalation Sigils, you're going to be getting that from the Seasonal Reputation track. So before you are pre-torment, if you want to play those and get used to them before you actually get to face off against Astaroth in post-torment levels, you will be getting that from the Seasonal Reputation track.
Seasonal Reputation track.
To find Herodic Strong Rooms, which then brings you to Escalation Nightmares.
Yeah, and if you're looking for those...
Okay, hold on, I had to re-listen to this.
Nightmare Sigils, trying to find
Craft
ones that have
Nightmare
the
Sigils.
Herodic Strong Room guaranteed on there.
Right.
Okay.
And then run the ones with the strong room. So it's a little bit, you can't maybe craft them directly, but you can craft ways of farming them.
You can definitely go out of your way to find Herodic Strong Rooms, which then brings you to Escalation.
Okay, so Escalation Sigils. Hold on.
The one I'm not sure about, unfortunately.
That's where you'll be finding
Yeah.
Escalation Sigils.
Right.
Herodic Strong Rooms.
Okay.
Where you'll be finding
Yeah.
Escalation.
Commenters are unsure, but Herodric, I'm just gonna write it as strong rooms. I think it's fairly obvious. There's only one type of strong room in the game. Strong rooms are where you would find escalation sigils, and you can craft. Well, I don't think I need to write the second half out. Okay, sure.
Sigils.
One Herodic Strong Room guaranteed on there.
Right.
And then run the ones with the strong room. So it's a little bit,
The one with
you
the
can't
strong
maybe
room.
craft them directly, but you can craft ways of farming them.
And if from DC you get to face, look out the names for new uniques. Some of them are really interesting and something cool that how you actually get to face off against Astaroth pre-torment
directly, but you can craft ways of
Okay,
farming them.
here.
You can definitely go out of your way to find Herodic
And
Strong Rooms,
then-
which then brings you to Escalation Nightmares.
Yeah, and if you're looking for those pre-torment Nightmare Escalation
Pre-torment.
Sigils, you're going to be getting that from the Seasonal Reputation track.
Okay, there. Also, you can get pre-torment escalation sigils from Reputation track. Okay, good. Also get pre-torment escalation sigils from the Reputation track. Okay, nice.
So before you are pre-torment, if you want to play those and get used to them before you actually get to face off against Astaroth in post-torment levels, you will be getting that. Cool name.
Ooh.
So look out for those.
Nice.
The Creether. Cool name.
Ooh.
How do you
Okay.
come up with the names for new uniques? Some of them are really interesting and
Yeah.
find something cool that
Are handled by our wonderful narrative designers and quest designers who
Honestly, yeah, the names are really cool. Honestly, yeah, I would like to make reference to them in these. Yeah, sure, why not?
Have a
Narrative designer,
Our
is that what
uniques
it's?
are handled by our wonderful narrative designers and quest designers who
By
really have
narrative
a firm
and
grip
quest
on the
designers.
lore and the world building of
Sure.
Sanctuary and all of the characters and
It's part of the
and
Q&A, but I typically prefer to keep the this kind of summary to like to more focused around gameplay, but sure,
and
whatever.
factions within there. And so I'd say like
Death Mask of Nirma Truck.
Near my truck,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
That is how we.
Chat was picking up also on the phonetic of it's near my truck.
Nerman
yeah,
Trout?
it
I don't know. I'm just gonna call it the Flurry
Awesome.
unique,
Okay.
the Death Mask. There's only one Death Mask, right?
Oh, Drakef90. Will you consider allowing other boss fights to be customized with affixes like Astaroths? Sounds like a cool way to keep layered bosses dynamic and fresh.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're really excited about the system with Astaroth, where he's going to feel different each time you fight him. So that's definitely something that we are always looking to imbue more replayability into the game, because Diablo is just it lives and dies by like how much fun it is to go and do stuff over and over. And so that's definitely something that we can take a look at in the future, and like different mechanics to ensure that fighting layer bosses or fighting other bosses in the game feel exciting and different each time you go in and fight them. And Astaroth is a great example of that, and we're excited for you to try it out.
Unreal. And our last question comes from either Jajapur or Yayapur.
Something devs look at in the future. Okay. And then the last question.
Hahapur, more of a request, I think.
Okay.
When
Request.
can we expect more skill-changing uniques like the new Necro one? Give us one for multiple golems with a little smiley face.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean,
Or
so
bears,
honestly, every
please.
season we are making a new unique for every class, and we really try to focus on giving brand new ways of playing or ways to kind of revitalize existing builds. Like obviously golem builds exist, so it is absolutely valid that we could potentially see one in the future that allows you to have additional golems. I can't specifically promise that just yet, but we're working on making brand new cool stuff every season.
Awesome. Sweet.
Okay.
Well, that takes us to the end
Oh,
of the
is that the
Q&A.
end?
Thank you all for your incredible questions, and thank you to the community team for sourcing those.
Nice.
We really appreciate all the things that you want to know about the game. So yeah, and that brings us to the end of the stream. Keep in mind, we do have patch notes dropping following the stream, so check those out for any changes.
Patch
we
notes.
Have the
Good.
season overview blog.
Okay.
This past
This is
Tuesday.
exciting.
For all the-
I
all
think
the news,
today's.
all the things you want to know, you'll.
I
find
think
it there.
today's gonna be
We sort of addressed this on the
hold on a
stream.
second.
Dan touched on it. Claim Iris if you haven't already, but this is Dante. So if
Dante.
all the
Oh,
viewers,
you
you've probably
pet.
seen Dante
Oh, I'll
running
mention that
around,
too.
begging for treats. This is what he'll do when you hit
Dante the dog.
the pet emote.
New pet
So here's
from.
He is a good boy, even though he does look pretty
Season-
menacing.
no.
He'll definitely keep people after
Season
long,
Journey.
that's for sure. But yeah, finishing
Dante the
chapter
dog.
6 of the season journey will earn you Dante. And remember, you don't have
Chapter
to complete
6.
all of the tasks in chapter 6. You just need to complete enough to hit the reward level. So yeah, be sure to go in and claim him. And if you haven't already, be sure to claim Iris for Season 8
Okay.
Wiles Return already. Here's our season overview. Take a screenshot of this. This is hosted in our blog. This gives you all the details you need for Season 9. Since the Herodrum gives you a great overview look at that. So you can definitely check those out. And if you enjoyed the Twitch drops on this stream, launching with our season on July 1st all the way through July 19th, you can watch at least 3 hours of any eligible Diablo 4 content creator. And you can grab the Glensoul Arbalest crossbow.
Okay,
for
I'm
the
not one to
road.
really care about cosmetics.
And then we do have a very special delivery because also with July 1st is Charles Dunn's birthday.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, happy birthday to you.
Charles
Oh, on
Dunn.
the start of the
This is
season
Charles
too.
Dunn,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
very
That's
special
cool.
cake presenter.
Yes, my birthday is July 1st, so
Yeah.
How convenient. It's like right at the start of the season. He's gonna have
we
his
did
hands
some
full
more
too. What a
questions.
great
We
way to
just
spend
want
his
some more
birthday.
Diablo 4 content. Aislinn Hall is going to be joining Nacho in the Sanctuary Discord for another edition of Burning Questions. So Aislinn's doing double duty today. Right after the stream, she's running back to her desk and then jumping in the Sanctuary
Sanctuary
Discord. to answer all those
Discord.
burning
I don't know what that's
questions. 3
about.
hours later,
Maybe
she'll
I
be
should look
joining
into that
us.
Discord in the
I
future,
can't believe,
but
I think Rich called it
that's
out.
not my main focus right now.
It's our 29th stream for Diablo 4, which is just crazy.
That's cool.
Herodrum is launching. Check out those patch notes following the stream.
Patch notes. Okay. All right. Oh, that was good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. How are you folks feeling about it? That's enough talking for me. That's enough yapping for me. I've done nothing but like talk. That's all I've done. How do you how do y'all feel about it so far? Any yeah, any thoughts? Uh yeah, here, hold on a second. Just gonna copy this over. Yeah, I was originally gonna try to like splice together all the comments I made during this campfire chat, but I actually think that's a waste of time. I think it'd be far better for me to just give the campfire chat summary. That's exactly what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call it like Diablo 4 Season 9 campfire chat, or Season 9 campfire chat in 8 minutes. I think because yeah, there's like a lot. There is a lot of fluff. Not to say that I don't enjoy listening to the fluff, but a lot of people really don't care. I'm probably gonna do a video about that. Chris, Lee, I think you two have been here. I don't know how long you've been watching. Like Lee's been here from the very beginning. So big shout out to you again, Lee. So thank you. But yeah, you two have been here from the beginning, but I'm sure that there are lots of other people out there who could not stand to just sit here and listen to them like yap on and on for like 2 hours. I personally, you like some days if I'm feeling particularly tired, I'll just wait until the patch notes comes out, and I'll just analyze the patch notes like myself, right? But today I'm feeling pretty good, so I'm gonna do both. Or I already looked at their campfire chat. Now I can actually open up their patch notes and I can read that too. Usually I only do the campfire chat. You're still here? Yeah, no, yeah, that's great to hear. And Chris, if you're still here, again, thanks again for your comment. And then you wrote, "It's nice to see guides and tips that don't require 8 mythics perfectly masterwork. Keep up the good work." Yo, thanks. I appreciate that. I will do my very best to put out as much, um, as well. I don't want to call it good content. I want to I'll put up, or I'll do my best to put out as content as well as I can. That's as much as I can really promise to you. And yeah, no, I completely understand what you mean when you say, yeah, it's nice to see guides and tips that don't require 8 perfectly masterworked mythics. Yeah, no, that's exactly what my content is for, right? Like, and this is one of the reasons I really enjoy the game. I have the option to like aim. I have a specific thing to aim for. That thing to aim for being Torment 4. So it's not like I have to like push Pit 100 like everybody else. I can aim for Torment 4, and that's actually a good, reasonable stopping point, I think. Um, but yeah, obviously there's plenty of other guides and content creators out there who are going to say, "Oh yeah, you need like eight or like a whole bunch of mythics. You need like all your stuff perfectly masterworked," or they'll say that that's kind of what you need for the build to be complete, which is fine. But not everyone's aiming to complete their build, so I'm kind of glad in a way that I have my niche cut out for me. But also yeah, I do wish more content creators would try to do more like I can't really call it like budget friendly, but more like or even noob friendly, but obviously like more respectful of the time of those who, don't really have that much time to play. Like I have like I can play maybe like 8, 9, 10 hours a day sometimes. I'm blessed in that regard, but other people can only play like 1, 2 hours a day, and I don't want it to be like, oh yeah, you just, yeah, just get a power level, or just get power leveled or boosted by somebody else, and then spend like the rest of your time grinding torment for mythics. Like that just isn't, that just isn't. I don't think that's a particularly healthy approach, at least for my content. I'm not going to judge how other people do their content, right? But yeah, me personally, I'm glad that I have some sort of, I guess, that there's like, I'm glad that I can put out content that's usable for people beyond just the thousandth lightning spear guide, or a guide that is relying on 30 mythics to actually work. Having said all that, I'm gonna pull up the Diablo 4 patch notes, which finally just got released. Okay, updates from PTR. I can kind of go over all this, but I feel like that would be its own. Well, that is a long set of changes. Um, that is a lot of changes. I don't really know. Okay, I think what I need to do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read through the patch notes on stream, and I'm gonna talk about them as I see them. And then I'll do a second pass later and talk about the highlights, because I can't realistically cover, like, I could cover this. I'd be here for like an hour though. I don't want to be here, like, I don't want to do a video where I'm just sitting here yapping for an hour for every single change when I don't really care about most of these really. So let me load up this article. I don't know if you folks are still here and looking at this, but I mean, Lee is, but I don't know if you've already seen the patch notes. I mean, if you have, then great. Okay. Sure. I don't know. Uh, it won't let me click on this for some reason. Okay, there. Good enough. So, yeah, let me pull this up here. Let me zoom in. It doesn't let me zoom in for some reason, but that's okay. You folks can see it. I think that's what matters the most. Harmonious Hunter. So this is updates from PTR. All of this balance update. Enhanced flay proc change increased from 15 to 50%. Oh wow, so flay itself can now apply vulnerable. That's actually a huge W because now I have an easy way to apply vulnerable when I'm playing thorns. That's actually pretty huge, I would say. It makes me kind of wonder, like, I have all these like season 8 builds. I don't know how many of them I'll be able to actually release because a lot of the changes completely, I guess most of them are still going to play roughly the same way, but there's some changes I would have loved to talk about, but it's just not feasible for me to go back and go through every single change since the PTR for all the builds that I've put together. Anyway, okay, let's I'm just going to skim through this really quickly before I do a deeper dive and then a deeper dive after that. So, Vessel of Hatred, Spiritborn changes mainly for Hunter, Devourer, Seeker, Protector. That goes hand in hand with the ultimate um changes that they were talking about on Spiritborn. Okay. So uh Thorns damage decreased, aspect of deflection. Yeah, that's fine. Aspect of fleet wings. Active ability now change. So this is an offensive aspect. Oh, I know this. I think fleet wings is the mobility aspect, right? Yeah, I think it's the mobility aspect for more movement or something. I remember I had it on my boots a while back. So reflected razor wings, non-spiraling. Of course, it's non-spiraling. Now targets nearby enemies. Great. Now offensive aspect. Fix an issue where thorns damage can be snapshotted. Oh. Cannot be imprinted on the correct items. That's fine. Enhanced flay. All right. So barbarian, enhanced flay. Oh, this is huge. This is massive. That is an insane change. I'm so glad I didn't play Whirlwind Barb in the PTR. Dude, this is like, what? That is an absurd change. That's how it should have been since the very beginning, but yeah, this is amazing. All right. Let me read through this. This is nuts. Dude, I'm extra hyped now looking at this to play my special Whirlwind Barb build. Vulnerable proc damage. Yeah, okay. So Flay, this is good for Thorn's Barb. Do I have a way to apply vulnerable on my Thorn's Barb? I'm just trying to recall here. I'm gonna have to take a look at my. You know what? I'm gonna take a look now. I need to know. This is kind of important. Oh wow, I actually have my Thorn's Barb already open. Hmm. Okay, yeah. Oh, this is convenient. So where was I applying vulnerable in the first place? That's what I want to know. Steel grass makes them vulnerable. Oh, was it? Oh, okay. I remember. It was sapping Crux. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Siphoning Gizmo. Yeah. So I guess I would have to adjust my skill build. Flay. But then again, Flay is only it only applies to like one monster though. No, I think I can just leave it as is. I don't need to change this. Yeah, I'll just leave this. Yeah, that's good. What did they do to Barb? Well, what did that do to Barb? Wait, you're talking about Wrath of the Berserker? Okay, so I suppose I should have done a better job explaining here. So the thing about Wrath of the Berserker, right? You wouldn't know this because you didn't play my Whirlwind Barb, but my Whirlwind Barb, I had to cancel my channeling on Whirlwind just to reactivate Wrath of the Berserker and then keep channeling. And this is how I would maximize my damage output. But because this skill here, Wrath of the Berserker, no longer interrupts movement or channeling, this means that the way I play my Whirlwind Barb might be completely different now. All I need to then do for my Whirlwind Barb is to hold down Whirlwind, spin to win, and then I'll just rotate between Wrath of the Berserker and then my War Cries, and that's all I need to do. I don't need to cancel my Whirlwind, because the thing is, the longer you channel your Whirlwind, the more damage you do. There's like an aspect where if you channel your Whirlwind, you gain more damage as you go along, right? So the fact, like, because previously I would have to cancel my Whirlwind and then pop Wrath of the Berserker and then go back into Whirlwind. And then after 5 seconds, then I'm doing my max amount of damage. But with this change, let's say that at the start of the dungeon, I activate my Whirlwind, or I can actually go Whirlwind into Wrath of the Berserker. But yeah, I can activate Whirlwind, I activate Wrath of the Berserker, and then I don't have to cancel Whirlwind for the rest of the run. Or the rest of how, like, I can basically just Whirlwind indefinitely. I don't need to like stop to recast Wrath of the Berserker. So this is, at least for my build or Whirlwind specifically, a pretty massive change. Um yeah, it is a massive buff, but that's not it. Like, that's not the end of it. There's also the second part. So Exploding Rage, knocking back surrounding enemies and gaining berserking and unstoppable for 5 seconds. So they made it so that this works with any skill. It doesn't have to be basic skills anymore. Because previously, if you use this, you get unstoppable and berserking for 5 seconds, which honestly wasn't that long. And then for the next 10 seconds, if you use basic skills, so you'd have to switch and hit something with a basic skill to extend the duration of your berserking, it would last for another 5 seconds. But now it's 10 seconds. Dude, this is huge. This is massive. Like, they doubled the amount of time that Wrath of the Berserker is up for. So yeah, again, this is a huge W for Whirlwind. Not just for Whirlwind, but probably plenty of other builds too. But I'm gonna focus on Whirlwind specifically because that's what I plan to play. So now I'm actually in berserking form and doing like a ton more damage for a lot longer than before, twice as long. That's huge. Reduce damage bonus from 15% to 10%. I presume that this has to do with overpower damage. That's awesome. Yeah, no, it's a pretty big deal. Yeah, Lee Burgess. I guess the thing about overpower is that at least there's still overpower damage modifiers, but that's going to be substantially tougher to try and like, yeah, you can stack overpower. They really neutered overpower this season. It's kind of hilarious to me that in the PTR they nerfed overpower by 80% and they took down overpower a notch, like plus overpower damage modifiers. And then now they're just killing the max life scaling component completely. They should at least revert the changes to additive overpower damage, in my opinion. But I digress. Whatever. Who cares? So reduce damage bonus from 15 to 10%. I think heavy hitter would be overpower, right? Let me just. Oh, you know what? Maybe not actually. Maybe it's ultimates. Yeah. It's actually damaged with ultimate skills. Kind of Oh, you know what? I know why. It's because of Call of the Ancients. Again. I don't know. Yeah, it's for Call of the Ancients. This is clearly targeting Call of the Ancients, without a doubt. Because when I activate Wrath of the Berserker, I don't care. I don't care for the Wrath of the Berserker's like damage. I just care about Wrath of the Berserker berserking specifically, right? But what other skills are there? Like Iron Maelstrom and Call of the Ancients. Yeah, I don't know if anyone really plays Iron Maelstrom, but the other one, like Call of the Ancients, yeah, sure. Like, because yeah, Petquake, right? Petquake was stupid strong. That's awesome. Yeah, no, it is for sure. Lee Burgess. Ugly Bastard Helm. Okay, to be honest, it is a little unfortunate to see this go, but I can understand why they would reduce the damage on this, as much as I hate to say it, because this directly nerfs my Whirlwind build. But yeah, it is a little ridiculous that your helm would give you like 60% more damage. Or sorry, like double the damage that you're already doing, right? It's like 5 whole pit tears, and for what, a helmet? This is like a better option than Godslayer. This is a better option than Air of Perdition, even, which is completely ridiculous. So yeah, okay. Who's the mountain god? I haven't used that, so I don't know, and I don't care. Dust devil damage. Anytime I see dust devil damage reduced or earthquake damage reduced, I'm so happy. And I know a lot of other people would hate on me for saying that, but like, yeah, Dust Devils and Earthquakes are like just so dominant for no reason. Like, what happened to playing a Barbarian for the sake of actually hitting stuff with your skills, right? A lot of the power budget on Barbarian should be on the core skills, which I really do hope that they did something about. I don't think they did. So that's a big L. I'm guessing. Yeah, no, they didn't. They didn't mention anything about it. They really need to buff up like core skills and other uh like I think a lot of the power budget on Barb is too heavily tied to earthquakes and dust devils right now. It really is. You're not never playing a barbarian for the sake of playing the skill that they're like that you're trying to main. You're playing it for pet quake. You're playing it for dust devils. You're no wait. Let me take a step back here. So um, yeah, you're stacking like a whole bunch of earthquake modifiers, and then you're just spamming Call of the Ancients, and then your pets are doing all that work. All right. And even when people play Whirlwind Barb, they're never really playing a pure Whirlwind Barbarian. They're basically just playing a like a Whirlwind Barb as a conduit for Dust Devils and Earthquakes. And that was never a very healthy way of balancing. Well, I shouldn't say healthy necessarily, but if you're playing barbarian, what do you want to do as a barbarian? You picture a guy who goes around smashing everything with his mace or like cutting things down with their axe, right? Not oh yeah, I'm just gonna summon. I'm gonna become a better summoner than a minion necro or a companion druid. That should be an option on what you can play, but it should not be the dominant option. Replace increased plus percent movement speed for increased strength. Yeah, sure. Executioner's aspect. More L's on Earthquake. Sure. I yeah, whatever. I'm not I got no opinion about that. Tempering replaced heavy hitter with wallop. Well, okay, how are you gonna scale heavy hitter then? I don't even know what wallop is. Let me take a look what wallop is. This is the tempering recipe with like belligerence and all the other ones. I stack belligerence with um I usually go for belligerent when I play thorns, so this makes sense. Wallop. Using skills using bludgeoning weapons deal increased damage if the enemy is stunned or vulnerable. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Earthquake damage bonus reduced from 35 to 30%. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that either. Pulverized base damage increased from 110 to 150. That's like almost a 50 well, it's a little more than or a little less than a 50% damage increase. Core skill, okay, sure. Every 10 seconds your next pulverize will overpower. Deals increased damage. They're really trying to shift people away from overpower. This is the saddest. No, actually. No, I get it. So increased damage to crowd controlled enemies and bosses. This is a huge W, I think. More base damage on pulverized across the board. Pulverized itself is a very overpower oriented sort of build. So if they're really gonna neuter overpower, then they've really got to like start buffing. It's not just pulverize either, right? There's plenty of other builds that are going to suffer from a similar situation. I'm looking at blood necro, blood wave, blood surge, blood lance necro specifically, but I'll get to that later. So raging pulverize deals increased overpowered damage. Enemies overpowered by pulverize are stunned for 3 seconds. Every 10 seconds, the pulverize is guaranteed to overpower and make enemies take 20% more damage for 5 seconds. I okay. What other things do they adjust? Okay, is that it? Damage, enemy damage reduction duration increased. Okay. I guess there's like a defensive and an offensive pulverize modifier. I don't know what to say about this. I think you know what. I think this is a W change overall. I'm really trying to wrap my head around the reasoning here. Okay, and I think that there's like a couple components to this. First of all, when the game first came out, a lot of the uniques that exist now and a lot of the modifiers that existed back then, or that exist now, did not exist back then. For example, I think like I don't think like what's the there's like a unique that turns you into a bear. Like what was it? Um, Insatiable Fury or something like that. D4 Insatiable Fury. Which one is it that turns? There's is it Vasily's? Here, let me see if I can. Okay, I just need to know what. Hold on. Yeah, your Earth skills are now also Werebear skills, right? Uh. Anyway, I'm going like all over the place. What I'm trying to say is, every 10 seconds, Pulverize is guaranteed to overpower. Nah, man, no, no, 10 seconds. Just you're gonna be here forever, like just waiting forever for your overpower to proc. At this point, like in the past, overpower used to be this thing where, oh, it would occur like once every like 10, 15, 20 seconds. There's like even blood boiling aspect was every 20 seconds, right? But now we have things like Banished Lord's Talisman. We have I think there was the Spirit Boon where every sixth kill will cause your next Earth skill to overpower. And there's like and the list goes on and on. There's so many different sources, whether it be legendary aspects, uniques, like Paragon nodes, modifiers, whatever, to get overpower, that you don't really need to have another source of overpower that comes every 10 seconds on Pulverize when you're already hitting overpower so often. Uh, and like it might seem like a bit of a huge loss that, hey, we're losing out on 75% increased overpowered damage, and enemies overpowered by pulverizer stun for 3 seconds. But the second half of this, probably there were perma-stun. I mean, I guess that's not really a big deal, so who cares? The first part here, it does increased overpower damage. That part is fine, but I think that with this change, make enemies take 20% more damage for 5 seconds. At least, wait, wait. Oh, no, no, you can still overpower every. You know what? Never mind. No, no, no. I get it. I understand now. So they shifted every 10 seconds your next pulverize will overpower to here. So and make enemies take 20% more damage for 5 seconds. The thing that gets lost is the 75% increased overpower damage. Now, I'm not going to try to analyze why they made that specific change, but what I can say is that they've at least redistributed that power into 20% more damage for 5 seconds. So it's not the case that, like, if you don't overpower, then you do absolutely you get no damage else how, right? I think Druid got best W of update. Okay, which W is that, Lee Burgess? Yeah. Okay. Well, they're just shifting the power budget around so that it's not the build isn't just dependent on, oh, well, I'm gonna overpower. But if I don't overpower, I'm completely useless. I guess. I think that's because I haven't played Pulverize, but just eyeballing it, I think that's the change here. Primal Pulverize, enemy damage reduction. Yeah, okay. After chaining Storm Strike will now chain back to old targets. Okay, that's again a change to basic skills. Grizzly Rage. Companion skills are always usable during Grizzly Rage. I'm a little confused. So companion skills can be rank 5 bonus. These can be cast during Grizzly Rage. So yeah, I mean, better late than never. So right now, the problem with companion skills is that you can only really use them in human form, meaning that if you're playing like a werebear or werewolf druid, you have to actually shift out of that form in order to cast your companions, and then you'll automatically shift back through whether it be one of your uniques or if you cast a werewolf or werebear oriented skill. But now uh, they made it so that I did not know that they actually had this. So that's how people were using their companion skills under Grizzly Rage. I actually did not know that they had that last season, um, or in the most recent season because it says previous and now. So that means that like I saw a number of people playing Werebear Druid, but I did not realize that that's how they were doing it. That's interesting. Okay, well, a lot to think about there. But sure, okay. Yeah, this is just nothing but W's. 30% increased armor while Grizzly Rage is active. I don't know if anyone really cares for 30% increased armor. You, at that point, you'll probably just end up overstacking, but sure, whatever. Yes. When you remain in werebear form for the yeah, I knew they would change this. Provocation. After so previously you stay in werebear form for up to 12 seconds, your next non-defensive skill will overpower. And in fact, people were using that with Cataclysm and whatnot, snapshotting and all. After 10 seconds of werebear form, your next non-defensive skill will overpower and deal increased damage. Okay, yeah, this is also a W. I don't think there was any way to scale up provocation aside from Shroud of False Death. But the fact that now it's like this means that the power, like, because previously no one wants to wait 20 or even 16 or maybe even 12 seconds to do their next overpower. They just made it so that, again, this is power creep at its finest. There's so many sources of overpower in the game now that don't require you to wait 20 whole seconds to pop that overpower. Hey, Zayor, big W for druids. You think so? That's interesting. Because they did you hear what they did to overpower? They completely neutered overpower though. They nose dove that into the ground with an airplane. That's how, like, yeah, they butchered overpower hard. I'm seeing all this overpower. At least they're making it so there's more ways to overpower, but overpower itself will do like virtually no damage now, I think. But okay, yeah, this is a good change though. This actually is. At the end of the day, people care more about being able to activate overpower more often. I mean, when considering it's like a difference of like 20 seconds versus 10 seconds. And the thing that really changes the more ranks that you get into it is the damage scaling here. Um, and the best part is, well, yeah, that's really it. Increased damage on the next skill. Again, W's. That's true. But at least the buffs. Okay, I agree with you on that. The buffs are really, really interesting across the board, across all classes. That, like, Druid especially is eating really well right now. And I mean, it kind of makes sense. I don't know if you listened to the whole Campfire chat. I was on stream listening, tuning into it. And yeah, they said that Druid is like one of the lowest performers in terms of like popularity. And there's plenty of good reasons for that. Lee was asking me like, why is no one playing Druid? I'm like, have you seen the class? Yeah, and like Druid, yeah, like all these changes are good. Every single one. I don't think I've come across a single change where I'm like, this is a bad change so far. Um, yeah, it feels like they're actually actively learning from their mistakes. But I mean, again, it's like some of them are, some things are hit and miss though. Overpower, their rework for it, I feel like 80% might have been okay, like 80% nerf, but they just took out the health component thing completely because it was too difficult to balance around. I think that's kind of an L. But sure. With Pulverize, a lot of synergy and noticeable damage increase. Yes. No, you're right. The base damage on Pulverize got scaled way up. I think that it's gonna be an overall loss in terms of damage because again, like Overpower is contributing so much, right? But at least now, with all classes getting equally affected, or a lot of builds getting equally affected by Overpower nerfs, but Pulverize getting a buff, that means that essentially means that Pulverize, at least Pulverize won't be completely worthless without Overpower. I mean, not to say it was before, but you know what I mean. It's like not as uh yeah, you're getting a lot more damage generally speaking rather than all in like this one big hit and then it's like it feels bad the rest of the time. I think they're really trying to scale back on stuff like that. They nerfed Sorcerer Enlightenment for this very same reason. So yeah, I may go with the Druid Season 9. It's nice to see that you're like bouncing back and forth on which class you want to try. I think you said earlier you want to play Sorcerer Spiritborn now. After the Campfire chat, you're on Druid. This is kind of nice. Yeah, I watched that Stoneburst build from start to finish. I was chilling, I saw it, I was like, okay, now I got to get in on this, and I listened. And I mean, I did it mainly for support though, because as a Druid, I already know, like, I'm locked in on Companion Druid. I think everyone here knows this. But yeah, no, like was more than happy to at least listen and see a different take on Druid, a different build. Although worth pointing out that yeah, with the changes to Overpower, again, like I don't know how badly that'll impact Stoneburst. Probably not enough to take it off as like a leveling build, but it'll probably, I imagine it won't be. Like I was seeing a lot of orange numbers, and I'm like, man, I wonder much how much of a hit those damage numbers are gonna take, as compared to Zyor's video. I think that's how you say your name, right? I actually pulled up your video and then I listened to how you said it at the beginning. Like, hi, Zyor here. I think it was Zyor. I keep saying Zayor, but I guess it's Zyor. So I'm trying to correct the pronunciation for it. Can't wait to play Pulverize Season 9. Glad to hear it. Yeah, there's a lot of good options for Season 9 Druid. But I think that Pulverize with the new unique is going to be a big part of it. Anyway, I don't want to keep getting sidetracked. I'm going to keep going here. But you're right. The overpower nerf hit pretty hard. That's a pretty massive change. They turned it down from like its current state in season 8 to an 80% nerf, which I think 80% is already pretty reasonable. I think maybe a bit more even, to tell you the truth. But I mean, Blood Surge is feeling. Actually, speaking of Blood Surge, I want to skip ahead to the one that I care about the most. Where is Necro? Blood Surge specifically. Um, this rogue, victimize, whatever. I don't care. Necro. Okay, here. Supreme Bloodwave, Cold Mage second upgrade, passives, ossified, afflicted, shadow blight. Oh no. Oh no. uh so Blood Surge got completely demolished. Yes. Yeah, no, they they lit Blood Surge on fire and then they threw it into the ocean, into the abyss. Stoneburst is busted, you think so? I mean, I'm not so sure about that. I would have liked to play around with Stoneburst this season, since it can now overpower, and while overpower is still really strong, but I just don't have enough time to try every season or every class, every build this season, right? Seems like the season of nerfs. Oh yeah, no, it's the season of nerfs. Don't get me wrong, but at least Druid gets pulverized to compensate. I like how it was just under here. Necro was next, so I actually would have hit it like not too long after. Yeah, like at least Druid Pulverize, which is a well-known overpower oriented build, is getting some buffs to compensate. I was expecting that, if overpower was going to be neutered this hard, then certainly they would, if they like Blood Surge would get the pulverized treatment, right? But apparently not. I guess they care a lot more about pulverized because there's a new unique coming out and they want pulverized to be flavor of the season. But yeah, I Blood Surge Necro got destroyed in ways that I couldn't even begin to imagine. And I have my video ready, the season 9 build guide for Blood Surge Necro, and I'm kind of like I'm actually I'm actually very reluctant to release it now because how do I even I didn't think that they would go any further than an 80% nerf. I actually thought they were going to scale it back because everyone was complaining and whining so much, understandably so, to be honest, but yeah, they actually doubled down on it. That's crazy. I did not think they would double down, but they did. So that's nuts. Nature's Fury, Earth and Storm damage bonuses increase from 20 to 40%. Ah, sure, whatever. Earth Sign Strength bonuses remain for 8 seconds after leaving wearer form. Sure, whatever. Will now trigger the puddle effect of Rotting Lightbringer. Wow. Poison damage bonus. I haven't played enough of the of the Druid build to really know what most of these do, but sure. Dire Wolf's utility, movement speed. Oh, okay, sure. Category change from offensive to utility or to skill cooldown. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Some of these are not really offensive oriented. Ah, yes. Boulder damage increased from 90 to 120, or 130 to 160. Well, that sort of makes sense. I mean, Boulder Cane is so heavily dependent on overpower, and then they're just going to yank overpower, and they're not going to put any sort of power back into overpower or into Boulder. Boulder is still probably going to be like a far cry from what it is in the current season, but sure. I mean, take it or leave it, right? Earth Spike deals increased damage, launches spikes in a line. Launches 2 rows of spikes in a line. Wow, so Xior's build is actually even stronger now after the PTR, or at least in this regard. The lack of overpower is a completely separate discussion, but I think Boulder and Pulverize will be among the best. At least that's what I believe. Pulverize for sure would be up there. I'm pretty convinced as much. I'm not so sure about Boulder though, because where like again like the majority of Boulder's damage was coming from overpower. I know because like I've watched people who do their pit runs, and if they're not hitting their overpower, then they do zero, like they do like nil damage, and they were barely struggling to clear pit 100 as it was. And now we're taking out a source of damage that was contributing like what, um 10, at least 10, at least 10 times the damage, maybe 20, maybe 50, I don't know. And I'm not saying 50% times damage. I'm talking about like 50x the damage. I'm just throwing out a number out there. But the damage multiplier was so colossal on overpower, and now what are they getting to compensate? They're getting like what, a 30% increase in metamorphic stone? Yeah, I don't see Boulder being a contender. Having said that, I don't know what would be the contender. I'd have to really think about that. Maybe rabies, or maybe shred. I feel like shred, maybe shred or rabies. I don't know. It's hard to say. I have no idea. I'm actually excited for this season because I don't think anyone will have any clue as to what the strongest builds will be aside from Hydra and Pulverize. I'm still baffled that they haven't. Actually, you know what? Let me skip to that. That's what I care about. Where's the sorcerer chain? Yeah, okay, here. Hydra attacks immediately upon spawn. Champion responses. It also trigger more immediate attacks. Uh, yeah. I mean, yes, this makes sense, but um, these guys are actually trolling, right? Okay, I see. This is where it's at. So Hydra's deal increased damage per mana I had when summoned, and then casting Hydra consumes all of your mana. So in the PTR, it was wait. Casting Hydra consumes all of your mana. Um oh, I see. Allows the Hydra enchantment to benefit, but they also sneakily decided to nerf the amount of damage you could potentially get, because in the PTR it was 0.5 to 2.5%. So let's say that I have a build where I can get, let's just say 250 250 mana, right? So 2.5 times 250 is what, 625% more damage? Like, all right. That's how it was. 625% more damage. Now, at least they're bringing it down to 375%. I still think it's going to be ridiculously strong. I'm not entirely sure what they're thinking, but sure. Oh, hey, look, increased fire damage. Um, yeah, okay, this is usable. That's a W. More options for aspect. Oh, the key lies in Dolmen Stone. Dolmen Stone got a buff? Alright. Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about this. I think that Hydra is still gonna be ridiculously strong. I think maybe a little too strong. But I don't know. Like right now, like what? So it's going down from 650 to maybe like 250 times 1.5. So it's losing about 150% damage. I'm just doing some like napkin math in my head. That's like what? At best, it knocks them down 10 pit tiers. I guess so. I guess that's okay. I guess that's like somewhat acceptable, but I don't know. I just feel like Hydra is gonna be really strong. But then again, who knows? Maybe their stupid AI will balance it out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, all I know is that in the PTR, Hydra is stupid strong, and then Ophidian Iris is somehow getting like here's another one, right? Skill ranks of Primordial Binding. So um y- yeah, like I don't the power budget is being shifted all over the place for Hydra Sorcerer. I don't know if that's an overall net positive or negative for them, but all I can say is I still think that Hydra is going to be like king. They'll probably be top 3 build in the game, if not the best. Oh yeah, no, I have no doubt in my mind about that. It's just a question of whether or not it got buffed or nerfed from the PTR, because they've adjusted a number of things to as a buff, but then the one big change that they made that's a nerf is the point or 2.5 to 1.5% nerf. But then of course you can also get a Hydra enchantment too, that is dependent on how much mana you have, right? So now you can have more Hydra. I think that's actually a net W for Hydra, which again makes no sense. They talk about how Spiritborn Thorns was performing a lot better than they meant for it to, and then so they nerfed Spiritborn Thorns. But Hydra Sorcerer, which is an even stronger contender than the Spiritborn, gets nothing but buffs essentially. Um, and more to the point, like what was the strongest class like this season that just passed, right? Sorcerer, particularly Lightning Spear Sorcerer, and they're like, okay, well, we don't want it to be uncapped scaling on Lightning Spear, so we're going to tone it down a notch. Okay, well, I mean, people are just going to do the same thing with Hydra, right? Probably they're going to use the tech that I'm going to call it right now. They're probably going to use the tech that I used, where um, I basically just throw on resource generation and maximum GA axial conduit pants, and then like Harlequin Crest with maximum resource, and you just scale up a ton of primary resource, like mana in this case. You get it as high as it can go, and then you put down a Hydra, and that Hydra eats up all your mana. But who cares really? It's gonna be like a Hydra that has like what, an extra 400 times 1.5% damage or something like that. I don't know how much mana you can scale it up to. I use 250 for my calculations, but you could easily get it to 300 with the right equipment for sure. I don't know how much higher it can go than that, and probably even with like elixirs and there's like elixir of resourcefulness, right? You could scale it all the way up to the moon. So yeah, Hydra is gonna be like crazy broken. I'm calling it right now. And I think that's quite disappointing. If there's always one or two outliers, if they rolled down Hydra, or if they took Hydra down a notch, then that would actually give me more reason to be hyped, because then a lot more of the classes would be closer together. But now I'm going to tell you what's going to happen next season. Everyone's just going to play Hydra Sorcerer, because it's going to be like, well, yeah, probably far and away stronger than everything else. Probably even a lot more so than Pulverize. That's my prediction. Okay, that's enough yapping. Okay, so I'm like hopping back and forth, but yeah, going back to Druid, because Druid did get like a lot of changes on it. All the other ones are a little bit quicker to get behind, but um seismic shift, okay, overcharged. Lucky has a chance to when dealing lightning damage. Your direct lightning damage make your skills deal more damage to the enemy. Your direct lightning damage? What does that mean? What is direct lightning damage? Does companion skills count, or like the storm wolves count as direct lightning damage? It should, right? Like wolves are me now, so that should be direct lightning damage. Because if that's the case, this is a pretty massive change. Because from now on, I will never ever need to look for vulnerable again. I will never. Wait, let me just read through this. Oh wait, no, this is overcharged aspect. No, sorry, I'm misreading this. I thought it was the passive. No, who cares about that? Okay, sure. Well, whatever. Moving on. They're running Lightbringer, so I already saw this changed. This is additive change, so I don't think I care too much. As an affix. This is the bigger change. This poisoning damage. No puddle is around you. Forms a puddle that guarantees its own overpowers. Guarantees its own overpowers. Okay. And I don't understand why they have that, but why not? Sure. 200 to 600% more damage versus the 400% on the PTR. Closes all close puddles to splash 20 to 60%. Yeah, see, I haven't played around with this enough, so I don't know. Pulverize radius, increase full effect the size of the puddle and splashes, sure, whatever. Great Staff of the Crone. Wow, they actually increased this. This is for Storm Strike and Claw, I believe. Storm Claw Druid. Yeah, okay, that's a W. It's not like anyone's playing it right now anyway, so yeah, why not, right? Who cares? Here we go. Boulder damage increased from 20 to 40 to 30 to 50. And forgive me for this, but I need to take a second to look at what exactly Dolmen Stone does again. I need to refresh myself. It's been a while since I've played Boulder King. Okay, it's increased by 20 to 40% for each one currently rotating. Okay, well, so previously, let's say you have 10 boulders, you do 400%, and now you're hitting for 500%. So that's like overall a net 25% increase in damage. That's fine, I guess. Direct damage means it hits immediately, like pulverize, shred, or lightning storm. Uh, Direct damage as opposed to what though? Like, is there any like what would an example be of like a non-direct damage in the case of Druid? Wolves? I mean, not that it matters, I guess. I wouldn't be running that aspect with wolves anyway. But yeah, it'd be nice to know because if I'm playing like the sorcerer, I know that Blizzard is not a direct damage, right? Because Blizzard is a dot. That's fine. But for companion druid, like what? Even lightning storm is direct damage, so what wouldn't be? Um like what? St- um stone burst or something? Cataclysm? Would Cataclysm count? I don't think it does. It can overpower, so it's probably direct damage, right? Anyway. Okay. Dolmen Stone. I don't think that the key lies in. I mean, yeah, the key does lie in Dolmen Stone, but at best, this buffs it by like what, one pit tier? Like, no, that's not true. Actually, that's like 5 pit tiers. Yeah, this is actually a 5 pit tier increase. That's good. That's actually not bad at all. Okay, sure, fine. It's pretty decent. I mean, depending on which percentage you get, I guess. But yeah, that's a pretty big buff. I still think that. I mean, yeah, overpowered nerf is still a huge L, but I mean that's a huge L for everybody. So really, it's going to be season of the meek, and I'm actually very excited for that. But I'll talk about that later. Tempering, okay, pulverize size, maul size, petrified duration, and this is a new utility recipe. Nice, cool. Remove petrified duration. That's also a W. That just means more chance to roll petrified duration. I do find it interesting that they haven't tried to do anything to rework masterworking and tempering despite all the complaints for it. I'm expecting that there might be something for next season because I've been hearing a lot of complaints regarding that. So we shall see. Okay, Necromancer and Book or Skills and Book of the Dead. Supreme Blood Wave. Number of blood orbs. Okay, Blood Wave, I don't care. I mean, Blood Wave got neutered because of overpower change. Attacks make enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds. Yeah, okay, this is just a nice little upgrade here. Chance to freeze target. Serration, this is 0.3%. Oh, yeah, for bone skills, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's for bone skills. Okay. Increased damage to so basically Bone Spear is actually gonna be pretty legit. I can bring back my OG Bone Spear build and then just improve it with the change that they made here. So Blood Surge is gonna be terrible and Bone Spear is gonna get a W. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do about my Blood Surge Necro. I might have to just take the L on it and just not release a Blood Surge guide because I don't even like I think Blood Surge is going to be completely worthless next season. It's going to be crazy. But whatever. So Titans Fall. This is interesting. While fortified, I actually kind of like that. While fortified, you deal increased damage to elites. But I guess all this means is that if you're playing a non-blood based build or a build that doesn't actually stack fortify, then you can still do. You can still get this bonus. That's a good change. I'm not going to complain about that one. Uh, Necrotic Fortitude, more lucky hit chance per level. Can't complain there. Damage per essence increased. Ossified cap increased. Okay, sure. Why not? Damage cap increased. Again, they don't want to put caps on anything, or they're trying to put caps on everything, but just upping the cap arbitrarily from certain skills to other skills. All right. Blighted. Bone Duster's aspect. Bone Spear is guaranteed to overpower enemies. Uh oh, yeah. That's sort of. I was wondering about that. Because right now, yeah, how ridiculous is it that you have a bunch of monsters in Bone Prison, you're just guaranteed to overpower them every single time. But now it's just the first Bone Spear to hit each enemy within it. So, this actually makes it a bit more balanced, I guess, for dealing with like packs, but against bosses, it's still quite strong. So, all right. I don't know. They're interesting changes. They're really trying to revolve the game around not having overpower. I think that's good. Like, I actually think that's good. I think that's just healthier for the game overall. Archmage size slightly increased, become unstoppable for a moment after teleporting. Are again reduced. Intelligence bonus normalized with other weapons values. Right. Ranks darkness skills. Lucky chance replaced with lucky hit. Oh wow, that is a pretty big change. That's a lot of damage. Bone Spear is slow build. It is slow, but it hits hard. Or at least that's how it was in season like 0. I don't think I've played it since season 0 actually, so I don't know what Bone Spear is like now. I lost interest in it after the pan switch turned into a blood skill. I wasn't really in about that, and then, like they make it so Bone Spear can overpower now. It used to be the case that you run Bone Spear because it was the crit strike damage oriented build, but now, mm, yeah, I don't know what their plan there is. Adjust the tooltip for Indira's memory to clarify that only the player's bone spears can consume corpses, as opposed to what? I don't know what else would in this case. Corpse requirement reduced from 5 to 3, sure. Golem has increased max life and deals increased damage. Oh, now this has two components to it. Your Golem has a 40% increased life and 100% increased damage. Skeletal mages and warriors sacrifice bonuses grant an additional 35% Golem damage. Wow, I see. There, because the way people used to play Golem is it did absurd amounts of damage, but that was just because everyone was just stacking the ever living junk out of overpower and they just send their golem in to do a ton of damage. Now they're trying to rebalance it so that, yeah, okay, now you don't have overpower, but at least if you sacrifice stuff, then you still get these crazy damage bonuses so that your golem still kind of nukes them, but nowhere near as crazy as it was before. That's kind of the hunch, like the vibe I get from that. Bone graft. I don't. What's bone graft? Hitting enemies with bone skills increases your damage. Oh, this is a Paragon node. So this. Oh, okay, I see. So bone skills can go up to like 40% damage, I guess, rather than total stacks. Oh, it only increased by like 8 or like 16% or something. Oh, okay. The excessive cast of flurry increases damage by 10%, up to 10 times. So again, this is with a death mask. You might not want this one. So I guess they're reworking it. Increases damage and store 10 energy. Resets his bones and grants all stored energy. All right. Combination with the new unique, this upgrade makes it harder to achieve the powered up state. Okay. What, they don't, they're scared that you drain out your energy too quickly on Rogue, I guess. Right, fine. Okay. Here's where it gets really interesting. Okay, Rogue. Let me guess. They didn't do anything with Dance of Knives. They took out the siphoning gizmo power that I was originally going to revolve my Dance of Knives build around. That's why I waited. I was wondering if they would make any adjustments to Dance of Knives, or Poison. And well, yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see. Oh, it wasn't on my bingo sheet though that yeah, Shadow Clone would get nerfed, but whatever. Why not? I mean, yeah, Shadow Clone was kind of ridiculous, although I'm gonna lose out on having power on that for my Dance of Knives. Again, L after L on Dance of Knives. Damage reduced from 60 to 40%. That's like a what, a 50% damage decrease? Oh, and it gets even worse. This used to do 20% additional damage, but now I get damage reduction for the duration. Okay, it's alright, I guess. No longer reduces cooldown from kills or overpowers baseline. I don't know what that means, but they... Okay, sure. I'm not entirely sure. Has an additional pull-in effect when it appears. Okay, so they got rid of that now. Killing or overpowering an enemy with Death Trap has a 20% chance to reset its cooldown. Yeah, I don't know. Damage reduced from 3 to 200%. Yeah, that's like a 33% nerf to its damage. It's gonna do like 2/3 the amount of damage that it did before. Skill ranks beyond 5 increases the chance for Death Trap to reset by 1% per rank. Yeah, I don't care about that. But this is kind of a big one. I'm kind of hoping that this will encourage people to play other non-Death Trap builds because right now no one plays a rogue build that's not Death Trap. Pretty much no one. So I'm sure that other rogues feel the same way, although they would love to have their power budget. Yeah, they probably want power elsewhere though. Anyway, wait, that's it? No other skills got reworked. So Dance of Knives is just all right, man. Whatever. That's another L for Dance of Knives. That's too bad. But that actually gives me an idea, though. I think I know how I'm going to play next season. I'm gonna play Dance of Knives, cold build, and then I'm just gonna run Azarath. I think that's what I have to do. It's the only way to play Dance of Knives right now. Otherwise, I do like 0 damage. Not even kidding. Sort of crazy, but whatever. Previous lucky hit dealing direct damage to a vulnerable enemy has up to a 50% chance to cause an explosion. Victimize. Dealing direct damage and surrounding enemies. Victimize damage is increased by 20% of your vulnerable damage bonus up to 300%. Oh, I'm confused. Like, what's the reasoning here? Surrounding enemies. Yeah, I don't think I care. All right. Close quarters combat. Percentage of damage to close for scaling increase from 10 to 50%. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's like a pretty big multiplicative damage boost that was kind of difficult to get on the key passive. But again, I don't know how many of my builds actually use it, so that doesn't really impact me. How about this? Increases the potency. I further increase. There was a cap on this though, up to like 200%, right? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Dealing two different types of non-physical damage increases the potency by 100% and non-physical damage by 50%. Hmm. I think that just sounds way worse. That really does sound way worse. What other changes here? Basic skills are always cold imbued. All right. Gains damage bonus against bosses. Yeah, that's sort of basic skills. Cold clip. Ravagers. Shadow Step has an original or additional charge. Refunds a charge and increases the Shadow Step. I love dancing. Yeah, I like Dance of Knives, but they have nothing on Dance of Knives. So I'll have to craft a Dance of Knives build that unfortunately I wanted to do a Poison Dance of Knives build. I was actually so excited for it this season. This was going to be my secret weapon with Siphoning Gizmo, and they took that out. They call themselves the No Fun Police, or they don't. They said that, oh, we're not the fun police, but I mean, if removing Siphoning Gizmo is not no fun, then I don't know what is. Sure, whatever. I mean, I get that, yeah, maybe it was like really difficult for them to balance, or maybe it was too buggy or something, but I mean, it would have been a really fun thing to do. Same thing with Blizzard. I mean, yeah, my Blizzard build can still, like, at least I know that Blizzard can certainly take on T4. I've already proven it this season, and I haven't really done anything for Blizzard as far as I can tell, but yeah, I was still looking forward to using Siphoning Gizmo. Spiritborn Druid going to be my top 2 this season 9 hands down. Okay, what about Hydra? You were talking about Hydra like a couple hours ago. What, you don't want to play Hydra anymore? On the charge, it increases the damage of Shadow Step. Okay. This is Shadow Step. I don't think I care. Kills an enemy. Casting Shadow Step increases damage for 5 seconds. Alright. Whatever. Shadow Step. I think that's like it's not even like a core skill or what. Death Mask, up the damage bonus, sure. Health damage lost. Reduced from 10 to 8%, so it's a little bit easier to play. No, it bounces at least once. What did it bounce off of? Yes, I don't get it. Seems like some attempt at a joke. Damage bonus reduced. This is for I think a death trap. Always grants the bonus rather than only on the additional cast. All right, yeah. Previous on PTR, each imbuement skill grants resistance and damage. Poison, shadow, and cold gain. They just dumbed it down. They actually just chose to dumb it down. Of course, I will be taking this on my Dance of Knives Rogue, but yeah, it sucks how they nerfed Rogue. Honestly, with how extensive these patch notes are, I don't know. I feel like yeah, Rogue is just taking L after L. I don't know how else to put it. Concealment too. They didn't mention anything about concealment, but yeah, concealment also is taking a huge L, right? Which in turn means that, or it's not really taking a huge L. They just reworked it so the Dance of Knives is essentially getting nerfed here. I'm I don't know. It's right now I feel like Rogue is going to be the weakest class just looking at these changes. I know that I mean at least like the I want to say generally speaking, but like I'm just going to say the best builds, right? I feel like the best Rogue build is still going to be Death Trap, but not nearly as much so as the current season, but it's going to be far and behind the other classes. That's kind of the hunch that I have. Hydra Sorcerer is going to be strongest. Spiritborn and Druid will probably be second strongest, and then that's followed by I think probably Barb and who's the one that I'm for Druid, of course. I almost forgot my own class, Druid. Wait, no, I did mention Druid. So Sorcerer, then Druid Spiritborn, then Barbarian and Necro. Yeah, Necro. Mm, yeah, I didn't actually see any big buffs on Necro. This is the problem. I think that yeah, I feel like Necro will probably be in the same boat as Rogue, although Rogue might have it slightly worse. So if I were to like make my own personal like napkin math sort of tier list, I think I would probably put Hydro Sorcerer S tier. A tier would be Spiritborn, Thorns, and like this Puddle Druid thing. B tier would probably be Barbarian, I guess. I don't like what Petquake. Well, actually, yeah. Here's the thing, though. Barbarian. What's the strongest build on Barbarian? I didn't really think this through. Right now in the current season, it's Petquake. I think. But that's taking some huge nerfs too. So I don't know. I think that actually Barbarian and also Overpowered did too. So that's like some very key sources of damage that's going way down the drain. Earthquake's getting capped. Dust Devil's getting capped. And so that just leaves what Barbarian and Necro in like C tier, and then like Rogue in D tier. That's kind of what it feels like, just off the top of my head. But yeah, I think right now, Hydra Sorcerer is strongest, Spiritborn Druid second strongest, and then the other three classes are like somewhere close together because I don't know. I just see nothing but nerfs on these. Like, keep in mind that in the current season, a lot of the classes are already very close to each other in terms of the level of power that they're at, barring Sorcerer and the Bug Spiritborn build, right? And yet, for some reason, Spiritborn is getting buffs. Druid is getting buffs. Hydra Sorcerer, despite being the dominant build in PCR, is getting buffs. And then now the other three classes are just like, what do you do with these other three classes? I think that this is oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of players who are very unhappy that we're playing those three classes. I'm pretty sure for this season, and I think it's kind of interesting. They're I don't know. I'm not really getting their balanced philosophy here. No, I'm not gonna play Ask Sorcerer in season 9. Okay, I see. Your ultimate skills gain additional 20% damage from your damage with ultimate bonus. You got this bonus to all skills. Cast. Grant this bonus to when cast maximum. Oh, they nerfed this, dude. I. All right. The Rogue taking L after L. They really hate rogues. Just They're just driving Rogue into the ground this season. I'm not kidding you. I can't even sugarcoat it. Like all of these change. I don't think I saw a single change that was actually like an overall buff for the class. That's a bit of a. I'm kind of lying there actually. I mean, there's like some changes that are like kind of good, but by and large, the changes are overwhelmingly negative. I think, or are overwhelmingly nerfs. Like Eyes in the Dark, damage reduction, Death Trap, of course, has to get nerfed. A lot of these Paragon boards, like, forget 60%, 20% is where it's at, or 40%. Okay, Sorcerer, I already went over Hydra. Searing Heat, Crit Strike Chance, Frost skill damage increase. Okay, that's a good change, honestly. Yeah, that's cool. Uh, yeah, again, this is more Hydra related stuff. Firestarter aspect, I already covered this. Um, Roderick Jewels. Oh, am I at the end? Okay, before I go any further, I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning, and I'm gonna talk about Spiritborn, and the changes to ultimate skills. So, damage bonus to injured decrease from 100% to 50%. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I feel like double the damage to injured was just way too much. Even 50% is questionable, but okay, fine. Almost respectable. Why not? Reduced maximum ferocity gain from 4 to 2. Yeah, I never really played around or paid attention to ferocity, so I can't comment on that. Killing an enemy when the hunter is present reduces cooldown by 5 seconds. Hitting a boss reduces its cooldown by 1 second. Is that right? By only 1 second? Okay. Killing an oh no, that was previous on PCR. Killing an enemy while it's present has a 40% chance to instantly reset its cooldown. Chances halved after each consecutive reset. So they brought it back to what it was before, but they toned down how much damage you're getting to injured. I think this is the right call. Honestly, yeah. I always thought it was completely absurd that you get like 100% more damage. That made no sense. All right. Harmonious Devourer. Enemies affected by toxic gloves also take 50% increased poison damage. I stand by what I said. I wish that Devourer. I really do wish that they would make Devour itself stronger, but I guess they're really trying to use these more as supporting skills. In a way, I guess this is a W for Stinger, Spiritborn. That's probably what I'm. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get around to Stinger, but sure. Harmonious Seeker. Player attacks are guaranteed to critically strike for the duration of the Eagle Spirit. Um, this is interesting. It opens up some possibilities. I could run Seeker with Razor Wings, but I think my concern there is that Seeker is doing substantially more damage than Razor Wings is, or are. So, I mean, I'm a little concerned that if I splash Seeker just for the crit strike, which I don't really like that actually. Honestly, I don't like that design. Um, I don't like this design because, like, what? It would make sense if Harmonious Seeker was not a critical. Well, I guess as an ult, the fact that it gives you all critical strikes is kind of the whole point. But I don't like. What if you're already like maxed out on crit, or what if you have something that guarantees you crits? Then this is kind of pointless. Now, how do jewels work? Jewels you craft them, and then you plug them into your jewelry sockets. That's it, really. And then each of the jewels give you different effects, and also gives you the standard, like it gives you armor and resistances, of course, so that you don't feel completely, uh, you're not completely screwed, right? Exalted Protector. Player deals 25% increased damage while in Protector's area. Okay, yeah, sure, that's not bad. I mean, I would take it. Personally, I feel like it could be better, but sure, why not? So these three, yeah, well, whatever. And then aspect of deflection now targets nearby enemies. Now an offensive aspect, potency damage by 5% for each active Razor Wing. So, I mean, my Razor Wings build, oh man, I have to do a lot of tweaking, but that's fine. I have the build planner. I don't have the build guide for it. I'm not gonna be making any more build guides, I think. Or like build guide videos aside from the ones that I already have. Although even the ones that I already tried were sort of I had to do a lot of reworking for them for sure. Could be snapshotted, could not be imprinted. Okay. So I got through all of that. I'm just trying to see like why is this list so long? What happened here? Am I not even like halfway through any of this? Catalysts. Oh man, there's so much to read. I hate doing this actually. I'm not used to there being this many changes, but I guess it's kind of a good thing. At least it shows that they're trying to do a lot with the game. So I have to respect the hustle in that regard, but I also like, man, there's like so many changes. For 6 seconds when first damaging or when they are affected by crowd control. Okay, so basically when bosses are staggered. Um so it's conditional damage, but what happens if the elite goes unstoppable or you've already staggered the boss like 4 times? Then this is useless. All right. Little Echo, yeah. They talked about that. Spark of Creation resource generated reduced from 10 to 5. Why? Spark of Creation will be the first Roderick tome the player receives instead of Scornful Light. All right. I don't know what Reverie Horn is. Oh, Reverie Horn is for summons. But again, it's only when you kill or injure an enemy, so... yeah. Whatever, I guess. Instead of Scornful Light, reduce idle from below's max health from 8 to 6. Sure. Sure, whatever. Propulsion. Cooldown reduced from 9 to 8. Okay, no problem. Beam radius increase, sure. Lucky hit reduced. Again, why? Now benefit more from lucky hit with their passive attacks. Oh, nice. Yeah. All enemy affix deactivation durations increased from 5 to 8. All enemy affix deactivation duration. Oh, yeah. So, like, suppressor deactivation and all that for the infusions. Thunderous particle damage increased by 25%. Yes. Check. Good. I'm actually looking forward to playing Stinger Spiritborn with this max out corrosive vapor. I'm really curious to see if I can make a Stinger build that works similar to how it was in this season. Arcana, or maybe even like basic attacks. I'm not sure. I still have to look into that. Arcana, magic jagged bramble, thorns damage increase. Oh, yeah, this is for thorns. This isn't a buff. I don't think I care too much about that change because it was pretty worthless before anyway. Still probably is gonna be worthless now. Really for the niche 2 thorns builds, the one for Drew and the one for Spiritborn. Siphoning Gizmo, okay, yeah, this is the biggest L of all the patch notes easily. The fact that they took out like one of the most fun, cool playstyle changes that you could have. I mean, like, there's also the teleport one, but teleport was just completely broken. Like, no one wants to hear that, but that's the truth. There, I said it. This, on the other hand, it was broken in a different way, but I think the proper solution here would have been to fix it rather than to just remove it altogether. Damage from your catalyst. Like, this is the whole point of me, like, pumping out Blizzard and maxing out Lucky Hit, but now pointless. Damage from your catalyst has a 50% chance to deal physical damage. Lucky hit chance is doubled. Actually, that's kind of cool. Your catalyst lucky hit chance is doubled. Maybe if you have some lucky hit effects, that could be helpful, but also why 340% physical damage. Do I care? Do I care enough to run this? Yeah, do I care enough to run this? I don't know. I don't think I would. That is a lot of damage. I don't want my build to be like centered around this more useless siphoning gizmo. Fractured core, damage taken debuff increased from 10 to 15%. I don't know what fractured core is. I don't think I care. Legendary Nightmare Orb Celestial Surge. Oh, additional star chance. Yeah, sure. Disintegrate fears unaffected enemies. Restores life. Oh, disintegrate fears unaffected enemies. Oh, and deals 100% increased damage to them while they're feared. This is better, man. Why would they switch this? I think that 5% max life and primary resources is cooler than, oh yeah, the disintegrate does more damage to them. Maybe they're really trying to push for the powers doing a lot of damage, but I think it's more fun to actually be able to buff up, like use this as a way to like buff up your other builds or something. Propulsion removes enemy vulnerable effects to fear unaffected enemies. Uh, I don't care. I would never use that. I don't think. I don't think I'd want to fear anything. I'd want to apply vulnerable, of course. Ninth wave from your astral pillar fears. Fears thought would have their fear removed. Sure. Cosmic anomaly increased. Frigid heart. Anomaly. Bloody charm. Propulsion. Yeah, who cares about movement speed? But here's the most hilarious thing, though, that's not written in the patch notes. They removed one teleport because everyone was talking about propulsion, but I found an even better one, right? This one only works if you actually execute. So the one that I'm going to use on day one is going to be like on my druid. The very first thing is going to be floaty bobble. Floaty bobble is actually just like a blink to whichever location that you cast your skill on. So what I'm thinking is, why don't I just um yeah, attach it to some spammable skill and then just keep casting it, and then I can't really explain it right now, but basically there's a way to get like unlimited teleport still, except the difference is this one's in a way, in some ways it's better because it's not dependent on how many monsters there are. It's just dependent on how far you can go. Yeah, all right. The monster health increase per pit tier after Torment 1 has been slightly reduced to ensure a wider range of builds succeed in their journey to Torment 4. Um, w- yes. Succeed in their journey to Torment 4. Okay, I see. So if I had a build before, like the Companion Druid, that could crush Torment all the way up to Torment 4, then I should have an easier journey now, right? Per pit tier. Okay. Well, actually, yeah, maybe it's not completely hopeless for Blood Surge Necro then. I'll have to see. I don't know how big the difference or how big the gap is though, and how strong it is. It says slightly reduced. What's slightly, like 20%, 50%? Um, my damage numbers will be lower, but if the clear speed is roughly the same, then who knows? Maybe I can still push the same tier of pits now. But this is the right call, I think. They're taking away a lot of power from people. They're taking away a lot of power, so they need to readjust the game to kind of go hand in hand with that. They can't just, remove all these sources of power and then leave everything exactly the same way as it was before. So yeah, it's good. It's the right call, what they're doing, scaling things down a bit. I'm really curious to see now then where Hydra pans out. It was 120 on the PTR, and it's overall stronger, I think, than it was in the PTR. And the pit tiers are being slightly reduced, so who knows? Maybe it'll push 130, 140, and all the other classes will be in like the 110s or something, 120-ish range. That's my, I don't know, just like there's so much stuff, man. When I do my video, like I don't even know if I want to release my build guides anymore. I guess the build guides still hold the same principle overall, like even with all the nerfs and buffs, like I'd still recommend the same stuff. Um, but at the same time, like some of them, like Blood Surge Necro, for example, are going to be a lot weaker than I expected. Thorn's Barb will be stronger. That's fine. I'll have to talk about that. Uh, and then Incinerate Sorcerer. There's no Siphoning Gizmo. I think that I mentioned though that I didn't really feel much of a difference on Incinerate. And then of course Companion Druid. Yeah, I guess most of those builds are fine. It's just Blood Surge Necro I had to pay attention to. But anyway, whatever. I'll sort that out separately. Additional experience orbs dropped in a Forgotten Wisdom Nightmare dungeon now scale better and behave more consistently. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's the fact that these XP orbs would sometimes take forever to drop, and then I have to run in one screen out, and then come back, and then it would show up. Scale better, again, I don't know what that means, but at least they didn't say they nerfed it, right? They didn't nerf the number of orbs that show up, and I think that's a huge W. Because yeah, we got it. We should be excited for these nightmare dungeons, right? Like, yeah, leveling is going to be so much easier, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I, the fact that one nightmare sigil gives me 5 levels from 55 to 60, rather than having to run like six strongholds, is actually like, yeah, that's a good call. That's how it should be. Remove the inherent additive damage portion of overpower that was based on your life and fortify amounts. Yeah. On the PTR, we tested an 80% reduction in these additive damage values, but still found overpower based builds to be overpowering other options due in part to this inherent bonus. Overpower will now only grant up to a 50% damage increase when it triggers unlimited critical strikes. They're still intended to be a rarer critical strike or rarer occurrence, relying primarily on guaranteed sources. Balancing of overpowered damage sources are typically higher than similar ones for critical strikes. Yeah, I think that was the wrong call. I Yeah, I think this was the wrong call. I'll stand by that, and I feel like it's just kind of a lazy choice because they can't really find like a good middle ground on how much like people are getting, so they just remove the option completely is mm, not good. Or maybe they just couldn't do math for the life of them to properly balance it out. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is basically just crit. This will basically just feel like like yeah, crits, but it'll feel way worse. That's essentially it. The Roderick file drop rate now scales with Torment tier. Yeah, that's probably how it should have been since the very beginning. I mean, I was getting ridiculous amounts of files even in early Torment, which personally I think it should. Well, yeah, it should scale. Nightmare Dungeon Resplendent Chest and Dungeon Event Chest rewards have been retuned to reward more gear, Obdicite, and Gold and Torment difficulties. Um, yes, that's also good. That makes sense. Scale of difficulty tier, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't already like that. Transmutation recipe. Change Adjudicator's Mass into Aberrant Hearts. I guess it's for people who don't play, who don't have Vessel of Hatred. Drop rate increased for Scrolls of Escape. Sure. This is a very extensive list, though. Trying to see if there's. I think I'm almost at the end here. All right, good. Nightmare Done with the Treasure Hunt affix on didn't drop the final reward cache. Dropped Obel chests more frequently. Herodric chests. Affixes didn't properly apply. Fix an issue where Sorcerer Hydras could drop drop experience motes in Nightmare Dungeons with the Forgotten Wisdom affix. Okay. Fix an issue where Sorcerer. Yeah, no, that's something that I saw. That has nothing. Well, yeah, that's just a glitch. I don't know if they fixed the one that I talked about though, where you can infinitely spawn nightmare or orbs if you get a boss that spawns monsters. Gameplay general fixed various issues where Herodic spellcraft effects and jewels and functions intended could become invincible. All right, I think that happened to me. That might have happened to me once. Did not access the world map from Astaroth's lair. Yep, I had encountered that issue. X Files corroded signet. Sure, okay. Fix an issue where the power of who's could be triggered by the lucky hit effect of Battle Trance. Issue where Ugly Bastard Helm power would not properly function. Could occasionally get infinite duration while berserking. Okay, fix an issue where the aspect of the alpha did not properly grant bonus damage for werewolf companions. Yeah, yeah, that's wow. Glad they finally fixed this because I know that there were some guides that hinted at the fact that yeah, apparently when you have aspect of the alpha, you don't get the right amount of damage sometimes. So this is good. I think because when you have wolves converted into werewolves, they lose the wolves tag that was required for wolves to deal double damage. That aspect or that temper. So who knows? Maybe I still do get like a some extra damage out of this, even if I lose out a lot of damage elsewhere. Yeah. Fixed an issue where Callan's edict was granting double the death bonus. Right, aspect of decaying humorous. Where new skeletal mages would die while wearing the hand of Naz. All right. I don't think I care. If we're back to normal mages, I have a bone to pick with them. Can enter as themselves. All right. Rogue. Fix an issue where Death Mask of Nermantro could cause the player to get stuck at 1 health. Centered on the player rather than the trap. An issue where the Serpentine aspect allowed you to summon an additional Hydra. Ah. Sorry to display. Oh yeah, would display with an incorrect number of greater affixes. I saw that. Buff from Rotting Lightbringer would appear to be consumed by using any skill rather than just pulverize. Fix an issue where the buff tooltip was missing a name. Okay, sure, that's okay. Where's the in the PTR there were issues with tempering, masterworking, and the occultist, I think, where if I temper something, well, maybe not masterworking, it was tempering and occultist. So yeah, okay, I'll see you soon, Lee Burgess. So tempering, if you tempered something, you tried to enchant it on the PTR, it was bugged out so that it would only let you roll within whatever affix you selected. Hopefully it's not like that anymore. Fixed an issue where a tempered affix could be rerolled via enchanting. I thought that was a feature. That would have been a pretty cool feature, I will admit, but no, apparently that was unintended. And it was also causing some other sorts of bizarro bugs, so good thing they fixed that. Did not always grant gold. Where masterworking, enchanted, or tempered affix would grant larger upgrades than expected. All right, sure. Would only allow rerolling the range of an affix instead of replacing it. Enchanting an item. Oh, yeah, right. That was from the PTR. Good. And these are all the base changes. Runes Tribute. Yeah, I'm not going to read through all these. It's not interesting. Not. Convergence Legendary Paragon node did not display the proper damage bonus while in town. Okay. Yeah, there's quite a few of those. Or fix an issue where Karun could be traded to players who do not own it. Own Vessel of Hatred. Karun. Fix an issue where Karun would not activate when a barb changed weapons. We're not giving intended rewards. Okay. Would respawn the boss arena. Sure. Yeah, this I think is something that I saw in the PTR. Attack speed, primordial binding. Pain Gorge's Gauntlets. Yeah, here it is. The echo damage will now critically strike and or overpower. The triggering damage was also critical strike or overpower. I mean, it doesn't inherit a lot of other stuff too, like Lucky Hit and whatnot, but I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, that's how it should have been since day one. But I mean, I don't know if it even matters anymore. Overpower got neutered, so I don't know if I was trying to do like a hemorrhage build, but I don't know if that's going to be any good whatsoever, even. Resistance to all elements got reduced. Yeah, I mean, it was giving ridiculous amounts of resistance. So, I mean, it was only a matter of time. Dust Devil damage reduced. Yeah, I think I saw that already. 16 to 21, 40 to 60. Okay. Yeah, right. In line with the basic skill changes. I still think it's an overall 4% per each point of primary resource. Okay, so we could actually scale us up pretty high if we really wanted to, but frenzy, lunging strike. Yeah, so these are all just the number changes. What things are like interesting here? Grizzly Rage, yeah, I already saw that. Increased poison damage. Offensive to utility, affliction. I feel like I've already seen this. Did they just duplicate it? Like I feel like I've already seen these patch notes. Oh, this is the PTR patch notes. Oh yeah, right. This is the PTR patch notes. Cause the Spirit of Arc to target up to 5 other enemies, dealing 60% of normal damage. 60%. And it does increase damage. Yeah, that's right. Conjuration Lucky Hit Chance got scaled up. Yeah, that makes sense. 5% was like nothing. Many of the values of many tempering affixes got changed. All right. Overpowered damage reduced from 196 to 65%. Oof. Overall consistency of rewards. Now rewards substantially more gold. Yeah. Reduce the chance of this cash appearing. But then when it does appear, it gives a lot of crafting materials. Nice. Clixarth now drops significantly more cinders as he should. I mean, like it takes for. I mean, if you're not properly geared, it takes forever to kill, and he drops like what 10 cinders. Wow. Now drops more gems. In Torment 3 and greater, this cash awards a random royal gem or higher. Wow, yeah, it's about time that we got something like that. Guaranteed. Wow, Torment 3 or greater. Nightmare Dungeon completion rewards no longer drop magic and rare items in Torment tiers. Yes, thank you. Actually, why don't you just remove magic and rare items altogether in Torment tiers? Like I gave them feedback on this too, but th- apparently they're insistent on keeping them for whatever reason. Infernal Horrors now awards more gems. Now guaranteed to drop an Infernal Compass. Good. They should honestly just be guaranteed to drop a legendary rune too. That'd actually give more excitement as to why anyone should bother to run a world boss. Same thing goes with Legion events. They should just have put boss mats into Legion events or something. Ring and Amulet Cache of the Jeweler have been combined into a single Jeweler Cache. Yeah, that's fine. To a combined cost of 30k fragments. Yeah, good. Especially with the gem change too. At least there's a reason for people to run these. But then again, who really needs to open up these jeweler caches? Are they like guaranteed ancestrals? No, right? So then who cares? Now grants 500 drops up from 1, but the resource cost was upgraded by 5 times. Sure. Ancestral chance now scales with difficulty tier, sure. Herodic Reserve, Equipment Delve, Forgotten Wisdom, and all that. So, I'm just looking for any more blue content. Oh yeah, here we go. Accessibility. Summons now properly inherit lucky hit and overpower bonuses. Did they already have that since before? Fix an issue where Wrath Observer rank 5 damage couldn't overpower. Well, I mean, not like I ever relied on it to overpower, but now that I think about it, I've never seen it overpower. Thought that was intentional. Occasionally not increase some sources of power, granting inconsistent damage against bosses, casting a shout skill, description devilish active was not accurate to the actual effect. Granted bonuses to spirit boons. What? Okay. Sure, why not? Would not always work for the entire duration. Druid companions could not overpower as expected. Well, I mean, mine would overpower, so I don't know what's up with that. Right attacks from shred that should also dash would not. Skirmisher skeletal wars. I used to run those, but occasionally not deal increased damage from Mendelin. Oh, that's silly. Um. Oh, Bone Spear actually works with skeletal mages. Oh, who knew? Finish where Hydra did not benefit from Devouring Blaze. Incorrectly granted a hidden damage bonus. Granted resource cost reduction. What? Only applied if a target was hit. Well, okay. Gaining stack from unintended sources. Not granting its damage bonus on the first stack. Really? Wow. Interesting. Orton could become unkillable during the Dead to Rights quest. Orton. Bound by blood? It's a side quest. Okay. I mean, no wonder I don't know what that is. Class mechanic unlock quest where granting the intended item rewards. Sure. Oh yeah, wow, I finally made it to the end. Transmutation recipe for Shard of Agony had the incorrect requirements for malignant hearts to craft. Nice. Wow, that's the end. All right. Okay. I'm gonna take like a short little break here, and then I'm gonna try to get into business. That's been a lot to take in. I started the stream at around like about 4 hours ago. I think it's been about almost 4 hours now. And yeah, I've covered a lot. I listened to the Campfire chat. I've gone through all the patch notes. So, I mean, it's taken me hours to do all this, but at least now I have a good feel for what to expect next season in terms of just the raw gameplay or the overall balancing changes. I'm very curious to see how the new season turns out. I feel like everyone's just going to be super weak, aside from a select few builds. I mean, that's how it always is every season, but This one more so because yeah, like overpower is like a mechanic in the game that affects so many different builds, right? But anyway, I'm gonna take a step away from my keyboard for a little bit. Gonna like, yeah, I just need a short break. I've been at this for 4 hours. And then I think I'm going to first cover the campfire chat. I'm gonna try to recap that a little bit, and then I will talk about and then I might try to kind of summarize the patch notes. So, although I don't know, I feel like that's a bit of a tall order. That's a lot of like I don't know how long a video like this would be. I want to keep it short and simple. I could do that for the campfire chat. Campfire chat absolutely is one of those like how to condense 2 hours into 5 minutes. I can do that. And in fact I will. But the rest of this, all these patch notes, man, I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know how I'm even gonna cover this. Anyway, I need some time to think about it, but one step at a time. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back, folks. Okay, I am back now, and I'm gonna. I'm done with the patch notes for the time being. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn back to here, and then I'm gonna try to do a. Whoa, whoa, that's loud. I gotta do a campfire chat recap. That's what I'm gonna do. So here, hold on a second. Second. Okay, I stop there. Um. All right, let me take a look at this text real quick and make sure that it's in line with what I need. Okay, campfire chat summary: Nightmare Dungeons seasonal questline Donan Astaroth start at Eldheim Keep. Nightmare escalations, Herodric strong rooms, and new affixes. Um, there's Herodric powers and jewels. Jewels. Sharpening the siphoning gizmo was done to maintain the competitive integrity of the game. Uh, seasonal reputation. Okay, and then I had like a bunch of Q&A stuff too, but I can actually write that in as a separate uh column maybe. Just the way around. Okay, what's going on here? There, that's better. Now it might be a bit easier to move this to the right, this to the left. Or maybe I should just do it as trying to figure out how I wanna do this. Um doesn't make too much sense. Hmm. Okay, I think I have an idea. As how I'm gonna do this. All right, and get started. Let's try this. Test. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might not be interested in this 2 hour stream, so to shorten things down for you, I took down some notes and I'll go over these in just a couple of minutes for a TLDR. It's quite a lot of stuff that I wrote down, but don't worry about it. I'm just going to go over these very quickly in point form, so just stick around. So, first of all, they talked about the Nightmare
You know, do
Dungeons.
they prefer eight?
What? Hold on. Okay, that wasn't bad. All right, I'm going to try that again. One second. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might not be interested in this 2 hour stream, so to shorten things down for you, I took down some notes, and I'll go over these in just a couple of moments for a TLDR. Hold on. Not quite. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor. Hold on. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand that some of you might want a TLDR for this 2 hour stream, so I shortened it all down into some notes that I'll cover in under 5 minutes. First off, the Season 9 launch is officially stated to be July 1st, 10 a.m., so get ready for that.
Yeah. Uh, Premise behind that.
This is the little infographic that they provided, and it basically covers a lot of the adjustments that they're making with regards to Nightmare Dungeons, Herodic Powers and Jewels, and the list goes on.
That.
So to go a little bit more in depth, they mentioned that this is going to be a season that's centered around changes on Nightmare Dungeons. Of course, there's going to be a seasonal quest line, and it has to do with the character that you see here. That's Astaroth, that's from the campaign. And then there's also Donan, the NPC that followed you around in the campaign too. You would start at a place called Eldheim Keep. I don't think that they specified exactly where Eldheim Keep is during the campfire chat, but that's where the seasonal quest line will start, and that's where you may have to do other seasonal related stuff. I'm not entirely sure. And on top of Nightmare Dungeons, they also have now Nightmare Escalations and Herodric Strongrooms. So if we take a look here, you can see that this is kind of what a Herodric Strongroom looks like. You'd
Those pillars we
have to
mentioned
go
before,
around and pick up these pillars.
shrine.
I'm just gonna mute this real quick. And you kill a bunch of monsters and you hit the pillars, you get points, I guess, for it, and then at the end you fight a boss. And then when you finish killing this boss, you get this Grand Herodric Cache. And from the Herodric Cache and the boss kill, you get a bunch of materials, and you also get Obdicite. Yeah, I'll show this. Obdicite, and you also get the seasonal currency. Those are the Herodric files. So that's a Herodric Strongroom. And then so these Herodric Strongrooms can sometimes show up in any Nightmare Dungeon, and some Nightmare Dungeon sigils will just have a guaranteed Herodric Strongroom. There's also Nightmare Escalations, which are basically a few Nightmare Dungeons stacked on top of each other, and they get progressively tougher and tougher. And the Nightmare Dungeons themselves now have new affixes. They have things like Forgotten Wisdom for more XP. They have like Roderick Gems. They have Treasure Goblins, and the list goes on and on. So that's for Nightmare Dungeons. Next up, they talked about the Herodric Spellcraft. So they wrote it here as you have a couple of spell components, catalysts, infusions, and arcana. You build your own spell, and the spell has its own utility. So yeah, that is basically what I have written here on the notes. You would get you would actually get the jewels though. There's like not just the Herodric powers, but then there's jewels too, right? These jewels are socketable in your jewelry, and the jewelry or the Herodric jewels are obtained from Herodric tomes, or at least the recipes are that you get from the strong rooms that I was just talking about. And then you craft the jewels at the Herodric Lapidary. I'm not sure where that is. I don't think they mentioned that either, but that's where you'd go to make your jewels. Another pretty interesting change that they made was that on the PTR, sharpening gizmo was one of the Herodric powers. It gave damage over or chance for damage over time to like uh, blow up instantly and do all its damage right away. Now they've reworked it to do physical damage. I'm not going to get into the specifics. I don't think it particularly matters for most of you. But yeah, unfortunately, that's one fun thing that they've since taken out of the PTR. So yeah, they talked about that this is what the UI looks like for the Herodric Spellcraft. And then, yeah, they showed that this is what some of the Herodric jewels look like too. And then they moved on to talk about the PTR learnings. And there were quite a few, actually. And in fact, I can't cover all of them on this video. I think that the full list would be actually in the patch notes. But um, there were a number of changes made to Herodric powers and jewels. So the reason why they changed sharpening Gizmo over to siphoning Gizmo now is to, in their words, maintain the competitive integrity of the game. Basically, they felt that it was just, I guess, not really possible to like balance it properly. I think is the gist of what I got out of it. The reasoning doesn't really matter. All you need to know is that yes, sharpening Gizmo is no longer available as fun as it was on the PTR. Speaking of other things that weren't so fun, or that were a lot of fun on the PTR that aren't available, propulsion teleport change was made. Previously, you were able to infinitely teleport with propulsion. This is no longer possible since, even though, well, yeah, they said that it was too transformative and that probably every build, or almost every build, would probably end up using propulsion teleport. Whether you agree with that, it's totally up to you. But that, don't shoot the messenger. That's what they said. I think that there's still one other power, floaty bauble, that allows you to blink, and uh, that's might not be as good as propulsion, but it is still one way to get access to a sort of teleport-like skill. There's also a new jewel that they introduced called the Will Breaker for physical builds. I don't know if they mentioned it in here at all. I don't think that they did, or I don't think they have a slide for it specifically. So the new Jewel Will Breaker is meant for physical type builds because they said that, oh yeah, physical builds don't get much love this season, so they wanted to change that up. There's also a Jewel, Cheat Death, or for cheating death, that's not available for hardcore. I don't remember the name of it, but um, here, let me look it up real quick. Yeah, it's called Liminal Echo. So Liminal Echo is not available for hardcore, so you can't just, well, cheat death whenever you're in danger. They also made some change, or the developers made some changes to the Herodic Strong Rooms. It was too easy on the PTR, so yeah, I mean, they were just three Nightmare Dungeons stacked on top of each other, so, I mean, they weren't particularly exciting. So they've scaled the difficulty and the loot by several pictures on every floor that you advance. Now, the really fun stuff, I'm sure you folks are curious about this, balance changes. So, yeah, as you know, this season, or as you might know, in this season, they did basic skill buffs. Um, do they have it written here? No, that's for class balance. Okay, here. Yeah, so yeah, they had basic skill buffs, overpower nerfs, and key passives. So as you might be very well aware, basic skills are less used than a lot of other skills. Overpower nerfs, or sorry, they actually also made a change to Pain Gorger, so now they can also inherit Crit Strike and Overpower as well, because previously they were otherwise kind of useless, for a lack of better way of putting it. They also nerfed Overpower into the ground. I mean, I don't have any other way. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They removed the ability to, like, if you have more life, you get more damage. They just made it like a flat 50% increase in damage, kind of like Crit Strike. Um, yeah. Again, I could do a completely separate video on this topic alone. I think it's kind of a huge shame that they did that. But yeah, just know that Overpower has taken a pretty massive nerf. It doesn't scale off life like it used to anymore. And then, of course, there's key passive changes. So now they add capped scaling, but I don't think that's changed at all since the PTR. So now if I go through the individual class changes, okay, so they wanted to kind of change it up for Barbarian because Pet Quake was a little, and Dust Devils were like too strong last season. Uh, yeah, so they are trying to rebalance a lot of the existing skills, especially basic skills. And then there's a new unique Who's the Mountain God for anyone trying to play these basic sort of skills here, as you can see. Um, then Necro, let's see here. Yeah, so they said that they wanted to nerf Soul Rift and Bloodwave. Actually, wait, sorry. It was actually Druid first. So they talked about Barbarian, then they talked about Druid. So Druid, they said, was the worst performer versus other classes in terms of how many people were playing it. Um, and so they actually reworked some of the skills, in particular Pulverize. They said variety of buffs, and then they put Pulverize specifically. Pulverize got its base damage buffed. The variety of buffs, well, they did tweak some of the other skills, especially basic skills, but nothing too insane there, except for this new unique Rotting Lightbringer, which creates poison puddles. And in the PTR, it wasn't performing as well as they were hoping for it to, so it's since then gotten buffed quite a bit. So now the new unique looks something more like this. It can do up to 600% of its normal damage as poisoning over 7 seconds. Previously on the PTR was only like 400%. So that's for Druid. Then if we move on to Necro, so they said that Soul Rift had too many effects. Blood Wave was also too strong, but that was mostly due to Overpower, and Overpower did get neutered. So probably since it's been neutered, Blood Wave, well, they haven't really done anything else really to Blood Wave. Uh, yeah, they felt like a lot of the power came from Overpower. They did do some buffs to Golem, Bone, and Shadow, and then there's of course the new unique gloves, Hand of Naz, which turns your skeletons into archmages for a rather unique playstyle. So then moving on to Rogue. So yeah, they hit Death Trap and Shadow Clone really hard with nerfs, of course. I mean, Death Trap's been dominant the last several seasons. So yeah, they had to do something about that. And then they reworked the Victimize. I think it's the key passive, and then they also added the new Flurry unique, a Death Mask of Nerman. I'm not even gonna try to say that. So Death Mask. They actually did buff it from the PTR. In the PTR, the like top end unique roll was 50%. Now it's 70%. So it's nice for anyone wanting to play Flurry. Um, but I think the class as a whole has not received a lot of love in like this season, both on the PTR and now that the season's going live, which is a bit unfortunate. But again, that can be a completely separate video topic by itself. Sorcerer, Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear, of course, has been the go-to for the last few seasons, similar as like with Death Trap Rogue. So the way they've reworked it is that they've hit Splintering Energy aspect really hard for Lightning Spear, so you can't just infinitely scale it. But to kind of make Lightning Spear feel at least a little bit better, they did increase the base damage. Because yeah, with Splintering Energy, it was like too strong, and without it, it was completely like it was not very good. So Lightning Spear base damage got increased. Icefall node and Firestarter aspects got buffed, so more damage I think on both. And then of course there's the Sorcerer Hydra build is slated to be the strongest build in this upcoming season. So yeah, part of the reason for that is there's this new unique Ophidian Iris, which converts your Hydras into one big Hydra. So yeah, that's what's coming for next season, and they changed crit strike chance over to attack speed now on Ophidian Iris. So that's that. Then for Spiritborn, yes. So yeah, Razor Wings. It's no secret that Razor Wings got pretty big. Um, yeah, Razor Wings is like one of the less popular builds because of how little damage it does. So yeah, that's getting a buffed. Hunter changes on the PTR got reverted, so now there's a chance that you can just fully reset it if you have like these big packs of monsters. But the damage to injured bonus is going from 100 to only 50%. Now is what they've changed. Other ultimates. Oh, also they were saying that originally part of the reason why they were trying to tweak Hunter to begin with is because it was basically used in 90% of builds, but the changes made in the PTR were highly unpopular, so they've kind of reverted it since then. And then this leads to the next thing that they discussed, that other ultimates got buffed to try to compensate. So Devour does more damage, and Seeker now gives you all crits, and I think what was the last one? The Protector also gives you more damage if you stand in the circle. And then of course there's the new unique. The I'm not even gonna try to say it. The Thorns Pants is what I'll call it. And then these Thorns Pants used to be 300% on the PTR. Now they've been scaled back down to 150%. So that is a pretty big nerf. Okay, that's basically it for the balance changes. And then of course seasonal activity variety. I'll try to get through this part really quickly. Um, so elites and bosses granting seasonal reputation. So, right, this here. So what they realized in this season is that it's better to kind of open up the floor for people to have options on how they get their seasonal reputation and seasonal currency. So now, like this upcoming season, the seasonal rep I imagine will come from running Nightmare Dungeons, but you'll also be able to progress your seasonal reputation through killing elites and bosses. Similar situation goes with seasonal currency. There's going to be the Herodic Files for this season, and now you will get the Herodic Files and be able to buff your classes as long as you kill these tormented bosses too, and open up their lair hordes. So they want to do more of that going forward, so that people don't feel pigeonholed into having to just do one activity to complete those. Um, well, to get those that seasonal content, right? And then here we have system updates. So that's point six here. System updates, Nightmare Dungeons, and Escalation Nightmares. So again, they were just reiterating what they were talking about earlier. But basically, Nightmare Sigils have more modifiers than they used to, and in comparison to on the PTR, the Escalation Sigils get increasingly more difficult. To like it scales up each floor you go into. So you can actually get these Nightmare uh dungeons that are tougher than T4, and they can also have special affixes that cannot appear in regular Nightmare dungeons too. Higher Torment now, if I can just find. Yeah, they went over a couple other miscellaneous changes. So, um, as you go up in Torment difficulty, now you get more Ancestral drops, and the Ancestral items that drop have more GAs, generally speaking. They also talked about changes to runes. So if you've played the game last season, you know legendary runes are very difficult to come by for a lot of people. So now they're making it so that it's more likely to drop for like when you run like the Undercity and layer bosses. So yeah, and then of course there's improvements to Whisper caches, Jewelry caches, Infernal hordes, uh, gem drop quantity, and Scrolls of Escape for hardcore specifically. So that's the gist of what they have for system updates. And oh, and then they talked about what content uh is going to be permanent and what isn't. I feel like this should be pretty obvious, but not everyone would know. So here we go. All the Nightmare Dungeon updates that they've added, including the Nightmare Sigils and the escalations, are permanent. The new uniques are permanent. The Herodic, like the seasonal quest line, along with the Herodic spellcraft, jewels, and reputation, are not permanent. So I think that sort of covers it for when it comes to the Nightmare Dungeon updates, or the what they're keeping as permanent for the season. And then of course there's a they mentioned that there is a pet. If I can just find it, Dante the dog. There it is. Okay, yeah. So yeah, they have Dante the dog. You can get this as part of the reputation caches, or not the reputation cache, season journey. So the last thing that I'm going to mention is going to be the Q&A. There were a couple of good questions that were asked. So in this Q&A, there were maybe like what, almost a dozen questions that were asked. So somebody asked if the powers are shared like account wide or what. And the response was that powers are shared between all softcore or all hardcore characters on the same account. Second question that people asked, devs or are whether or not the devs are looking at alternatives to immune phases, and the response from the commentators was that yes, they are. Um, Third question, does stronghold or sorry, strong room completion time count against Nightmare Dungeon? They didn't really seem to give a response on this. Fourth question, players or yeah, can players get Obdicite out of escalation sigils? And the answer is yes. And like I guess the strong rooms too, of course. Then somebody asked about whether or not a higher torment means more greater affix drops and affixes. That was already covered. Yes, it is. Can power systems be carried over from season to season? And the devs basically said that they're looking at ways to incorporate best performance in future seasons. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that they have no plans to do so at this time. It sounds like an actual like, oh, we can have the witch powers and the Herodric powers and all the other power systems. No, I think that's probably, if I were to guess, it's just way too much to balance all at once among other problems too. But yeah, then others asked if escalating sigils are craftable or droppable. The commentators weren't really sure, but they did say that strong rooms are where you would find the escalation sigils, and that you can also get these pre-torment escalation sigils from the reputation track. And another question was who comes up with the names for some of these uniques, understandably, and that they're actually handled by narrative and quest designers, is what the response was. The next question was any plans to add affixes for other layer bosses, because when you're doing the escalation sigil, you can get affixes to change up the fight for Astaroth. Um, but of course, they said that no, they don't have any such, or they said that there might be something that they look into in the future. And then last question I believe they answered is whether or not there's any plans for more uniques to change the that change the class altogether. And the commentators did say that devs are already releasing uniques every season, and this actually does track because yeah, this season there's like the Hand of Naz for Necro, and there's Poison Puddles for Druid, and so on. So yeah, that actually does add up. Okay, I think this pretty much covers it for the campfire chat. If you enjoyed this video, a like, comment, or subscribe is always appreciated. But otherwise, that's all for me. Hope you're all looking forward to the new season like I am. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and venture out. Hey, what's going on, Roderick? And another question. So yeah, that subscribe. Okay, I think this pretty much covers it for the campfire chat. If you enjoyed this video, a like. Hey, all right. Yeah, we're closing in. I just need to finish this last bit here. Okay. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might want a TLDR for this. Hold on, I did this wrong again. Like, almost done. I just need to do, like, the last bits here. Um, okay, I think this pretty much covers it for the campfire chat. If you enjoyed this video, a like, comment, or a subscribe is always appreciated. I hope you're all as excited for the new season as I am, but otherwise, that's all from me. Thanks for watching, and venture out. All right. Yeah, okay. Last thing I gotta do, and then I think I'm pretty much done with this. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might want a TLDR for this 2-hour stream, so I shortened it all down into some notes that I'll cover in under a few minutes. Okay, let me see if that actually worked the way I wanted it to. Hey, what's going on? The Campfire 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might want a TLDR for this 2-hour stream, so I shortened it all down into some notes that I'll cover in under a few minutes. Almost. Almost. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Sorry, 1 second. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might want a TLDR for this 2-hour stream, so I shortened it all down into some notes that I'll cover in under a few minutes. Okay, it's done. I think I've gotten the components I need. Now I can actually hack together hey,
an
what's going
uploadable
on? It's
video.
Inventor here. Oh, I don't like sounding to myself. I sound like such a dork. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor. Okay, so this is the right one. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might want a TLDR for this 2-hour stream, so I shortened it all down into some notes that I'll cover in under a few minutes. Alright, so this is for... This goes first. I think this would go second. 3, and then I think I have this long Campfire chat. Okay, cool. It's looking pretty good. Exciting stuff. SS9. And I just need to piece this video together real quick, and I think that'll pretty much be it. Yeah, sorry, there's no gameplay today, but trying something just a little different. So, here we go. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you in under a few minutes. Hey, what? Okay. Understand that some of you might, so I shortened it all down in under 5 minutes. Okay, definitely did not get it down in under 5 minutes. So, just gonna... First, okay, in under a few minutes. Some notes that I'll cover in under a few. Weird. Few minutes. first off, the season 9 launch is officially stated to be July 1st, 10 a.m., so get ready for that. This is the little infographic that they provided, and it basically covers a lot of the adjustments that they're making with regards to Nightmare Dungeons, Herodic Powers and Jewels, and the list goes on. So, to go a little bit more in depth, they mentioned that this is going to be a season that's centered around changes on Nightmare Dungeons. Of course, there's going to be a seasonal quest line, and it has to do with the character that you see here. That's Astaroth, that's from the campaign. And then there's also Donan, the NPC that followed you around the campaign, too. You would start at a place called Eldheim Keep. I don't think that they specified exactly where Eldheim Keep is during the Campfire chat, but that's where the seasonal questline will start, and that's where you may have to do other seasonal related stuff. I'm not entirely sure. And on top of Nightmare Dungeons, they also have now Nightmare Escalations and Herodic Strongrooms. So if we take a look here, you can see that this is kind of what a Herodic Strongroom looks like. You'd
Those pillars we
have to
mentioned
go
before,
around and pick up these pillars.
shrine.
I'm just gonna mute this real quick. And you kill a bunch of monsters and you hit the pillars, you get points, I guess, for it, and then at the end you fight a boss. And then when you finish killing this boss, you get this Grand Herodic Cache, and from the Herodic Cache and the boss kill, you get a bunch of materials, and you also get Obdicite. Hope you're all looking forward to the new season. And the commentators did say that devs are already releasing uniques every season, and this actually does track because, yeah, this season there's like. Okay, I think this pretty much. All right. It's looking pretty good, actually. A lot better than what I would have expected. But yeah, there's poison puddles for Druid and so on. So yeah, that actually does add up. Okay. And that actually does add up. Okay, I think this pretty much covers it for the Campfire chat. If you enjoyed this video, a like, comment, or a subscribe is always appreciated. I hope you're all as excited for the new season as I am, but otherwise, that's all from me. Thanks for watching, and venture out. Ah, alright. That actually seemed to turn out a little bit better than I expected, although there's some parts that were they made was sloppy. I'm not gonna when they had the teleport. Do you agree with that? Mentioned it. That's called stacked on top. As you might be very well made a strike. Also, again, I could do just no. And then so are changed at all since the PT. So now they add capped scaling, but I don't think that's it doesn't scale off life like taking a pretty massive nerf. It doesn't scale off life. Yeah, damage kind of like two have alone. So I don't like using. I don't like the fact that I keep using trying to play these skills. Need to work on that. See here. Perhaps. So actually talked about Druid skills and reduce unique since some buff archmages. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Oh well, whatever. I'll release it and see what happens. I feel like it could have been done a little better, but whatever. This is supposed to be low effort content, so why not? Let's see what happens. Okay, not bad. I just crossed the 5-hour mark too. So, air chat summary. That's what I'm gonna call it. Season 9, Diablo 4 Season 9 Campfire chat summary. I really wish I was able to get in under 5 minutes, but yeah, there's actually, even by my own admission, a lot more content than. When I say content, I mean like they did talk about a lot more stuff than I would be able to adequately summarize in like 5 sentences. Okay, I'm gonna upload this. Oh, I know just the I gotta make like a thumbnail and everything, so I'll need like a minute, but I think I know just the thumbnail to use. Hmm. Okay. Okay, so that's for the script. And what other things am I missing here? Okay, so I need a thumbnail, and then I need the video details. Okay, let's see, video details. Campfire chat. Needs of the Haradrim. There. Okay, cool. Got it. Almost done, and then I can move on to whatever other thing I feel like doing for today. Anybody still hanging out in chat, or is it just me talking, just yapping nonstop? Diablo 4 Season 9 Campfire Chat Summary. Wonder how many people are gonna encounter my video and think that maybe Rax did it or something. Because I think usually Rax does something like this, these recaps. Um, but it's fine. And I think. Oh, you know, I can just check it here. Where's that infographic I was looking for? 3326. Okay. I'm gonna have to yoink that real quick. Whoa, that's loud. 3320. Okay, yeah, here. Hmm. All right. Chat summary. All right. And then here. Okay, and thumbnail. Great. It's nice and done and over with. Then I just have to listen to the video, make sure it checks out, and they'll probably release it within the hour. So yeah. Thumbnail. I don't know if I want to do another one for. Like, I don't know if I want to do another one going over the patch notes. This already took me like 20 minutes to go through, and this was summarized. I can only begin to imagine what I'd write or what I'd talk about for the patch notes and all that. And honestly, my predictions, I don't want to be like way off, but I have a feeling I will end up being quite, quite far off. All right. So I'll schedule it for 1 hour from now. I think that should be sufficient time for me to make any final adjustments. But yeah, this has been quite eventful. Not as fast as Rob at making these, but this is kind of fun. That was kind of cool. And making content for the new season actually is getting me kind of hyped. I don't think anyone's listening in anymore, but I will say that yeah, I mean, I don't agree with all the changes. There's never a season where I agree with every single change that's made, but I do think that um I think there are some things that I'd be very hyped for next season. I think that them nerfing overpower to some extent is kind of nice because then now other builds that aren't as reliant on overpower, let's say like my companion druid, for example, might actually have a chance to shine. But of course, the trade-off here is that I mean, like on the flip side, like they've made a number of changes that I don't like. I think one of the most egregious examples would be siphoning Gizmo. Like if I could make any one change, I would I would want them to actually put Siphon and Gizmo in, because Siphon and Gizmo was like such a cool thing that they added in, and it's quite it really is quite disappointing that they didn't leave it the way it was, where yeah, you can take dot skills and make them detonate, right? So I think that's a big drawback here. Um, oh, the video is still processing. Well, it's okay. I can come back to this a little later, I guess. That's all good. All right, that's one down. The next video that I would have considered trying to make would be for the patch notes. Now, how do I feel about the patch notes? Because the patch notes. Uh, what patch notes do I want to even discuss? Wow. Rax actually managed to summarize it in like 9 minutes, though. Kind of curious to see what he said.
Let me go over really quickly what they talked about, and then I want to talk about some things. So they talked about the Arcana. They nerfed propulsions too fast. They added physical Arcana. They took out the cheat deaths from hardcore. The one thing on there that they talked about that I actually thought was like a good effort or a good takeaway from
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna listen in on this for a little bit. One sec, while I wait for my video to load. Hold on, let me just make sure that it's still not working. Um, yeah, it's still not working, so I'm gonna have to wait a little bit. All right, let's load up Rax's. Yeah, I'm gonna load up Rax's video here, and I'm gonna listen to it for a bit. Why not?
it. Let me go over really quickly what they talked about, and then I want to talk about some things. So they talked about the Arcana. They nerfed propulsions too fast. They added physical Arcana. They took out the cheat deaths from hardcore. The one thing on there that they talked about that I actually thought was like a good effort or a good takeaway from this post PTR campfire was they made some significant changes to the nightmare dungeons, which when I logged in and tried them for a second, they felt indistinguishable to me from regular nightmare dungeons. They gave it a new UI. They made the events different. They added a penalty if you die to add some difficulty. If you get the max resources, it auto spawns the boss. They put new bosses in the game. They retuned the difficulty. They readjusted the final boss. They put in some new affixes. They scaled the rewards, and they let you do the nightmare dungeons before you reach torment. Like if you listen to that list, like that's the effort that I need from Blizzard on everything. Like 1 month ago, you let us try something, we give feedback, and then you have like 10 meaningful changes to advance it in the right direction. If everything went like that, then we'd be in a good spot. So that was the one thing that I listened to that seemed to be that seemed to make the PTR worth it, right? For some reason I have this twice. The class changes, and one of the things I'm going to talk about here in a second, the campfire was almost 90 to 95% the same as the campfire from a month ago. So then I start to ask myself, what is the purpose of these campfires? All 90% of the class changes that they talked about are identical to what I already talked about in my video 1 month ago. I almost gaslighted myself into believing that we didn't actually already watch this. I actually, in the middle of the presentation on another tab, opened up my own YouTube channel and checked to see, didn't we already go over all this? And we had. So then you could make the obvious statement like, well, the point of the campfire is to remind people and give people a Twitch drop that the season is coming out in a few days. Fine, but I think the audience that tunes into these campfires is mostly like is more dedicated than like the more casual player base. So I would imagine that the amount of people that were tuning in to really learn more about the season or more about
Okay, the more I don't think I'm gonna finish watching the rest of it. I think I was wondering why it was like a 9-minute video and how he was able to summarize everything in 9 minutes. But I think I get it. Because he already did a campfire chat. Like based on that, I got my answer. He already did like a campfire chat summary. Yeah, he already did a campfire chat summary. Um. 1 second. Uh, yeah, so hey, what's going on? Oh yeah, my video's up. Um yeah, no, he had already gone over everything and I actually sort of get him because I was wondering the same thing. Like I could have sworn that I had gone over some much stuff, but I don't agree with like there's a couple things here, right? I'm not going to go over everything, but when he says that, oh, it needs to be a reminder, it's really these campfire chats are really more for the competitive side or like non-casuals. Honestly, I don't think there's any harm in recapping like what has changed between season 8 to season 9, right? Because hey, who knows, maybe even an experience like a more veteran player might come back and realize that, I actually don't remember the things that I tried in the PTR, or maybe they're console only and maybe they didn't hear about the season 8 changes before. And perhaps more than all of those things, a number of things from the PTR actually did change versus like before PTR and post PTR. I'm looking like overpower, nerf, and buff especially, and all that. So I don't actually fully agree with this take. Plus, um, like tangential, I guess, to what he's discussing here. I think that the real problem with these campfire chats is just that there's so much filler. If I'm being 100% honest, right? I normally don't like to harp on, the commentators for the campfire chat or what. I really do wish that they would just get to the point. I really do. I wish they would just say, "Hey, this is how it is. This is what we decided." But I feel like there's so much filler that causes these campfire chats, which I mean, like I get that they do need to have something to talk about for 2 hours. Sure, fine, but a lot of these things could. I guess this campfire chat was actually a little bit more okay, but some of the campfire chats is like 2 hours of nothing, 2 hours of nothing, burger. And I really wish that if they're gonna do a campfire chat, that they would be like point form, just nice and concise about it. Just say the things that we want to hear. Just be like, okay, these are the class balance updates. These are the updates that we've made to the game. This is the seasonal content. boom, done. Uh, and yeah, they do that, but they actually do talk like they do say a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be said. I feel like in these, that's like my like if I'm being honest, that's sort of how I feel. But anyway, yeah, I'm not even really here to re-listen to the campfire chat like what I had already watched. I really just wanted to know if Rax also did a campfire chat summary. Then I guess like mine is 20 minutes long and his is 9 minutes long. So I was kind of curious to see what he trimmed or if I was talking too much. But I think he's really just discussing like, oh, I've already gone over this. This is what it sounds like. I could listen to the rest of it and find out for sure, but I'm not going to do that. That's okay. With that said, I'm instead going to do something else, and I'm just going to paste this real quick. Let's see. Oh, no, I guess I can't view it here. I'm gonna just have to take it on faith, I guess.
Hey,
That
what's
this
going
video
on? It's
is
Inventor
working.
here, with my summary of the Campfire chat for Diablo 4 Season 9. I understand some of you might want a TLDR for this 2-hour stream,
Maybe if I said
so I
his,
shortened it all down into some notes that I'll cover in under a few minutes.
uh,
First off, the Season 9 launch is officially stated to be July 1st, 10 a.m., so get ready for that. This is the little infographic that they provided, and it basically covers a lot of the adjustments that they're making with regards to Nightmare Dungeons, Herodic Powers and Jewels, and the list goes on. So
I do regret not talking about like the stuff that they covered at the beginning. Though usually I'd say, okay, first they talked about Nightmare Dungeons, then Herodic Powers and Jewels, PTR learning. I mean, I guess that is
to
quite
go a
wordy.
little bit more in
I think it's
depth, just the
fine.
Herodic,
I think
including
it's okay.
and the response from the commentators was that yes, they are. Players get obdecized to say that their affixes to question. I believe is that actually does add up. Okay, I think this pretty much covers it for the campfire chat. If you enjoyed this video, Razor Wing for the balance changes, and then of course seasonal elective for this season that are tougher than T4, and they can also have special affixes that cannot appear in regular Nightmare Dungeons too. Higher Torment now, if I can just find. Yeah, they went over a couple other
Yeah, I think that's okay.
miscellaneous form of difficulty. Now you get, generally speaking, people. Permanent and so the phase.
Yeah, good enough for me. All right, that video's done. It's done, released. It'll be out in the wild within an hour. The only other thing that I kind of wanted to do today was to try to figure out, uh, if I should do a video on the patch notes. Do I care to do a video on the patch notes? Hmm. Powerful Roderick spells. Where's the trying to find? Oh yeah, right. I have the patch notes right here. So, where's the sins of the Herodrim? Or this isn't the patch notes. Maybe news. Patch notes. Okay, there. I think I got it. Nope. Even this is out of date. Ah, here. Okay. Do I want to do one for the Diablo 4 patch notes? I don't know if I have enough energy for this. It's a lot of stuff I have to talk about here. So I'm gonna pull up these patch notes one more time. And I guess I could try to do a patch note summary too. It feels just like a rehash of what I've already done just now with the campfire chat though, so I don't know if there's a point. Uh it is a pretty long list. Well, sure. Now I'll see. I'll see how far I can get with this. I think I'll give it my best shot. So, hold on. All right. Yeah, I think I have a pretty good setup here. Okay. All right. See if we can do this. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here with the final patch notes for Diablo 4 Season 9 just before the launch. Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here with the final patch notes for Diablo 4 Season 9 just before the launch. The Campfire chat was earlier today, and a lot of changes were made after the PTR. So I wanted to cover them really quickly and talk about the implication of what these changes mean. This set of patch notes is pretty long, so buckle up and enjoy the ride. The patch notes are divided up into class changes first, then seasonal mechanic changes, miscellaneous stuff like bug fixes, and then it goes into all of the stuff that was added into Season 9 before the PTR. Starting with the class stuff, we have the Spiritborn. So, based on what was mentioned in the PTR, or in the Campfire chat after the PTR feedback was given, some changes were made to Hunter. In particular, Hunter had rework done to it going into the PTR. They kind of reverted that, so now Hunter can reset its cooldown again, and it gives damage bonus to injured enemies, but that damage has gone from 100% to 50%, and the maximum amount of ferocity you can get is going from 4 to 2. So, Hunter, it's basically just a nerf from how it is in Season 8, but at least they didn't completely change the core behavior of the skill. In addition to adjusting Hunter for Spiritborn, they also tweaked the other ultimate skills. So Devourer, Seeker, and Protector all got some love in some way, with Devourer and Protector giving extra damage, and Seeker giving guaranteed critical strikes. The like the new unique item Balas, I'm not gonna try to say that one. The new unique pants for Spiritborn, they give thorns. They were, I guess, performing a little too well in the PTR, so the thorns damage got scaled down from like 300% on the top end down to like half of that. They also made some adjustments to aspect of deflection, so that's a buff to Razor Wings. They did adjust these two aspects for Razor Wings, presumably because no one was playing Razor Wings since it was doing way too little damage. So they made some adjustments here. Apparently they had some bug fixes for Thorns damage and just for the Spiritborn in general. So then that takes us to Barbarian. So Barbarian got a little bit of love here. So Flay now has a chance to proc Vulnerable, or a higher chance to proc Vulnerable. Wrath of the Berserker change is pretty huge. So if you're playing a Whirlwind Barb, I know I'm playing Whirlwind Barb, so this is actually a massive change for me. There's two things that got adjusted on Wrath of the Berserker. I think the easier one to explain is the fact that now Wrath of the Berserker, previously it used to give Berserking and Unstoppable for 5 seconds. Now, and then if you use basic skills, then you can extend that duration. But now, the way Wrath of the Berserker works, you just gain Berserking and Unstoppable for 10 seconds. So you can't really extend the duration of that Unstoppable with basic skills anymore, but you have Berserking for twice as long as you did before, which is overall, I think, a pretty massive W, because a lot of builds that didn't really have basic skills, like my Whirlwind Barb, for example, now has twice as long on the duration of the Berserking from Wrath of the Berserker. That's a massive change. But what's even more exciting, at least for me, is Wrath of the Berserker no longer interrupting movement or channeling, as it should have been since the very beginning, but better late than never. So if at all you were playing a Whirlwind Barb and you were like channeling, you would have to use Wrath of the Berserker. You would have to use Wrath of the Berserker, or rather, you would have to cancel your Whirlwind. You would use Wrath of the Berserker to get whatever bonuses you would get from Wrath of the Berserker, and also to like pull monsters in, right? But you don't need to do that anymore. You can actually just keep channeling, and that's really important because there's some aspects, or at least one aspect that I'm aware of. I think it was Dire Whirlwind, where the longer you channel your Whirlwind, the more damage you do. But as soon as you break that channeling on Whirlwind, then you're starting back at 0 when it comes to the damage from that aspect, right? So now with this change, Wrath of the Berserker can allow you to keep pulling monsters in repeatedly while you get the damage from Berserking and Unstoppable and whatever else, and you don't even have to break channel on Whirlwind in order to do so. I'm sure that this actually also affects other skills, because if you were like running around, you would have to stop for a moment to cast Wrath of the Berserker too. So W's across the board on Wrath of the Berserker. Heavy Hitter was the passive for ultimate skills, or increasing ultimate skill damage. They have nerfed that. I presume that that's because the dominant build for this season was Pet Quake. So what a lot of people would do is that they would use Call of the Ancients. They would summon some Ancients, and those Ancients would cast Earthquakes. And so then you would have a Summon Barb that was even somehow stronger as a summoner than, say, Minion, Necro, and Companion Druid, which didn't really make much sense. But however you want to look at it, Heavy Hitter was a big part of this. So the damage bonus for each rank of Heavy Hitter is now going from 15% to 10%. So that is the damage bonus is going down by like a third or something like that. Who's of the Mountain God got a cleave radius increase. Again, I haven't played around with this, so I don't know it super well. Okay, Ugly Bastard Helm damage decrease. So, or from like 100% to 60%. So this is a bit unfortunate. I myself was using Ugly Bastard Helm on at least some of my builds, and it was the very clear-cut option. It just didn't make much sense to use anything else, really. The damage bonus was higher than pretty much everything else. Air of Perdition, which is a mythic, gives a 60% increase across the board, and I think there's also a Godslayer Crown, which also gives a 60% increase, but that's only for like 3 seconds. Ugly Bastard Helm was a non-mythic that was giving more damage than both, and it's also in a helm slot. So the fact that they brought it down from 100% to 60%, frankly, I'm surprised that they didn't do that sooner. Areas bearing Dust Devil damage reduced by 50%. Again, I think Dust Devils and Earthquakes have been dominant the past few seasons. It would be nice to see some power return back to the core skills. Right now, they've actually given a lot of damage, or rather, they've taken away a lot of damage from these, like Earthquake. As you can even see here, Executioners also is getting halved in terms of its damage bonus. But yeah, it would be nice to see, if they're going to take out power from Dust Devil and Earthquake, it would be nice to see them buff up core skills and other skills to compensate. But whatever, that's a starting point, I suppose. Unbroken Chain. Okay, so this is, I think this is for Steel Grasp. I can't remember which unique it is, but more movement speed for more strength. That means more damage, which is good. I placed Heavy Hitter with Wallop. I think Wallop was for damage with two-handed weapons to vulnerable targets or something like that. Again, they're just really trying to, I guess, limit how much damage you're getting from Heavy Hitter for your ultimate skills, particularly Earthquake or Petquake, I guess. Because this change doesn't really affect Wrath of the Berserker, and I don't really think anyone's running Iron Maelstrom right now. So really, this is just a change that's targeted to Call of the Ancients, I imagine. Okay, that takes us to Druid. Druid got a buff to some of its skills. Now, I gotta preface this by mentioning that Overpower got nerfed into the ground.
So previously, Overpower would scale its damage with how much life and Fortify you have, but they've taken that component out completely, and now it's just a 50% flat damage increase. And then you also get like plus Overpower damage that can boost your damage, but you're not really scaling your Overpower with life. So, however you want to look at it, Pulverize and a number of other builds that were very reliant on Overpower are kind of in a pretty rough spot right now. I guess the developers preemptively decided to buff Pulverize, the base damage on it, to kind of help compensate. This also works really nicely with leveling, so pretty good. So previous so it's not just Pulverize, but enhanced and Raging Pulverize too. Previously, your next Pulverize will overpower. They have just changed it to do increased damage to CC'd enemies and bosses, and then they took this component and then they added it to Raging Pulverize. I think this is the pretty good change overall. At least just looking at Pulverize specifically. Because even though you don't get as much overpower damage, I think your overall DPS goes up because you get this 20% more damage on monsters for 5 seconds. And then you also get extra damage to CC'd and bosses. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a net positive. And then keep going here. Storm Strike. I don't know if I have too much to say about that. Grizzly Rage. So, Grizzly Rage, this is an interesting one. Previously, the rank 5 bonus companion skills could be cast. Now they've just baked that in as a core component of the skill. And then, instead of the companion skills, now you gain increased armor while Grizzly Rage is active, making this a much more, I guess, general kind of ultimate. It doesn't have to be tied to companion skills. It's not just companion druids that benefit from this. Provocation. Okay, so this is an interesting change that I had noticed. So in the past, if you're in werebear form from 20, 16, 12 seconds, your next defensive skill overpower. In recent, as of the last like few seasons, now sources of overpower are way easier to come by. Like they're much, much easier to come by than they ever were before. Like when the game first launched, uh, it was actually very difficult to come across overpower. There's no Banished Lord's Talisman. There's no like I think it's a Zan rune or whatever. So now, uh, like back then, it used to be that there was only like provocation that would give you overpower, but that was every 12 seconds. So it took a while to build up. Now it's just 10 seconds. But the thing that scales is the extra damage that whatever skill that overpowers as a result of provocation will do. So again, this is a good change. 10 seconds, uh, quite a big step up from 2016-12. They deal increased poison damage, and then you also get uh, now it gets doubled while you're in werewolf form. Again, buffs across the board for Druid. Druid is actually eating really well this season. I think I don't know how else to say it. In this case, buff to their key passive. Buff to their key passive. Shockwave, this has to do with the new unique Rotting Lightbringer and the Poison Puddles. More damage. Again, that's a buff. Uh, another buff. A lot of buffs. Again, I'm not going to cover every single one, but one of the interesting ones to note is aspect of Metamorphic Stone. So, worth note, like one of the favorites for Druid builds is Boulder Cane. And with the overpower nerf, Boulder Cane Druid is going to feel this a fair bit, I think. I think there were a number of Boulder Cane Druids that were a little dependent on overpower, and a lot of that damage is going to be gone now, but at least they have kind of tweaked up the base damage numbers on the aspects to help compensate for that aspects, and I think the unique Dolmen Stone too got a bit of an adjustment, but I'll get to that later. So this is for Earth Spike. Now launches 2 rows of spikes in a line. A nice little adjustment to the aspect. You get to use 2 rows of spikes. And this is another aspect that got a buff. And this is Rotting Lightbringer. So in the PTR, it was only doing up to about 400% of its damage, and you get a little bit of extra damage. But now, with the new changes post PTR, you can go up to 600% damage, and they get to overpower too. I would say that it's kind of nuts, but given the pretty big adjustment they made to overpower, I don't know if it's going to be amazing or not. I guess that will remain to be seen. Grace Half of the Crone. This is again a W for Stormclaw Druid. That's usually the unique that Stormclaw Druids used to use, right? Stormclaw would be like Storm Strike with Claw, and so you have like this sort of like werewolf Druid that uses these basic attacks to, I guess, get like werewolf and lightning at the same time, right? And then similar with Dolmen Stone. So previously it was 40% per boulder, and I think a lot of people would have like what, like 10 boulders or something, and now it's up to 50%. So yeah, it's like a nice like 25% increase per boulder. Like you have 10 boulders, you're going from like 400% to like 500% now. So it's the bonus increase is like an extra like 25% or something like that. It's pretty nice at least. So there's a new utility recipe, and yeah, petrified duration got moved there. That's a big W because now some of the other recipes it'll be easier to get the rules that you are looking for. I do still think that them changing the tempering and masterworking system would be good. Maybe they'll look at that for next season, but so far they haven't really commented on anything to do with that. Because right now, yeah, like what if you roll the wrong temper, roll the wrong masterworking thing, then it causes some problems for people, right? Necro. Okay, so we're moving on to Necro here. Bloodwave. Surprisingly, they didn't really nerf Bloodwave, but with the overpowered changes, I guess they feel like they've neutered Bloodwave enough. So more blood orbs. Cold Mage second upgrade. Chance to instantly freeze the target. Yeah, not bad. Just adding a little bit of extra CC. Not really much to comment on here. Serration. This is, I think, for bone skills, more crit strike chance. So Titan's Fall is one of those passives where if you were fortified, you deal increased damage to elites. Now, not every Necro build would run Fortify, right? There were a lot of blood builds that would certainly benefit from Titan's Fall because they were always fortified. But now with this adjustment, any build that a Necro uses can benefit from this, which is kind of nice, right? So if I want to play like a Bone Spear Necro, I'm not really fortifying anything, then now I don't have to like splash some source of fortify just to get a, like extra damage to elites. Now it's just always available. Necrotic Fortitude, lucky hit chance per level increase from 5 to 7. Okay, why not? Damage for essence used increased. I think this is the key passive, or this is I don't know if this is the key passive or the legendary node, but again, more damage. Necro here, just getting more damage, more damage. Although I do find it interesting that they want to cap the damage on some things, but then I feel like it's very arbitrary where they choose to draw the damage cap on a lot of these key passives and aspects and Paragon nodes. But pretty much everything has a cap at this point, so or at least all the multiplicative damage modifiers. This is another buff. Okay, this one is more of a nerf though. And I'm actually surprised that I am surprised that it took them so long to do something about this. I guess Bone Spear isn't like really front and center in this season, but they're trying to do this preemptively. So previously, Bone Spear is guaranteed to overpower enemies within Bone Prison. I always thought that was completely insane as an aspect. I didn't get a chance to try it myself, so I don't know for sure. But given how strong Overpower has been in the past like few seasons, uh, the fact that they added something like this is actually sort of nuts. I think, but now it's only the first Bone Spear to hit each enemy. So yeah, unfortunately, it's that's going to be a huge hit on the overall amount of damage that you can be pumping out. And never mind the fact that Overpowered took a huge hit too, right? Because it's only just the first Bone Spear to hit each enemy. So yeah, you get like a big pack, you throw a Bone Spear, you get an Overpower, and then it's not guaranteed after that anymore. So it's a huge difference. Hand of Naz, that's the new unique. Uh, yeah, they just added Unstoppable after teleporting. And then this is for shadow skills, I believe. And they just made some adjustments to it. I don't have much to comment on there, except for here, chance to deal. So it used to give lucky hit chance. Now it gives 40% chance to deal a lot of shadow damage. I think this could actually add a lot of damage to shadow builds because Azarath, as a one-handed weapon, actually gives a big chunk of cold damage. And if you throw that on, it boosts your damage by a lot. So I wonder if this makes a lot of difference for the builds, shadow-based builds. Indira's memory, adjusted tooltip. All right, Flesh Eater. This is nice. So I think we need fewer corpses in order to trigger it, and I think it does more damage. Or I mean, like what it gives is that it gives more damage, but you have like consumed corpses. Skeletal mages, warrior sacrifice bonuses. So this is to amp up your golem damage. Um, Hulking monstrosity is the paragon legendary node. So in the past, you get increased damage and increased max life on your golem, but now you get additional damage as well. I guess if you sacrifice both of them, then you get 35% for each, is what it sounds like. Again, I think a pretty common, well, I can't really call it common, but a pretty standard way of playing a summon or minion necro was to sacrifice, I guess, mages and warriors, and then you just max out your golem as hard as you can. It was also very, again, dependent on overpowers, so it is losing a lot of damage there. So this might be one way to kind of compensate for it. Bone graft, uh, yeah. So right now you can get like 16% damage with this, but now with this change, I think that overall you can get up to 40% if my numbers are right. So you don't need to. It's a little easier to get stacks, and each stack is worth more. So more damage and easier to trigger overall. This leads us to Rogue. So I think it's Rogue and then Sorcerer, right? Yeah, okay. So Rogue, I Rogue is taking a lot of L's this season. I must say. So uh, Flurry, they made some adjustments from the PTR. I don't really care about that. I mean, it has to do with the new unique death mask, right? Which is pretty cool. I want to try it, but that'll be for me to figure out another time. But I think these are the three that people actually would care about: Shadow Clone and Death Trap. Well, I mean, I say these three, but I mean these two, I guess: Shadow Clone and Death Trap. The reason why is if unless you've been like living under a rock or something, you probably know that Death Trap has been like really popular in season 8. There's so many, pretty much everybody who's playing Rogue was running Death Trap, uh, except for like the maybe handful of people who decided to go like dance some knives or something, or at least while leveling. But yeah, Death Trap is was ridiculously strong for a number of reasons, but one of the big ones is they had really high base damage, and the other one, well, I mean, I'm just there's a lot more to it than this, but they're getting a lot. They had really high base damage, and then they also got a ton of damage off of overpower. So yeah, this death trap damage reduction, they're reducing the amount of base damage on a death trap. They're like this is like 2/3 of the amount of damage it used to do, and then instead of having like a pull-in effect, now there's a chance that you can keep resetting death traps cooldown when you kill or overpower an enemy. So yeah, that should. I mean, it's a pretty solid nerf, I think. That should maybe bring it down in line with some of the other rogue builds, because right now there's so many other rogue builds, but none of them come even close to Death Trap. Death Trap can apparently, I think I watched a video on this. Death Trap can clear like what, pit 100 plus on PTR. I think it was like 103. And then the second closest contender was like pit 94 or something. I don't know. It's like too big a disparity between Death Trap and every other build, so that's kind of an important change. Shadow Clone, damage reduction from 60 to 40%. Yeah. So I think they explain it quite nicely in the PTR. It felt like you are the shadow clone and your shadow clone is the player with how much damage the shadow clone was doing. So they've kind of taken it down a peg here. Now you're not getting extra damage on Supreme Shadow Clone. You're just getting damage reduction instead while it's active. And then, of course, the base damage on Shadow Clone is lower now, too. You can still get some decent damage on Shadow Clone, but at least it's not like, oh, I'm just gonna pump up my Shadow Clone damage, because it's gonna clearly do a lot more damage than I ever would, right? Then there's the Victimize. I don't play around with this enough, so I don't know if like I can't really comment on that one. This I believe is a buff, so it's a little bit more easy to hit the damage cap on close quarters combat. Uh, Same thing here with precision, and then this one I'm not so sure about. I don't know if there was a cap on this before, but yeah. Come to think of it, I think this is better though because this has potency, right? So a lot of the imbuements, or most of the imbuements, were not really they weren't really giving you like direct multiplicative damage, but now with alchemical add mixture, they do. Yeah, so if I were to run this, for example, and then I were to throw on like cold imbuement, then I get 50% more damage just right off the bat, right? Two different types of non-physical damage, but of course I would need to do two different types of non-physical damage. But yeah, that's for imbuements. Cold clip, Ravagers. This is for Shadow Stepped. I think that's a buff. This is also some sort of buff. Cold clip. There's the Death Mask. It received a buff as compared to the PTR, and then when you lose health when using the Death Mask, it isn't as bad. Eagle Horn bounces off at least once. Sure. Damage bonus. Okay, this is for Death Trap. They nerfed it even further, it sounds like. Always grants the bonus rather than only on the additional cast. Oh, okay, I see. So it's kind of a rework so that it's not just you do like an additional cast on Death Trap or what. I I can't, again, I don't play Death Trap enough to know the full change here. And then yeah, Paragon changes just increased damage. So on the PTR, you get 30% damage for an imbuement element for each equipped imbuement skill. But now, if you have it, it's not just each equipped imbuement skill, it's just increased damage for poison, shadow, and cold. Which, okay, yeah, that's kind of a, yeah, sure, take it or leave it. It's a nice change, sure. No witnesses. Paragon board got nerfed again. Like some of these are nerfs, some of these are buffs, but other classes got like buffs across the board. This one, like, yeah, like it used to do 60%, now it's down to 40% for some reason. And then it takes us to Sorcerer. Now, Sorcerer is the really fun one. Sorcerer is a really like I don't know where to start on this, but Sorcerer or Hydra Sorcerer in the PTR is, as of right now, the strongest build, known build for the season, right? And it kind of owes this to the Ophidian Iris amulet that is coming out. So yeah, they made some adjustments to Hydra, but the ones that we got to keep an eye out for is this one, where Hydras gain extra critical strike damage. This is up from the PTR where you only used to get like crit strike chance. And then yeah, Searing Heat and Icefall got some buffs. Nice, more crit strike chance, more damage. But here, Ophidian Iris. So they changed crit strike chance on it with attack speed. So Hydra will be even. I think that'll be better for most Hydra. Oh, I know. I remember why. Because there's two types of Hydras you can play. You can either play crit strike chance or yeah, like direct damage sort of Hydra, or DPS or like damage over time Hydra. And if you have crit strike chance affix, then it doesn't really help the dot build. So that's why they stuck with attack speed here. But here's where I think I'm starting to get a little concerned. In the PTR, 2.5% more damage per mana spent means that if, let's say, you have a sorcerer with 300 mana, don't ask how you get 300 mana, but let's just say 300 mana, then you're getting like 750% more damage, which is kind of funny because they were really trying to cut back on this uncapped damage scaling, and they've introduced something here which uh, kind of has uncapped damage scaling. But sure, they've kind of toned it down from 2.5% down to 1.5%, so each individual Hydra doesn't hit nearly as hard, but it says Hydras, so it doesn't have to just be casting Hydra, meaning that if you use the Hydra enchantment, then you can also still get a benefit from Serpentine aspect. So that's apparently an option. And then Firestarter aspect now generically can be used for any fire skill since it also just gives increased fire damage and not just apply to burning now. Now we get into the seasonal content. I don't know if any of this is super exciting. Will Breaker, new physical damage oriented sword jewel. Um, Liminal Echo can no longer drop in hardcore. Oh yeah, this is the cheat death one. Increased Reverie Horn's damage bonus from 30 to 50%. So this is for summons. When you injure or kill an enemy, they would get like a 30. Your summons would get like a 30% damage boost, but now they've upped it to 50, I guess. Um, yeah, I mean that's good for summon based builds. But in the first place, I really wish that it wasn't just like injure or kill. I wish there was like some other kind of condition that would be more exciting to interact with. But whatever. Spark of Creation's regeneration reduced from 10 to 5. Uh, Again, I don't know if that's really a huge deal. And then, of course, you can pick it up as a Roderick Tome. I'm imagining when you finish like the seasonal quest line or whatever. Idle from below max health, reduced. So this is the jewel where you get like core stats and life, but you spawn monsters. Resource cost for crafting Roderick jewels has been decreased across the board. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the costs were before, but I didn't get to try that during the PTR, but sure. Catalyst propulsion, so reduction there. Beam radius increase, nice. Mostly buffs on these. There's a nerf on the meteors, but or on the meteor catalyst, but I don't know why. Was it really that broken before? I'm not so sure. Cosmic Anomaly now benefit more from lucky hits, so that's a buff. Infusions got buffed through like from the duration length, also to an increase in the damage on lightning and poison. And then okay, the Arcana. Now this is where things start to get a little upsetting. This is a buff for Thorns, nice. But Siphoning Gizmo, truly a shame. I was really looking forward to making these like dot-based builds detonate their damage via lucky hit on Sharpening Gizmo, but now they've renamed it to Siphoning Gizmo, and now it just does physical damage rather than the dot damage, which is really too bad. Fractured Core. There's like a number of other changes, but nothing's quite as sad as this, except for Bloody Charm Propulsion. So yeah, you used to be able to, whenever you execute non-boss enemies, reset propulsion. So what people would do is they would be able to infinitely teleport as long as they manage to kill a monster with every teleport that they do. But now all it gives is an extra 70% movement speed, which is incredibly lame in comparison, especially considering that there's a cap of 200% movement speed, right? And you know, well, yeah, insult to injury because like not only do you not get to teleport, but you might already have like max movement speed, and then this second part is kind of pointless. Uh, okay, and then the miscellaneous stuff. Now this is quite interesting. I don't know what slightly reduced is. I don't know if that's a slight reduction would be 1% or like let's say 25%, right? But this makes sense. I mean, they've actually taken out a lot of power from a lot of builds this season. It's kind of nice to see that they're kind of trying to scale the health of monsters back a little bit because yeah, like imagine you're trying to go into Torment 4 and you know, on the PTR I was playing like Blood Surge Necro and I was already struggling with Torment 1 with all the overpower nerfs and then they got hit even harder. They went from like an 80% nerf to just oh, let's just remove extra life or damage from extra life, right? So it'd be pretty miserable to play the higher torments without this adjustment. But they made that adjustment, so we'll see how that pans out. Uh, and yeah, I don't know quite what this means now. Scale better and behave more consistently. And then this is talking about the inherent additive damage portion of Overpower. Now, I really do hope they bring back the Life and Fortify portion because that's what kind of made Overpower interesting. I just think that it was way too much. That was the real issue. So if they could find like a fine balance, then that would be great. But because it seems to be the common trend that if they find something they can't balance, they'll just remove it. I mean, they apparently did the same thing with siphoning Gizmo, and now they're doing it with Overpower. And I wish that rather than just remove it, they would actually try to make an active effort to try to rebalance it. But I think player can only dream. Roderick file now drop rate now scales with Tormenteer. Yeah, that's fine. Have been returned to reward more gear, Obdicite, and gold. Yes, that's how it should have been. Like when I was going through the Nightmare dungeons in the PTR, I was getting virtually no loot, or at least no meaningful loot. Like I would have been better off running a pit and getting an ancestral that way rather than running these Nightmare dungeons. Aside from treasure goblins, but yeah. Okay. This changed Judicator's Mask into Aberrant Hearts. I wonder if that's because there's some players who don't have Vessel of Hatred who can't run Judicator's Mask. I'm not entirely sure. Drop rates of Scroll of Escape have been increased. All right, that's for hardcore. And then the rest of these, I don't think I really care much for. These are just bug fixes across the board. There's some that might be of interest to individual players who play their, each of these classes. One of the big ones for me, aspect of the alpha did not properly grant bonus damage for werewolf companions. Was kind of interesting because there was, I think this has to do with there's like a tempering recipe where, chance for wolves to deal double damage, but when you turn your wolves into werewolves, then suddenly the chance for wolves to deal double damage doesn't actually work. I think is what the ongoing sentiment was. I didn't run the math on that myself, but I'd heard it from other people that that's apparently how it worked. Good to see that they finally fixed that. Uh, and Shimmering Ice Armor. Yeah, so this is for Sorcerer, Hydra Sorcerer specifically. And then I think, yeah, there were some issues on the PTR regarding like re-rolling tempered aspects, and also like once you temper, then you would no longer be able to re-roll anything properly anymore. So glad to see that they fixed it. Although that was a problem that was originally introduced as part of the PTR. So um yeah, all these changes, all the remaining changes are stuff to do with like before the PTR took place. So I'm not going to really talk too much about these. Just, adjustments across the board. Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, this is kind of a good one now. With Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, you can crit strike and overpower. Kind of a shame that you can't like lucky hit with it too. I was thinking to try to run this with Azarath or something, but critical strike and overpower, I guess it's a start. Even like I still think that it'll be way too weak, but it was kind of silly how in past seasons you couldn't carry over crit overpower on it. Um, yeah, and all of these are things that I've already seen. I talked about Grizzly Rage change already. I think they just doubled up on that way above when I first started talking about builds. Oh, and then of course they did kind of take down Dance of Knives and Concealment down a notch, or well, rather the combination Dance of Knives and Concealment, because Concealment now you can use it for like any of the core skills, because it's like duration based rather than per cast. And then Dance of Knives now requires you to go through a little bit more effort to replenish the charges, which I don't like. I don't know why they changed that. I don't think anyone was really complaining about, oh, Dance of Knives is just too broken. Like no one was playing Dance of Knives after leveling, and leveling with Dance of Knives was a lot of fun. So yeah, very, very unfortunate that they made those adjustments. And then of course, yeah, they made a number of changes to loot. I don't, again, like this is like pre PTR, so I don't think any of these are particularly relevant. And there was one other interesting thing that I think I skipped, but oh yeah, no, it's because it's not here. I think they acknowledged that yeah, there was like a bug where if you were running Forgotten Wisdom Nightmare Sigil and you had like Sorcerer Hydra, then you could like infinitely keep spawning orbs. But they fixed that apparently based on what they said. So yeah, this was quite a lengthy I guess set of patch notes that I had to go over. But I guess what does it all mean? Long story short, I should have actually just opened up with this. But I guess what this means is that uh Sorcerer, Druid, and Spiritborn are eating pretty well this season. Barbarian is kind of okay. And then Necro is sort of okay too, a little under Barb, I think. And then of course, Rogue is just taking nerf after nerf. Uh, like overpower nerf like affects them pretty heavily because a lot of their builds relied on overpower, at least for top end pit pushing. Not to mention all the other adjustments that were made, like Shadow Clone nerf, Death Trap nerf, uh, and I don't think that they got nearly as many buffs to compensate as in comparison to Druid and the other classes. And the most hilarious part about all this too is that in the current season, season 8, right? Uh, what is the like the class that has the lowest pick clear? It's actually the rogue, and pit pushing isn't everything, right? But it's kind of funny that you could argue from some of these metrics that rogue is weaker than the other classes, and yet they're getting hit the hardest with some of these nerfs. I think that's a bit unfortunate. And meanwhile, druid, or well, actually, it's easier to talk about sorcerer and spiritborn. Um, I find it funny how in the PTR, the sorcerer is the top uh build or top class, right? Because of Hydra. Hydra is like the number one build in the or known build in the PTR, aside from like the bugged infinite damage Flay on Barb, right? But yeah, despite the fact that they're the strongest build, they're actually getting buffs compared to their state in the PTR. Or at least it seems that way. Like, yeah, some of their damage is going down, but now if you get like a Hydra from the enchantment, then it actually does work with uh, some some of your damage modifiers to kind of help compensate for that. Never mind, some of the other changes were actually good for Sorcerer too. So Sorcerer got buffed in that regard, despite the fact that they were already pretty strong, or at least reworked in a way where it wasn't just a hard nerf. But meanwhile, Spiritborn did get a hard nerf, or at least for Thorns, and then um, the Druid. Like, look at these. Most of these changes are just buffs, buff, 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 buff. So yeah, those three I predict are going to be really strong for next season. And then Barbarian will be lagging behind a bit, as my hunch, because the strongest builds available, which are basically like just Pet Quake, right? Um, that is taking a huge hit this season. And then, of course, Necro and Necro would be a little bit more behind that. And then finally, the Rogue. Just yeah, I don't know what they were thinking on Rogue, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Maybe it'll be better than the doom and gloom I'm making it out to be. But overall, I'm actually pretty excited for the next season. As bizarre uh, as that might sound, like for a number of reasons, really. But I think it's one of those cases where I think that like I'm actually really curious to see how all the builds perform relative to each other now, because for so long, I'd say like maybe the last 3 seasons, overpower was like the dominant mechanic for most of the top end builds. But now, since that's been taken down like a huge peg down, right? It might be the case that a lot of other builds can finally emerge and be a lot stronger. But on the flip side, I also do think that a lot of other builds, like let's say like I don't know, let's even say like Dance of Knives, that weren't really all that strong to begin with, still somehow either directly or indirectly received nerfs. And I think that that is very unfortunate. So, yeah, with all the changes that are coming this season, I'm trying to see if there's any other things on the patch notes that I need to cover, but I think that's pretty much all of it here. Seasonal mechanics changes, miscellaneous stuff like bug fixes. Oh yeah, and then of course the heraldic powers. Yeah, that was the other thing too. The heraldic powers are largely the same as what they were before, but the two strongest, or well, the two most interesting, I suppose, powers that people were looking for, those being the siphoning gizmo for the dot like consuming dots, and then there's the propulsion for teleport. Yeah, those kind of got removed. So uh, a lot of people, myself included, are probably going to be pretty unhappy about that. Anyway, that pretty much covers it. I don't think I have anything more to say here. So
I hope you enjoyed my, I guess, longer than intended summary of the Season 9 patch notes. And I will see you all when Sins of the Herodrum goes live on Tuesday, July the 1st. So I hope that you enjoyed watching. If you enjoyed this little video, make sure to drop me a like, comment, or subscribe. But otherwise, that's going to be all for me. Thanks everyone for watching. Venture out. Oh, I'm muted. Whoops. Just thinking about like what time is it right now? It is getting a little late though. Kind of want to take a step back and just kind of chill for a little bit. I've kind of already talked about everything that I wanted to on my video. Let me actually just listen and make sure that it did actually over me talking for that amount of time, then there's like a lot to consider. I didn't expect them like the patch notes to be that extensive. Hey, what's going for there to be that many adjustments that were made? A lot of people, myself included, are probably going to be. So I think I'll call that one the live reaction to the season 9 patch notes, and then I should do a separate one. Yeah, I'll do it as a season 9 live reaction to patch notes. That's what I'm gonna do. But now I want to do one more video, and I think it'll be like a recap. Um, so what would I even say though? Thorns is gonna be really good. I don't know which barbarian is gonna be good though. I don't know if that interests me, just talking about what the meta builds are gonna be. It's gonna be Druid, it's gonna like the best season. My predictions for the like best builds for each class, top builds for each class. Do that. Wouldn't be a particularly interesting video, but I can talk about it. Um Might as well upload this while I wait. And I also had to make some adjustments to my build planners, or do I? Do I care? Like what changes were made that I would actually make some adjustments on my build planner? I'm not running Siphoning Gizmo on anything except for the Blizzard Sorcerer. Oh yeah, I guess I could adjust it on Blizzard Sorcerer because Siphoning Gizmo is dead in the water. And I don't think they're gonna backtrack on it, or I don't think they're gonna try and um they're gonna like roll back those changes. Just too bad. Siphoning Gizmo. Hmm. Maybe Floaty Bobble. That wouldn't make much sense. I could do Invigorating Helix, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'll do. All right, do Invigorating Helix for now. Sure. And then the other class would be Dance of Knives Rogue. Okay, so originally I was going to center my build entirely around poison damage, but now I'm not so sure. Again, they completely neutered it. That was the whole point of how I was going to play my build next season. So now I have to switch it all back to cold damage. Uh, I mean, I know everything's subject to change, but man. All right. So back to cold damage then. And I guess I'll do Glacial Nimbus. All right. I was gonna do like some Diablo 4 gameplay today. I was gonna play Spiritborn and all that, but honestly, I don't even know if there's a point. I think I'd really rather just wait for next season. And like same thing with Blood Surge Necro. Like I have three guides almost ready. Companion Druid, Thorn's Barb, and the Incinerate Sorcerer, but like I don't like I'd love to do the one for Blood Surge, but after all those nerfs, I have no idea how good the or how well the build's gonna perform anymore. I don't know anything about how next season's gonna be. I think I'm gonna take a short break here. I think I've streamed enough. This is a good place for me to stop. If I feel like streaming later, I'll stream some more. But otherwise, I could really use a break. I've been doing nothing but like reading like D4 related content nonstop all of today. I think it would be a good place to kind of stop, catch my breath a little bit, and maybe try to grab something to eat and just kind of refresh myself so that I have some ideas for what content I want to do over the weekend going into the new season. So yeah, this is where I'm going to be stopping the stream. Like I said, maybe I'll come back a little later if I if I deem like there's actually something for me to actually stream for. But otherwise, I'm going to focus my efforts on trying to put together some videos, maybe like a little recap and all that stuff. So if there's anybody who's still there, who's listening in, hope that you folks actually enjoyed the stream. Or those of you who are watching this as like a past recording, and hopefully I'll catch you on the next one. Probably either on Monday or my next video, or at the latest when season 9 rolls out on Tuesday, July the 1st. So I bid you all adieu. Um, that's all I got for now. So thanks everyone for watching. Adventure out.